Hallo, guten Morgen alle zusammen, herzlich willkommen. Ich freue mich, den zweiten Tag des Symposiums einleiten zu dürfen. Ich werde gleich umschalten auf Englisch und den ersten Vortragenden begrüßen. Mike Pepe writes about art, culture and technology. His work has appeared in Frieze, eFlux, Flash Art, Art in America, DIS magazine, Art Forum or DIS magazine, the Art newspaper, and so on and so forth. He organized cloud-based institutional critique, a reading group focused on emerging digital technologies and their relationship to cultural institutions. In 2015, he has the guest editor, the data issue of this magazine with Marvin Jordan. Some of you remember that this was also the curator of the Berlin Biennial. In 2018, he guest edited a special issue of Heavy Machinery at SFMO. What is it? SFMOMAS, Open Space, thank you. Both his and Hande Savage's texts provided decisive impulses for the conception of the symposium. In particular, his article, Is a Museum a Database? Institutional Conditions in Net Utopia, was an important source of inspiration with regard to how the entrepreneurial paradigm of a non-profit-oriented Silicon Valley tech corporation unquestioningly finds its way into museum. In that article, he also discusses the Art Project 2023, who are also participating in the symposium. Today, he talks about the Lean institution. In the announcement, he writes, "We have entered what I call the area of the Lean institution, in which the museum is not just reconfigured for a digital network, but more deeply transformed by a feverish adaptation of the organizational frameworks of software production and development." And then he defines it, and he will, of course, elaborate more on that. The Lean institution embraces tactics from digital software production in the attempt to remake the cultural institution in the image of the digital platform. The leaders who deploy them seek a fundamental reconfiguration of the funding management and disruption of cultural institutions according to the models put forth by technology companies. End of quote. I'm very excited and curious about your lecture. Please welcome Mike.
Thank you so much for the introduction. And thanks for having me. It's a privilege to be able to share my thoughts on this topic. And I think this is a really great symposium. Love the talks so far and looking forward to today. So as Grosso mentioned, I'm going to be talking about a concept that I'm researching and thinking about now that is called the Lean institution. Let me start by posing one of the singular humanist questions of our time. How should museums handle the presence of digital platforms that surround them? To begin to answer this question, let's briefly outline the situation. Today, private, well-capitalized, planetary-scale platforms loom over the cultural institution. The museum remains a nonprofit whose major organizational architecture dates to the middle 19th century. The type of media, if we can use this term, that the museum cares for has not been the primary driver of socio-political discourse for about a century. In contrast, digital images, their production, and the larger discourse about the human creative endeavor itself largely flows on new computational modes of transmission. Facts about most of these cultural objects are instantly recalled from handheld devices. And the art historical experts who once painstakingly contextualized their worth are little match for a search algorithm that will sort and display them in less than a few milliseconds. Of course, every form of culture is in some way technologically mediated, and every technology waxes and wanes with the inordinate progress of industrial advancement. But the period since the rise of the social web, and very soon after, so-called intelligent algorithms that sort human taste on a massive scale, has created a moment of incredible fracture. In the most uncharitable reading of the situation, the cultural institution, as we know it, faces an extinction-level event. At best, it has been unable to resist the broad and systemic change to the way it leverages digital technology to address its public. So why am I setting up the stakes of this problem in this way? The primary reason is that museums and platforms are both, now, effectively, brokers upon the power of images. And one of the main outputs of that power is through the influence and control of politics, namely historical narratives. While they share similar aims, institutions and platforms, they could not have more distant aims. While they share similar means, they could not have more distant aims. That is to say, missions. And yet we find the platform increasingly siphoning off influence through an infrastructural unfair advantage. Several years ago, museums responded to this crisis by behaving like digital platforms in earnest. Museums made websites, digitized their collections, and adopted nascent social media strategies. The reactions to the digital threat were rushed, awkward, and largely driven by an incessant hype cycle that was exported from Silicon Valley. Museums ate this up. Looking back, however, these early moves seem almost quaint. Such surface modifications have more recently been eclipsed by adaptations that alter the management layer of an institution. The adoptions of gadgets and digital features once merely adorned the museum experience. Today, we are far beyond the cultural institution's first-order adoption of digital media. I propose that this new situation has led to a significantly new form of a cultural institution, and with that, a new epoch in the history of Western culture. We have entered what I call the era of the lean institution, in which the museum is not just configured for a digital network, which is to say digitized, but more deeply transformed through the feverish adoption of the organizational frameworks of software production and deployment. The lean institution is complicated in its genealogy, but simple in its expression. It embraces methodologies and tactics from digital software production and attempts to remake the institution in the image of the digital content platform. This adoption is not just some incidental aping of the management style du jour. Instead, the institutional leaders who deploy them seek a fundamental reconfiguration of the funding, management, and distribution of cultural institutions, according to the models put forth by technology companies. From encyclopedic museums tasked with the preservation of cultural memory in the public trust, to more recent attempts at niche cultural programming, the definitive characteristics of an institution are being reconsidered. Museums are no longer doing the organizing, but being reorganized themselves, and according to principles that are not simply foreign to the foundations of museum theory, but in most cases are antithetical to their very missions. But I'm sure you're wondering, why should we shed a tear for the museum, the symbol of Western colonialism, that ideological bastion of the ruling class? Just as the traditional museum is a passive reflection of nefarious structures larger than itself, its digital upgrade likewise traffics in an ideology of a new class of techno-capitalist. The tools that run this digital museum, while celebrated for their ability to increase access, are not the neutral, passive deployments that we anticipated. The lean institution is entangled with diluted forms of engineering methodologies. They are aesthetic reproductions of a world structured through networks and their capacities. Open, scalable, and modifiable, today's cultural institution is a precious site of negotiation over the fundamental question of how we treat knowledge in an algorithmic regime. Beneath this integration of technology lay a new framework that is now just coming into focus. The term lean in lean institution I take from the Silicon Valley management method known as the lean startup. It's a lightweight program of data-driven optimizations designed to reduce the burn rate of high-growth ventures. It is efficient. It uses a test and learn approach. It is rapid experimentation. Management consultants Peter Murray and Stephen Ma outline how lessons from the lean method can even be applied to nonprofits with social missions. Quote, many organizations spend a great deal of time and resources on building solutions that don't end up achieving their intended impact. Lean accelerates the process of weeding out ineffective ideas and helps quickly validate ideas that show real promise, end quote. Unlike the museum of the 20th century, the Lean institution extends its content onto third-party digital networks. It publishes frequently, delegates where possible, and is radically open. It is low risk, modifiable, and most importantly, user-friendly. Museums become databases of images, brands for content, and willing supplicants to the dominant ideology of platform capitalism. Now, what do we mean by platform capitalism? A signature of platform capitalism is the use of scalable, ubiquitous network devices to, in the short run, deliver a more affordable or convenient version of a product or a service to a consuming public, until it has replaced the former legacy institutions that once competed against it. Once this new behavioral form is normalized and the legacy institution has shriveled out of its dominant role, the tactic then for the platform is to raise prices and cut costs such that this massive investment pays off and delivers untold profit. This is a strategy familiar to anyone who has ever participated in disruptive technologies, typified by the business models of Uber and Airbnb. And these are just such the iniquitous goals that the loose adoption of marketing terms such as openness and democratization and audience empowerment help bring to bear. We can hardly be surprised if anxious museum marketing departments lack this skepticism when assessing the supposed virtues of open culture initiatives. Lean, agile, or open, the new administrators of the Lean institution mistakenly see altruism in concepts that have always been deployed for profit. Glenn Lowry, director of the Museum of Modern Art in New York, says his institution must, quote, embrace the notion that disruption should be constantly at play, end quote. Since then, MoMA, Museum of Modern Art, has open sourced its digital vault and published its collection under a Creative Commons license. The Guggenheim has released the results of a recent design competition on GitHub, claiming that, quote, opening the data, end quote, is the first step towards the new realities of digital space. The new museum launched the first ever museum-led incubator in 2014, experimenting with the venture capitalist model for supporting arts tech entrepreneurs. The Digital and Emerging Technologies team at the Smithsonian Design Museum, Cooper Hewitt, has created an API, which stands for Application Programming Interface, for its collection, allowing applications to be built on top of the object data. These approaches to museum infrastructure all have one thing in common. Their roots lay not in aesthetics, art history, or museology, but in the operations of technology companies that now power planetary-scale digital platforms. Who is best served when cultural institutions pursue the rapid adoption of digital technology under the guise of openness? Ideas about culture after digital networks did not arise ex nihilo. The continued success of integrating digital technology into everyday life depends on usurping the museum, one of the last transactional sites that still holds that history is more than just a record of efficient transmissions and user-generated content. As Carol Duncan states, quote, to control a museum means precisely to control the representation of a community and its highest values and truths, end quote. Cultural institutions instrumentalize their visitor subjects through even the most mundane elements and gestures. But the museological is something other than simply content on a network. In spite of this, the Lean institution follows the notion that telecommunications networks and the private platforms that leverage them could stand in as an official history. The technologies that claim to break open the museum's walls nonetheless rely on the imprimatur that the institution produces. A Lean institution, in time, will cease to produce any such differentiation, leaving a flat, indiscernible morass of content in its wake. Such a transformation is precisely what platform capitalism intends. After the barriers to cultural value are toppled, monetization can occur seamlessly on their proprietary network. Calls to open the museum merely want to colonize it. Put another way, the network needs the institution more than the institution needs the network. museum administrators have been placed in a technocratic quandary. Faced with waning relevance and mounting institutional critiques, they did not resist the succor of the participatory collaboration that the open web promised. The lean institution begins at this very contortion. With the clever manipulation of open culture rhetoric, they have become mouthpieces for platform capitalism. The museum appeared to be what engineers would call a legacy database. That is, an outmoded mechanism of storage and retrieval that needs to be reformatted for new users. But a funny thing happened on the way out to the network. Following its networked idols, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, the lean institution is intensely focused on scaling up. Sri Srinivasan, the former digital media director at the Museum of Modern Art, boasted, quote, "I work with my team to tell 1 million stories about 1 million objects to 1 billion people. No project is worth doing if you're not telling the world about it," end quote. But the unscalable nature of the museum is not a bug to be fixed, but one of its defining features. Unlike a network, an institution does not need to scale the volume of image impressions to provide a value to its public. We might ask, what does it mean for a museum to be open source? At the Museum of Modern Art, digital conservator Ben Fino-Radin released a custom database framework to store and index the museum's digital media collection. By 2025, he projects to be holding 1.2 petabytes of digital media. Fino-Radin describes the scalability of the database. It's called Binder. It, quote, allows us to see the bigger picture in our collection. Shortly thereafter, MoMA took a simpler, though more significant step towards opening their collection. On July 28, 2015, Fiona Romeo, inaugural director of digital content and strategy, announced a data release whereby the museum would publish machine-readable CSV file of its collection to GitHub under the most permissive Creative Commons license. This effectively technically placed the works in the public domain. The Guggenheim is on GitHub too. The team at the Guggenheim Helsinki Design Competition published over 1,000 of its submissions. Curator of Architecture and Digital Initiatives explained the move. Quote, "It seems a crime to let this pregnant archive gather dust." The design competition was a, quote, resource not to be hoarded, end quote. The use of the word hoarded, one of the more combative terms associated with the free software activist Richard Stallman and software freedom, is telling. It implicitly equates the museum's act of collection with the profit-seeking that corporate giants engage in when they hoard proprietary software. When museums align with the empirical field of data science by rendering their content in a digital format, they encourage patrons to visualize the data. It is a simple gesture, yet it is powerful in normalizing the notion that problems can be solved through technocratic solutions that leverage data analysis, the new language of digital technology. Even speaking of releasing the data in this matter, supports the idea that its previous non-representation constituted a type of withholding, that some inherent method of its previous storage was hiding something that might be unlocked by analytical meddling. When an institution digitizes something, it does not release it. It was never in a prison, it was being cared for. Both projects cite the museum's requirement to contest with an emergent and parallel digital space. But positing a digital realm, somehow separate from society, is, of course, a misleading metaphor. While it is logically defensible, talk of an entirely new space, complete with its own dynamics, consistency, and centers of gravity, and notion of time, as one curator put it, grants undue autonomy to what is little more than a fictional construct. Moreover, it gives the impression that releasing content out there is benign in all forms, insulated from the very same ideologies that have plagued the material basis of human history. Opening the data with the assumption that it will be inherently liberating is to assume that data, especially cultural data, is a naturally occurring resource. The highly symbolic edifice of the museum here is wrongly cast as a neutral site, where experimental processes in open data are presented as a rational culmination of the museum's Enlightenment mission. This narrative makes it difficult for us to separate out the complexities that arise when open access initiatives proliferate. For one, network platforms and open data require user labor. Their value, both in attention and revenue, require a massive transfer of images, knowledge, and history into its service. It is not so much knowledge production as it is a type of overproduction and thrall to network sociality. Institutions that plunge into an exercise play right into the hands of these digital platforms, often failing to distinguish between the merits of open public data, which are real, and the final financial aim of private technology companies. One of the most common critiques of open data platforms is that they use the guise of transparency to mask the underlying agenda to capture valuable data at little or no cost. In effect, the digital team, digitizing and circulating content for the Met, is not only fulfilling the museum's marketing education missions, it is also transferring large amounts of data over private networks. An image put into circulation may convert into an educational resource, an inspiration, and even a new visitor. But the more valuable transaction occurs in the reconstitution of the institution into a new storage and display platform. Such efforts can be rationalized as being in service to the mission of the institution, yet always operate on behalf of the media corporation that profits from their transmission. The corporation is now doubly enriched, not only by the new content and cultural capital of the museum's past, but by the institution's faith in its potentiality. In 2015, the Cooper Hewitt released one of the first museum APIs. This allows any number of apps to be built on top of the museum's collection data. Seb Chan, who led the project, boasts that, quote, the API and the collection site that it is built upon is a carrier for a new type of institutional philosophy. He is certainly correct, but whose philosophy is this? It is at root a philosophy of standardization and scalability, a philosophy that humanism is enhanced by accelerated circulation. Why else would we cede the museum's collection to an ecosystem of network devices? Quote, there's a lot of value that is being created at a museum daily, Chan notes, but sometimes it just evaporates, end quote. To paraphrase the old saying, when your only tool is an API, everything looks like an application. The institution becomes lean by funneling capital raised from its traditional resources, state and private funding, into value accrued by the owners of digital networks. This transfer happens through content and attention, rather than the direct exchange of funds, but it is a transfer all the same. As one breathless journalist reported in The Atlantic, quote, the Cooper Hewitt has transformed into an organization not unlike Wikipedia, Pinterest, or for that matter, The Atlantic, somewhere between a media and a tech firm. It is a thing that puts stuff on the internet, end quote. The more technologically transacted institutional data are, the more ensconced private platforms become in our cultural imagination. In a blog post, Met staff wrote about their digital analytics dashboard. Quote, one of the keys to establishing a data-driven culture within an organization is to report the results internally, end quote. But what results? And to whom would you report? Data analysis is meaningless unless an organization that will use it, data analysis is meaningless unless an organization will use what an analyst might call actionable insights. You don't present data in a dashboard without believing that the contents should transform some core aspect of the organization. This is a tricky position for an art museum, since its core activities, scholarship, collection, preservation, while they do serve a public, are not primarily dictated by anything resembling a platform user. And why would they? An institution becomes lean when it has internalized the notion that analysis of digital touchpoints will dictate the fabric of its activities, when its idea of improvement is taking stock of what is performing and what isn't. To constitute the institution through such measurement is to absolve it to be a mere tenant on a network, liable to its metrics and peculiar exchanges. Seb Chan, that is, is currently the Chief Experience Officer at the Australian Centre for the Moving Image, where his mission remains restructuring the institution according to the spectacular pull of digital technology. He says, quote, "How might ACMI need to change how it delivers the entirety of its services and offerings in ways that maximize its impact," end quote. His role involves taking what used to be the domain of the digital department and, quote, "exploding that out across the entire organization." For the new administrators of the Lean institution, the museum is not the solution, it is part of the problem. Instead of reformation, it works toward dissolution, yet always under the guise of liberation. Chan relates his program of digital spectacularization to, quote, "transforming museums from a monastery, where scholars work in protected silence, to that of a town square, where there is an open, noisy, and sometimes chaotic bustle of contested ideas," end quote. But a museum's API isn't actually for the museum itself. In fact, it's hosted by a service provider, normally Amazon Web Services, an affordable distributed cloud hosting platform owned by the retail giant Amazon.com. Each month, the Lean institution pays a service fee to Amazon, Google, or the like. The data from an institution's collection is just another tenant on the planetary scale network of paid web services. For the API developer, the museum is a cost center whose contents can be pulled out into the network. Such a view of the museum has been problematized by what Leon Wieseltier has called the humanist proposition for the age of Google. Quote, "The processing of information is not the highest aim to which the human spirit can aspire, and neither is competitiveness in a global economy. With no meaning outside of visibility and no ontology outside of measurement, it is a short trip for the institution to follow the siren song of platform capitalism and optimize itself out of existence." Radical decentralization of authority has precedent in museum theory, as many of you are aware. Alfred Barr originally envisioned the Museum of Modern Art as a laboratory whose, quote, "experiments the public is invited to participate." André Malraux, Le Musée Imaginaire, the museum without walls, stoked many digital natives who likened the text to the web's power to break down the physical confines of the museum. Yet these oppositions draw on the metaphor of museological authority as something that operates behind closed doors. This is due to the historical amnesia of generations who grew up with free public museums, forgetting that the idea of the museum itself was born of a revolutionary drive to turn over royal collections to the public. This is how we arrived at the modern concept that museums hold cultural artifacts in the public trust. In many cases, this has been codified by the public funding of institutions and their missions. At some point in the middle of the 20th century, however, this idea came under widespread mistrust, giving rise to the postmodern museum, embodied in something like the Centre Pompidou and their embrace of multiple perspectives instead of a single historical narrative. In the post-May 68 climate, curatorial authority was questioned alongside all other forms of knowledge. The museum became more transparent, accountable, and more democratic. This is to quote historian Karsten Schubert, who calls this the discovery of the audience. Meanwhile, thanks to systemic defunding of arts initiatives by free market and small government advocates, the museum has become more reliant on private funding. It is through generations of indifference and precarity that we arrive at the Lean institution, which seeks redemption in the scalable platform model. This neat narrative is just one of the many ways that the Lean institution paints itself as inviolable from critique. For the museum, open is always just a self-fulfilling prophecy, a convenient way to shake the ghost of institutional transgressions past. Words like honest or subversive are used to describe digital platforms, while non-digital museums cling to supposedly antiquated modes of cultural administration. These metaphors matter. Subtle terms of use like surface and resource posit that museums engage in transgressions that the free software movement rallied against, equating proprietary culture with proprietary software. The rush to crown digital platforms as transparent or participatory is to indulge in the ethics of the platform user. It binds up our relationship with institutions to software interfaces that structure user journeys through optimal browsing concepts and segments fine-tuned for maximum attention. But the user is not a public in the traditional sense. Instead of learning from institutional critique, an emerging set of museum leaders have lost sight of the new forms of cultural hegemony. The rhetoric of openness cloaks a new techno-political system. Of course, it's not just that museums are working with software, it's that most cultural production is now subject to metaphors that deal with software-mediated transactions. And it isn't so much that institutions want to be more like tech companies, it's that the ideas behind how to run a tech company have quietly become the intellectual vanguard. All of this is to forget that the museum was already a historical technology for making the world into a representation of itself. Consider the debt emerging platforms owe to the museum's perceptual framework. Our most elemental ideas about online presentation, an exhibitionary order informed by an art historical gaze, is itself a radical re-endorsement of the museum's organizational code. Wiring such techno-determinism into the museum erodes the museum's ability to critique those very emergent social orders. Even if the new digitally enabled museum were to face the platform class head-on, it would be weak, contingent, and made lean by a reliance on the very tools it was attempting to critique. We must weigh the benefit of the institution's one-sided adoption of digital tools against the cost of upending this delegate subjectivity. In response, the museum can become a renewed site of power as it engages in knowledge production, outside an increasingly networked society. But the lean institution is a rudderless institution. It is tendentious, precarious, and full of fear. It is fundamentally weak. Like a good lean startup, it waits and listens for the platform data. Its principle is to test and learn. But the learn here is not in service of its audience or its public, because any learning is applied back into the institution's mere survival. Adapting the logic of platform capitalism means surrendering your mission to the service of proprietary networks that seek your annihilation. What the leaders of the lean institution must most urgently recognize is that they are propagating an administrative mode that proposes their own dissolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this really dense talk and explanation. I'm pretty sure there are many, many questions. I have also many, many questions, but I try to pick 2 or 3 to start our conversation. You were explaining the situation with the museums, and the last thing that came in my mind, and it sounds a little bit like a gossip, but it's not meant as a gossip. I was thinking of curators also using Instagram and platforms like that, and I had this image of Klaus Biesenbach when he was in the United States. He was posting himself either in nature or with artists or collectors. These were like this 3. These were the visual program. Now he's in Berlin. The Ukraine war started, and he's very much using the Instagram to show like how he's working and how his activist work looks like. And I was just thinking, we have the museums, but we have also the curators who are using the platforms completely independently, but there is a kind of overlay. If you may comment on that.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. I mean, my reaction to that is when Klaus Biesenbach started using Instagram quite prolifically, it was sort of strange because here's someone who has a platform to do this. You know, why are they using social media, which is, you know, supposed to be the democratic platform for people who do not have an institutional kind of backing? And yeah, I think this was very much part, he was indulging the sort of dominant view of Instagram at that time. I remember this is a time before we really understood the negative sort of mental health impacts of Instagram. It was largely before the time that we really understood, how Instagram used our data in the sort of larger sort of strategic plan of Facebook, now Meta. So yes, I found that very odd, and I found that to be definitely one of the signatures of that sort of post-internet moment, and that moment of unbridled enthusiasm and sort of positivity about using a platform like Instagram to essentially broadcast artists' work, both from a curatorial perspective, but also from the perspective of sort of an emerging artist that was not able to sort of break into the walled institution and had to rely on things like Instagram. And I think now we sort of looking back 10 years later, something like 10 years later, we realize that this was essentially all just part of the surveillance model of platform capitalism. So yeah, I mean, that was a very interesting moment to look back on, and I do think of that often.
Yeah. Yeah, we could also continue like looking to different curators and what are their visual strategies on Instagram. I was also thinking of Hans-Ulrich Obrist, how he brings in artists and writing. The main thing that interested me also in your article before, you didn't mention it here, perhaps we can talk about it. In the first article, you were proposing the word, if I remember it correctly, cloud critique, as a kind of continuation of institutional critique. And I thought it's very, very important, and your lecture also proves again how important it is. Could you perhaps explain how a cloud critique could look like?
Absolutely, yeah. So, you're right in identifying that as something of a discipline that I feel like I'm trading in. I think the main idea is, despite my critiques and all the things I just said here, for better or for worse, in many ways, platforms and sort of cloud-based institutions are serving as a kind of institution of the moment. And for better or for worse, it kind of ends up producing those services to the public, for example, that we just talked about Instagram. So what I'm proposing with sort of cloud-based institutional critique is to take the sort of broadly leftist ideas that were, I thought, a very important part of museological discourse in the 20th and the 21st century, and start applying those to the cultural kind of power and the cultural influence of platforms. So that's really how I define that in a nutshell. And I think, it's, in many ways, I feel like that did come to fruition over the past 10 years and sort of what we know popularly as sort of the tech backlash and many of the critiques of large technology platforms that are now sort of mainstream. But I think we got there through a pretty concerted effort by artists, academics, and others to do what I sort of always sort of imagine we should be doing is, I also came up at a time when there was very heavy institutional critique. Museums were rightly so being, I think, pilloried from all sides. But the problem was the next natural move was to go to platforms. And I always found that there was a massive gap there in applying the critical strategies that we had just applied to institutions such as cultural museums, and we were sort of giving a free pass to platforms. So that's broadly how I see cloud-based institutional critique. And I think the lean institution is just merely another kind of chapter in that unfolding story for me.
You described it in the second part of your lecture, the moment of what public means, and so we have the idea of the democratization of the museum as you were describing it after '68. So the interest for the public comes, like the visitors. Then there is this moment of public as a kind of a political size, a political term that is like being in the public is making a kind of politics or being engaged politically. And then we have the internet public, so with Instagram and so on and so forth. And I thought it would be, for me, very important to look at this different kind of publics, define them a little bit and see how at which parts they really contradict each other ideologically.
Yeah, that's the really unfolding question. You're at the crux of something that, I'm trying to work through, right? I think the way I kind of boil it down is there has been a conflation of the idea of the museum and the visitor with the platform and the user, right? So much of what I described there was kind of talking around the shapes and edges of how people confuse the sort of politics of the user or the goals of the user and the user's relationship to a platform, and they're sort of being, you know, misappropriated on the relationship of a museum and its visitor, right? I think the word audience is used in English to talk about the sort of audience for a museum, and I think that's also very helpful. But I think another thing that makes the jump improperly is the idea of a user and an audience on a platform. They're being treated with a very different sort of set of, you know, kind of values. And so for me, you're right. I think it's an unfolding project, a sort of never-ending attempt to, as these new terms come up with new ways of interacting and new technological platforms, that we do have the ability to filter out their uses. And in some cases, there are, you know, there obviously are kind of virtuous uses for digitizing museum. And I think I tried to show that a little bit. Like, there's a point to where it makes sense, but I think there's also a point to where it goes too far. And I think, yes, as you highlight, that's the real crux of the issue, is the confusion of these two terms.
As you also were describing, there is the moment of exclusivity that comes with the museums. It has this really long story, and also people like Tony Bennett are describing how the politics, and in the museum's work, I think he uses the Foucault word biopolitics to describe the control mechanism. So there is a moment of education, of behavior and habitus that comes with the museum. So the exclusivity of the museum became a problem, perhaps with the institutional critique, but I would say also with the happenings, and earlier that was a subject reoccurring and looking at it. And now I'm really making a big jump, and the moment where you can just reach out to so many people gives you the illusion or the promise that you can break this kind of exclusivity. So I see in the museums also how they are trying to overcome certain problems. And I don't want to be too sympathetic, but I can understand why they think it's good to reach to so many people and show them something, even if the density of information is reduced so strongly with the number of characters that you can put into Instagram or the other media.
Right. I absolutely agree. Look, it's tempting. And there are certainly reasons why the idea of platforms democratizing the sort of elitist museum space took hold, because there is a little bit of truth to them, right? No doubt. However, I think, you know, the role that I think I play here, and I think people who are thinking about this also critically, is where do we, or how do we basically put some sort of set of critical kind of blinders on this adoption of platform, right? I think there is a lot of truth to it. But for me, there was a moment where there was a rush to do this, and there was just no real criticality around thinking around what is lost, right? What is the trade-off there when you start to act like a digital platform? But I mean, certainly there have been lots of areas where the museum has been broken open, and I think that's very good. And it's getting people involved in the discourse, right? So up to a certain point, there's some aspects of it. But here's the problem: if you follow the sort of private sector thinking, they will never enter that other question. They will never think about the trade-offs. It is growth at all costs. The more people, the more impressions, the more users, the more clicks. That's all they want, right? And so I think I quoted Srinivasan, who is, for me, someone who is ensconced in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, yet is talking like he is a founder of a startup who's trying to, you know, raise the next round of venture capital. And for me, that was a clear point where, you know, we had to start to think more critically about this.
Perhaps as a last question, and then we open up, is so we have the museums, and I'm not neglecting this moment that you're describing. Au contraire, it's really very, very important. But I'm trying to understand also different mechanisms. If you took the situation with the Whitney Biennial, not this one, but the other before, where the one board member has to step back, and they tried it many, many times, and this time it worked. And I thought it wouldn't happen if they wouldn't use in a very skillful way the social media, so that the pressure was so strong that even German newspapers has to report about it. And this is something that has an effect on how museums are operating.
Yeah, I mean, my comment on that, when you bring that up, it makes me think of my sort of take on this, which is, look, anyone who has that much money probably will upset certain groups of people. And museum boards have been filled with this since the beginning of time. But the one thing I always think about that is, these are people who are committing their money to these museums. I mean, the future platform capitalist class is not going to do anything near that, right? So you have to choose your battles here, right? I mean, the ascending platform class, the new billionaires that are making money from private technology companies, don't even believe in museums. And I promised myself I wouldn't mention NFTs, but I mean, I think if you look at what blockchain is trying to do to essentially remove any sort of institution, you know, that is your ultimatum, right? That is the other side of this coin here. So I think that social media absolutely played a role in, you know, for example, people in the continent here in the EU hearing about a board member at the Whitney, 100%. And I think you know, there is also a role in which museums, which I think platform capitalism and the sort of noise of digital media does not really allow us to kind of truly discern what are the kind of right battles to pick. So yeah, I mean, that's one of my other thoughts around this idea that you know, the museum must be purged of anyone who has done anything slightly wrong. I mean, I think you should just consider the future. The sort of platform-mediated future is probably much darker than, you know, one bad billionaire being on a board.
Thank you. Questions from YouTube, from the audience?
Thank you so much for a super fantastic talk. It was amazing. I had a quick question. You mentioned the digital board of MoMA, and MoMA for the last several years had massive union strikes. And they're not alone in this, as many museum workers are not respected and paid. So I was wondering what your opinions are in terms of these institutions investing in digital technologies and platforms and not even paying their workers. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's a dynamic that I wish I, you know, would have had time to bring up. I think there's an entire wing of that contradiction. Absolutely, it's a contradiction. I think it's, I mean, look, even before the rise of sort of platforms technology, there was a general sort of disregard for cultural workers and the sort of nonprofit sphere. That's always been a problem. But I do underline that exact contradiction, where at a time when the museum is, you know, making big strides and adopting technology, in many ways, I don't really want to draw a perfect causal connection between it, but I will say this. In many ways, what museums are doing in the lean institution by sort of outsourcing many of these educational missions, or outsourcing some of these, in some cases, automating things that staff used to do, right? That is absolutely a part of, I think, what essentially platform capitalism and globalism are doing in general with all types of automation technology. So I don't want to, I mean, certainly automation and technology is a much larger threat to labor in other sort of arenas and sort of for-profit sector. So I don't really want to make light of that, but I do think it's connected in that way slightly. So yeah, that's absolutely a contradiction that's happening. I think as time goes on, it will become, your question will become kind of more into the mainstream of thinking about how ironic it is that we're sort of thinning out the institution in both ends, right? We're refusing to recognize the labor rights of our small work staff in many cases. And then on the other side, we're making sort of grandiose claims about adopting new technology that in some cases sort of automates the role of the institution and its workers. Thanks for the question.
Yeah, thank you so much for your attention, and thank you again so
Thank you.
much for your
Thanks, everyone.
fantastic talk.
Thanks.
Then we continue. I would like to introduce you the last lecture before we have a short break. It is from Joa Enshutu and Erika Love Before Art Project 2023. I would like to briefly introduce both. Joa and Erika are an artist duo who collaborate on projects and texts that have measured the impact of technological disruption on the contemporary art field and its entanglement with markets and institutions. As artists, educators, and writers with backgrounds in economic, critical, and media theory, they have given public talks and exhibited at the Whitney Museum and many, many other museums and venues worldwide. In their vita, they write, and I quote, "We have come to recognize a paradox in which new digital technologies have intensified the market power of speculation and reputation networks in the art field without developing an infrastructure to counteract the growing inequality among cultural producers," which was also a topic in some of the talks and in the questions. In light of the upcoming 10th anniversary Art Project 2023 initiative, both will use this conference as an opportunity to measure the speculative narrative of their project. Please welcome Erika and Joa.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for inviting us. Google didn't come through for us with Google Slides, so we'll be using this
Two Apple
yeah,
MacBooks.
yeah, this setup. So bear with us. I think it will be fine.
Let me get this started. So
Yeah. Maybe move it this way. So it'll be hard not to notice a relationship with the two speakers that came before us. So there might be some redundancy, but I think it's a nice fit considering what has already been said. Yes, I know. So I'm Erika Love.
And I'm Joa Enshutu.
Our collaborative work began in 2009 as an adaptation of institutional critique practices to confront the emerging Silicon Valley Web 2.0 dynamics, reshaping art institutional structures.
What you're watching is the first video essay we made on this topic in 2010 titled The Original Copy. So now, as a result of the global pandemic, as has been pointed out, quote, institutional critical disputes over the hegemony of museums suddenly appear suspended. However, this stasis may have less to do with the total subsumption of the Euro-American cultural sphere by platform tech monopolies than a rush to deliver screen-based content to maintain relevance in an overcrowded media ecosystem. When global art circulation was put on hold during the COVID-19 pandemic, major galleries retooled to manufacture excitement for online viewing rooms. The years 2020 to 2021 habituated an ease of remote consumption seeded in the previous decade by way of content aggregators like Contemporary Art Daily, nascent online marketplaces like Artsy, and iPhone-enabled image circulation, Instagram, TikTok. When it was discovered that a JPEG alone could sell a work of art, market speculation began to accelerate via network effects. The process of buying and selling digital content became more gamified, thus setting the stage for the financial instrumentation of Web3, which we will discuss in detail later on.
But first, the title slide of our talk. We'd like to reflect a bit about the work we made in 2013, titled Art Project 2023, where we speculated on the future of museum technologies. It has been nearly 10 years since we completed Art Project, a multimedia presentation which imagines a future when Google retrofits the Marcel Breuer-designed Whitney Museum in New York City to optimize in-person engagement through mixed reality art experiences. Our goal here isn't to evaluate our powers of prediction, but rather to measure a future scenario against the realities of our current moment. Art Project 2023 was made at the peak of the so-called digital turn in museums and the concurrent and interconnected spike in art market financial speculation. It came in the midst of a period in which we were deeply immersed in the rollout of digital strategies at major New York City museums such as the Met, MoMA, the Whitney. Before we play an excerpt from Art Project, we'd like to share background work which speak directly to some of the questions being attended to at this symposium. In February 2011, Google followed through on what has remained its corporate mission, to digitize museum spaces and collections throughout the world, to render a new interface for the consumption of art and culture. The result, Google Art Project, which you're familiar with probably at this point,
But in English.
which deployed Google's 9i Street View cameras to stitch together a walkthrough feature for initially 17 museums and cultural institutions. In April 2012, the platform was redesigned and the number of participating museums expanded from 17 to 51. The Frick collection, which you see here, was one of the original 17 museums that participated in the walkthrough feature. Among Google Art Project's virtual walkthroughs were paintings blurred because of copyright restrictions. For us, the formal properties of the blur rendered censored works, regardless of period, author, or origin, into painterly abstractions. The blur signified a withdrawal from Google's comprehensive visual archive. We visited the Frick collection at the time to confirm that the censoring blurs weren't floating in front of the actual paintings. Unfortunately, we were unable to document this fact photographically due to strict anti-camera policy at the museum. The Frick, unlike most museums in 2022, still restricts visitors from photographing anything in its gallery. It's a charger. However, we were able to make computer screen captures from Google Art Project's walkthroughs. The resulting image files became the source material for the anonymous paintings, a series of works printed on fabric and stretched on wood frames to simulate their material reference. During this period, we observed improvements in the optical quality of Google's camera captures. This slide shows two versions of the same blurred painting from the Frick collection. The one on the left, the first one you see here, is from 2011, and the one on the right is from 2012. And an interview with us about this work was published in Wired magazine in 2013 with a hyperbolic title that suggested that the arrival of Google spelled the inevitable obsolescence of museums. By December 2013, Google Art Project had become Google Cultural Institute, which now branded Google Arts and Culture, an expanded platform with foregrounds and educational mission. Google Arts and Culture now has more than 1,000 institutional partners worldwide. I think we'll skip I have a link to show you, but I think we've seen enough, maybe. But these partnerships don't provide equal standing. The tech giant owns and operates the entire infrastructure of prized digital assets and virtual experiences. Google Arts and Culture operates as a nonprofit platform. However, the time may come when these public collection partnerships can be leveraged for profit. Our countless hours spent in Google's Museum View helped us to develop the future museum scenario described in Art Project 2023. We were asked to organize a symposium addressing the transformation of the museum in the age of social media at the Whitney Museum. It was one of the final public events for the Whitney at the Marcel Breuer designed building. I will show you the second half of this lecture next, but first to summarize. The first half is set in 2013, when the Whitney Museum announced that it would move to a new location in Lower Manhattan. The Marcel Breuer building would then be leased to the Metropolitan Museum of Art from 2015 to 2023. From there, we predicted that the Met Salt's endowment shrink following the market crash of 2020. The museum board elected not to renew its 8-year lease, and the Whitney Museum, also under financial stress, could not operate an uptown satellite museum. So the Whitney Museum was subsequently forced to put the Breuer building up for sale. Google ultimately stepped in to purchase the vacant museum to serve as a physical interface for Google Art Project. The plan was to develop a virtual museum, an immersive and interactive museum experience. Google engineers deemed the Breuer building too expensive to outfit as a museum of the future. And with the aid of Marcel Breuer's original blueprints and digital scanning, the building was demolished and swapped with an exact replica, assembled in large modular concrete sections, 3D printed by a Google subsidiary. The slide of the 3D printed model of the Breuer building that we made as part of Art Project 2023. That's what you see here. So now I will play what came next in Art Project 2023, performed at the Whitney.
Inside the museum, visitors must log into their Google Plus account to access the Art Project database. This expansive archive provides 40,000 3D files of artworks to configure throughout the interactive galleries. Marcel Breuer designed a ceiling grid that promoted the interchangeability of galleries with movable wall panels. This system was retained for the Art Project Museum. With the aid of a Google Glass prototype, visitors can assemble virtual walls, partitions, and pedestals that follow Breuer's original grid. Art Project Glass ushers visitors into the virtual museum and is available at the reception desk for the cost of a typical New York City museum admission. Visitors are invited to curate the collection with the help of a Google Art Scholar. An art scholar is a museum experience concierge armed with an art history PhD. Google was able to recruit recent graduates from top art history programs with salaries exceeding those offered to most university professors. It was important for Google to place a human resource in front of the algorithms and computer code. The union of art and informatics is relatively new, so art scholars are there to provide a personal touch. For instance, if a couple visits the museum, they no longer need to agree on anything. One can ask an art scholar for a custom selection of 20th century monochrome paintings, while the partner can default to comfortable results derived from data mining and machine learning. Sharing results can often clutter the glass display, while oversharing can cripple the platform, as with the recent craze in Felix Gonzalez Torres' candy piles. Now, what about the digital archive of performance art and dance? Yvonne Rainer holograms were not cutting it with the crowds, so live actors were funneled from an upstate performance art institute to execute live performances added to visitors' shopping carts, certifying upon checkout that all historical restagings were carried out with the greatest accuracy. After an initial buzz, Art Project Museum attendance dropped precipitously and has since remained poor. Augmenting the virtual was not enough. Art Project was losing eyeballs to more established museums like the Tate Modern, which had handed over more than half of its gallery space to the display of real-time comments, grinds, likes, and selfies. With the support of Bloomberg, nothing stood between the public and its art. The collective intelligence of social media was heralded as the new folk art.
In November 2023, a special issue of Art Forum was dedicated to the future of art museums. Significant screen space was given to content addressing the Art Project Museum. The most notable contribution was a Passages Commission by Benjamin H.G. Buchloh, by Benjamin H.G. Buchloh, in remembrance of the Whitney's former landmark building. The essay began with an epigraph from comments by Marcel Breuer at the presentation of the proposed Whitney Museum in 1963. It is easier to say what the museum should not look like. It should not look like a business or office building, nor should it look like a place of light entertainment. Thank you.
So in the end, the actual story is as follows. After extensive renovations, the Met Breuer only occupied the building for 4 years, from 2016 to 2020. The Frick Collection has now taken over the building, while its mansion on Manhattan's Upper East Side undergoes a renovation and expansion project. So now the Frick Madison will occupy the Breuer building from 2021 to 2023, offloading the last 3 years of the Met's 8-year lease. After the Frick's brief tenure, the fate of the Breuer building is unknown. It has been reported that the Whitney is considering selling the building, and brokers are compiling lists of potential buyers. There is a rumor that it will become an exclusive gym. Just wait, it's frozen. Okay. We consider the video titled Anaglyphs from 2014 a postscript to Art Project 2023, which we'll show you now.
Preview.
When it was proclaimed that the Culture Institute contained every artwork in every museum, the first impression was that of extravagant happiness. The flexible memory machine had been optimized. It was a network, a blob-like organism that no longer made a distinction between the utterances of audience and artist. However, its growth became too unwieldy for automated management and required increasing legions of art administrators, digital asset managers, and experience directors, each one clamoring for a virtual audience that would bring on a hunger for the real. The director of a British modern museum is sitting in his office for a video interview. Our director is telepresent, deciding to appear to us as a man in his 50s, with thick gray hair and a well-maintained short beard. He speaks confidently, gesticulating with both hands. People want to start using museums in a very different way. They want to start receiving, debating, judging, thinking, and connecting, sharing and talking back and spreading images, messages, words, and ideas into the world. The video cuts to interior shots of the museum, where dozens of screens are shown spilling into concourses of the gallery, displaying visitors' ideas and comments about art. Large-scale versions of their drawings are projected on the museum walls. The video returns to the director's office. He asks, "Is it worthwhile to talk about new art?" He promptly answers himself, "I think it's much more worthwhile to talk about new techniques and new audiences. The real challenge for the development of art is that we have a true new audience who want much more from us and from art than to judge and admire. They want to use art and museums almost as a kind of platform
to explore the human condition. The director continues, today, to be really cool and sexy is to be sharing.
So as a point of explanation, the first part of that was like a data visualization of what were all of the museums on Google Art Project at the time. The second part is a Bloomberg Connects, who they're the major funder of museum technologies and still are. They were at the time. And then a voiceover read by me that was actually the words of the Tate director at the time, Chris Durkin. So these are photographs that we took in 2012. As Ben Davis explains in his recent book, which is called Art in the Afterculture, Capitalist Crisis and Cultural Strategy, quote, the core cultural dynamic today is no longer one of museums nominating what is important culture for their viewers. It's museums competing to try to get viewers to nominate them as important culture. At the beginning of the 2010s, museums were still trying to curb phone use and picture taking in the galleries. By the end of the 2010s, museums were begging audiences to share pictures of their shows shows under dedicated hashtags, the vast majority failing comically flat in the virtual scrum. A label at the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, 2017 summed up the new mindset. If you don't share a photo from this exhibition, did you really visit? So this statistic is from the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. In 2013, when we made Art Project, we observed museums hiring digital engagement staff to design marketing campaigns to court the elusive digital native demographic. New technologies had been deployed as social controls to connect an audience to museum networks that aggregated the flow of comments, images, and tweets. In some cases, this data was collected and repurposed for marketing. In 2011, a single clear acrylic box was installed in MoMA's lobby to collect cards printed with the open-ended solicitation. I went to MoMA and ... The box was part of a mass marketing ploy devised to mimic internet crowdsourcing, but for us, it disclosed a set of institutional contradictions. The acrylic polling box was an echo of the double boxes installed by Hans Haacke for the information show at MoMA in 1970. On the heels of his Art Workers Coalition activism, Haacke leveraged public participation and transparency in MoMA poll as a means to scrutinize the policies of the host institution. Over time, transparency and participatory strategies have become recuperated by museums as the rationale to deploy technologies that aggregate user inputs. A single acrylic box will now do instead of two. Even before his social systems analysis in MoMA poll, Haacke's experimental works with natural systems, such as condensation cube, likely confounded audience expectations of what should be shown in a museum. However, institutions in the mid-1960s were still unassailable gatekeepers. The public could be counted on to visit even if clear, explanatory narratives weren't provided by the museum to demystify new art. With an abundance of user content, MoMA marketing did what any platform monopoly would do and repackaged crowdsourced free labor as targeted advertisements on billboards, bus shelters, newspapers, on a museum wall surrendered by MoMA curators, and even to dress up construction barriers at the site of a future MoMA expansion. For a time on Google Street View, if you clicked due west on West 53rd Street, away from MoMA and past the ill-fated American Folk Art Museum, the fence covered by the crowdsourced products of the I Went to MoMA and campaign was visible. The critically acclaimed 13-year-old American Folk Art Museum building, which you see there on the right, designed by Williams Chian Architects, was torn down at the end of 2013 to make way for a Jean Nouvel designed residential tower that would also include around 3,700 square meters of new exhibition and project spaces for MoMA. The American Folk Art Museum resonated with us because its demolition paralleled the uncertain fate of the iconic Marcel Breuer building featured in Art Project 2023, the destruction of a prominent institution dedicated to the study and display of folk or popular arts. In the statement from Art Project 2023 that anoints social media as the new folk art remains resonant, then its most concentrated distillation, concentrated distillation drips from a new class of museum experience franchises. Their operational infrastructure amounts to breezy backdrops and aesthetic criteria which are pre-formatted on Instagram. These parasitic institutions survive on the host body of Instagram, TikTok, or whichever social media will come next. These are photogenic experiences that make no promise to edify, deliver self-reflexivity, or raise awareness. They are unburdened by the weight of history. They only answer to the present. Within Web 2.0 platforms, the so-called passion economy finds form through tactical optimizations of reputation, attention, and engagement. These are the spaces from which, quote, economic media, it's a term, emerged as the registry for monetizing individuality. What currently counts as popular culture is inextricably bound up with the internet, its flows, folds, lulls, and feedback loops. So this is just a few slides of us kind of pointing to a kind of tendency after 2016, which is a post-2016 where there's an increased fragmentation of politics, publics, and cultural spaces. As we all well know, an emergent populism of the disaffected took hold of the democratic process in 2016 to reveal that an institution of experts were all but useless in anticipating voting behavior. The degree to which many Americans disapproved of establishment politics slipped past the guard of technocratic risk management. What seemed like waning conservatism was reanimated in the unanticipated unfolding of an event that delivered the kitsch terror of a weaponized social media landscape. Museums were temporarily reanimated as a site of protest in response, and there was a growth in massive, flexible spaces for immersive and sensorial art over these past 7 or 8 years. To quote again from Art Project 2023, while the art world had fully embraced the Silicon Valley fad over the previous decade, few tech billionaires showed interest in art collecting and philanthropy until recently. The new ruling class of geeks considered the art world to be too elitist and pretentious to square with the populist Web 2.0 ethos that had made them very rich. For many years and decades, the art market was being primed for financialization. For example, this is a chart from ArtRank, which was a notorious art market trend casting website that benefited from the opacity and black box algorithms that scraped available market data from the internet. We highlight this platform because it made the affinities between a financial report and the contemporary art market transparent. It was a platform that produced a price model for the present that fed into future market realities.
We will conclude by considering the liquidity of digital native artworks and the primacy of their assetization in the gamified space of Web3, and how qualitative criteria are decisively collapsed in the process of total capitalization.
So Web3 is basically just the so-called template of the internet that is to come, that is based on blockchain, decentralized computing, and it's also an infrastructure for an economic media. It's a financial medium.
Abstract values that mire contemporary art and what economists call the problem of information imperfection, the requisite knowledge, taste, and education that limit its widespread legibility. NFTs, on the other hand, are popular and easy, and their emergence tests basic assumptions about the economic exceptionalism of art. See, we didn't promise to not speak about NFTs. These are the emergent aesthetics of Web3. Outside of niche NFT marketplaces, cryptocurrencies offer little utility for art buyers until the paradigm-shifting NFT sale of Christie's for Every Days, The First Days by Mike Winkelmann, aka Beeple, in March of 2021. The Christie's Beeple auction was the first major art auction of solely digital artwork lots, or as the catalog states. Marking two industry firsts, Christie's is the first major auction house to offer a purely digital work with a unique NFT, non-fungible token, effectively a guarantee of its authenticity, and to accept cryptocurrency, in this case Ether, in addition to standard forms of payment for the singular lot. March 25th, 2020, a recent article from the New York Times talks about the latest attempt by cash-poor museums, this is their terms, to generate money by selling non-fungible tokens or NFTs. Last year, the market for NFTs of art and collectibles had sales estimated in the tens of billions. The company Cinello created licensing agreements with several prominent Italian museums to create a hybrid offering of limited edition LED reproductions in period-style wooden frames, each accompanied by a unique NFT. Same-size digital versions of the Leonardo portrait Caravaggio's Bowl of Fruit and Raphael's Madonna and the Goldfinch were offered in editions of 9, ranging in price from 100,000 euros to 500,000 per piece. 50% of sale proceeds went back to the licensing museums. Art's economic exceptionalism is contingent on its singularity, a one-of-a-kind status that bears the unique signature of its creator. The NFT is designed to encode singularity, conferring a cryptographic proof. In the current early stages of NFT minting, we have witnessed the ascendancy of the digital asset. This special status was not achieved by eclipsing the appeal of conventional artworks, but rather by elevating proof of ownership itself as a mode of economic exceptionalism. For its part, sorry to point this out, or I'm sure many of you already know, the Belvedere Museum in Vienna has fractionalized a digital image of Klimt's The Kiss into a one-off drop of 10,000 NFTs. They were released on February 14th on Valentine's Day and priced at 0.65 Ethereum, or at the time that was 1,850 euros each. About a month into the release, around 2,400 of these NFTs have been sold, generating 4.3 million euros. Museum collections are unlocked as derivative assets by the NFT marketplace. Many original art objects have accrued market and reputational value well held in public museum collections. There's several reasons why museums haven't monetized their collections via NFTs. I mean, many of them are pretty obvious. The environmental issues are worth mentioning. Verifying on the blockchain takes an enormous amount of energy to create NFTs. Also the instability and opacity of unregulated cryptocurrency, which we've seen recently with a mass sell-off of cryptocurrency in the past day or week. And also the difficulty of finding trusted tech partners and the cost of such partnerships. So you have, in this article, you have museum, people affiliated with museums raising the issue that it's a gimmick, but at the same time, it's a gimmick that it's now the time to be able to capitalize and sell the museum's assets and financialize its collection.
So this is our final example. This example is of an NFT that is leveraged as a financial derivative in the process of making colonial restitution claims. It's actually operationalizing NFTs for that end. But first, some background. What you're looking at is the White Cube Museum, which sits on the site of a former Unilever palm oil plantation in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and it's in the town of Lusanga, in the DRC. Just as part of the background, the White Cube sits on a plantation which is cooperatively owned by a group of artists, CAPTC. I'll read in English, the Congolese Plantation Workers Art League, Here's an exhibition that we actually visited a couple times that was at the Sculpture Center in New York City in 2017. These are 3D printed chocolate sculptures of work that they made on the site of the plantation. And then this was like, it's basically selling basically the output of palm oil, because Unilever was a palm oil plantation, through the form of chocolate back to Europeans to indulge themselves in chocolate once again. So
Yeah, so they're made on site with earth, and then they're 3D digitally scanned, and then a chocolate factory in Belgium donated the chocolate to then create these sculptures that circulate in New York City in this case, and throughout Europe they've been exhibited.
and infrastructurally, or financially, infrastructurally, it's about basically like reversing the circuit of colonialist financial exploitation from the global south to the global north. All the extraction happens that way, and moving it back in the other direction. So here's a recent exhibition staged by Renzo Martins and CAPTC at the KOW Gallery, just a few months ago. So the show features 6 new documentary films, Plantations and Museums. Martin's recent feature film, White Cube, which is about that museum that was built on the plantation site, which follows the establishment of the CATPC in 2014 and stages the launch of an NFT as a new instrument for decolonial digital restitution. So the NFT is a digital derivative of a sculpture. The one I'm discussing now, that was minted by CATPC. It's a derivative of a sculpture of a Belgian colonial administrator named Maximilien Ballot. The small Ballot sculpture was carved in 1931 during a Pende uprising against a rape and other atrocities carried out by the Unilever plantation system and Belgian colonial agents. The sculpture depicts the angry spirit of Ballot, who was beheaded in the uprising. The function of the sculpture was to control Ballot's spirit and to make him work for the benefit of the Pende people. Today, the sculpture is held in the collection of the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts in Richmond, Virginia. Last year, the CATPC made several loan requests for the actual real sculpture to ask the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts to be exhibited at the White Cube in Lusanga in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Despite loaning the statue to institutions such as the Reitberg Museum in Zurich, Switzerland, for an exhibition titled Congo Fiction, the VMFA in Richmond has refused loan requests made by the CATPC. Therefore, the Ballot NFT was minted on February 11th. It was tied to a digital image of the sculpture, which was downloaded directly from the Virginia Museum's website. Sales of the NFT will help to buy back land stolen and exhausted of its resources, human and otherwise, by Unilever. The CAPTC, made up of former Unilever plantation workers, will use these funds to reintroduce sustainable ways of governance, land use, community building, and lastly, to carve out time and space to create new art themselves. In a radical new model of restitution, blockchain-based NFT technology becomes a tool for decolonialization. A single NFT that they were selling was valued at 0.1 Ether, which is enough to buy back 1 hectare of land in Lusanga. Recently, accusations were directed at CAPTC by the Virginia Museum, claiming a breach of copyright. A spokesman for the Virginia Museum said that the image was lifted directly from the museum's website without permission, which violates our open access policy and is unacceptable and unprofessional. So digital databases are not always open, apparently. So Renzo Martins, a Dutch artist and director of the White Cube, said, "We have downloaded the image from the internet as there is no other material made available by the VMFA. We do not have copyright for the image. We use it under the doctrine of fair use. This image is the only way to get access to a sculpture that intellectually and artistically belongs to the community." Even though the CATPC managed to reappropriate the Ballot sculpture as NFT, they will continue to make claims for the actual physical sculpture, which they want returned to the Congo. And just to conclude with a quote from David Josely from his recent book, Heritage and Debt, Art and Globalization. Quote, "From a Western perspective, part of the debt owed to it by the Global South is an obligation to transform its cultural specificity into commodities. But the debt owed by the Global South to the North is of another kind. It is to transform a legacy of direct and indirect forms of economic and political domination into a genuine engagement with non-Western histories and experiences of modernity. And that's how we conclude.
Want to take your computer?
Yeah, Mike Pepe will moderate the talk, and we will not have really a break afterwards. So perhaps just 10 minutes talk, and then okay, perfect. Thanks a lot.
Is this on? Yeah. So we're between lunch. We're between lunch here, so we'll keep it brief. But first, thanks for the talk. Obviously, there was a lot of overlap, and I think one of the reasons was your work has been a huge inspiration to a lot of my work, and I think that's a really fertile ground for a discussion. First, I want to remind the audience the sort of milieu of which a lot of your work is born out of. I think it was, as you mentioned, 2012, 2013, 2014. We were really in the thick of a sort of digital utopianism in institutions, and your work has cataloged that, specifically going back 10 years and the 10-year anniversary. So if some of both of our works, I would say, sounds alarmist, it's because I believe it acted as a canary in a coal mine during a very heady period of digital utopianism. The canary died, as it turns out. So, but one thing I wanted to talk about, which we haven't yet talked about, was we sort of had this. You helped inaugurate this kind of skepticism of digital utopianism throughout various institutions. There was some progress, I believe, and then all of a sudden, during the pandemic, a lot of those questions just sort of faded away, specifically around the sort of quick rush to NFTs and blockchain to kind of be the savior for the digital museum. But then, of course, museums had no other choice but to sort of digitize out of a sheer sort of collapse of the sort of brick and mortar style. So I wanted to talk about that. Do you think that was a sort of crisis or an opportunity, or do you think it revealed anything, or do you think it sort of set us back in a lot of the critiques that you've been making for the past 10 years?
Well, for better or worse, I think museums aren't that capable to react that quickly. So I haven't really seen that much change in the museum space, but more so in commercial galleries. And with the sale of NFTs and Christie's and Sotheby's trying to get in on auction sales when, these online marketplaces are designed explicitly so they do not need an auction house like Sotheby's or Christie's. But yeah, in terms of the museums changing, I haven't seen that much. I mean, I just don't think they're financially capable of reacting that quickly.
Yeah. Draw anything? Or I have another thought, which is I think we both tend, in critiquing the sort of digital utopianism or the mass adoption of technology, and this has come up in many other talks, is there's always a sort of backlash to that backlash, or there's always a sort of challenge as to say, well, is there any good here? Specifically, I think all three of us have at times been accused of sort of maybe being retrograde or being sort of conservative and kind of wanting to go back to this sort of mythical museum. Over the past 10 years, how have you kind of answered that question? How have you answered the charge of your elitism and your conservatism seeping in?
I actually don't remember the last time I was called conservative.
Yeah, I don't really feel that way.
But I know you mean.
I have been, so I want to use your
Mike,
answer.
How have you responded to claims and calls of having conservative ideology in regards to the role of the Western museums can still play?
Well, no, I mean, the question came up today after my talk. I think this is the problem: is how do you maintain a criticality, an academic distance, without valorizing, I think, you know, the sort of elitism of the museum. All right, right. I mean, that's the sort of answer I'm looking for.
Well, just sort of based on our presentation, I think something's happened in the last 10 years because sort of the digital context has been with us for a few decades now, is that there is a sort of like fragmentation, a kind of multiplicity of different kinds of so-called like art experiences where, and it mirrors the internet where there's sort of like, there are niche audiences and I think the hegemony of the post-Enlightenment museum is just one among those. I mean, I still love that place and I assume other people will, but I don't also need to apply a critical rubric on every place that claims that it's a museum, that claims it's a space of like immersion or aesthetics. You know, I think like this is like the result of sort of like market dynamics. Like there's a museum for you out there, you know, fine, enjoy it, you know. That's how I feel about it.
Does anyone else have a question before I do my last question before we break? Great.
Yeah, I was mostly wondering, because this came up in two of your talks about the Silicon Valley's interest in art and not investing art, in terms of, especially for the US context, considering tax evasions and tax frauds that were committed by wealthy families who acquired their assets through tangible assets, such as owning an arms company or a pharmaceutical company like the Sacklers, and using art to do tax evasion. So then I wonder if it's correct to say that the Silicon Valley billionaires are disinterested, or do they just not see a profit to be made because they're already committing tax evasion through different ways?
I think they want to distinguish themselves from old money or previous robber barons. So they tend to gravitate more towards more experiences. I mean, that's what people say also about, right, millennials and Gen Z, right, in terms of acquiring objects are less interesting, and that's reflected in the sharing economy too. Yeah, but of course that's changed a bit with NFTs, which are immaterial somewhat, except for the environmental costs. But yeah, I mean, that's my short answer. And the one thing to note is you said tax evasion, but in terms of people buying art in the United States and taking it as a write-off, and that's not tax evasion because it's permitted by tax law. It's really the tax law that's the problem. And that has been in effect because when Trump went into office, he changed this like-for-like ability to write off. Like if you buy one artwork to another artwork, you actually have to pay some gains on that. So it was more advantageous to flip and exchange artwork under previous administrations.
Thank you. So I have a question concerning the change of archives to databases connected to NFTs. So it is a German media theorist, Wolfgang Ernst, talked a lot about like archives are for storage and databases are for transmission. And I'm asking if the NFT is kind of a symbol of this change, and also if there's a capitalization of transmission, sort of, because this question of which kind of object or material are we talking about, and what's happening with this double structure if the NFT is not like a new work, but only a digitalized artwork, so a copy, and then made into an NFT, and what's this, concerning to think about the institution, the museum as a database.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you have an answer, but like yeah, the blockchain is a database. So if you are operating with the blockchain, and if you're sort of moving your assets onto them, like it inherently, because it is like a financial medium, like that is foregrounded, and so that foregrounding, I believe in some of the examples that we had where the museum's public collection is easily understood and transformed, like conceptually, into a financial asset, because that is the only way to verify a transaction is through cryptocurrency. So it's inevitably a financial transaction. So is that something that should be just done without proper conversation and mediation? No, but it is quite a major shift in a very short amount of time, based on based on some of the examples you gave, and also like your question, which I think I kind of understood, but maybe Mike, you have.
Yeah, I want to jump in quickly, and then I'll let Erica have a try. But I think we were literally in the room when the NFT was invented at a Rhizome 7-on-7, and it was invented with the best of intentions by Anil Dash and Kevin McCoy, artist and technologist respectively. It was invented with the best of intentions. Those intentions were to allow digital media artists to have a single copy of their work, and therefore to join the fun on the art market, right? I think it's interesting to note the changes that have happened since then. It has since, while it used the blockchain originally, in the last 8 years, it has gone from being something to help artists sort of at the sort of what we might call the lower sort of middle strata to, because it is on a fundamentally financialized sort of distributed database made for cryptocurrencies, it has very quickly gotten to the point of just being sort of a massive speculation. And so I think that's very interesting to note. And I'm actually really glad you guys brought up the quandary that museums are in, right? They know the NFT is a little scammy, but they also cannot resist not at least trying it, so. But yeah, great question. Anything else?
Just one quick question. Do you see any potential in the smart contracts, which are an essential part, so that we integrate there something like the payment for the artists? I mean, this is one of the positive effects which is often quoted. So, but is it enough, or?
Well, it's never enough. Yeah, we actually have a series of sculptures that we have made that incorporate a smart contract, and it directly relates to resale rights. So it creates, well, without getting into the work, but so there is potential in smart contracts, and it is interesting with the online marketplaces like Zora that have the default for artists that are selling NFTs, a default resale percentage. I think it's 15% that they have. So that's been progress in terms of advocating and fighting for artist resale rights. So that has been a bright spot, I guess.
Oh, by the way, those do not exist in the United States, whereas like in Europe, it's governmentally mandated for the artist to profit at some percentage in the secondary market.
All right.
Enjoy your lunch.
If no further questions, let's eat.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ich darf den nächsten Vortrag ankündigen und die nächste Vortragende vorstellen. Das ist Nicole Krekel. Sie ist wissenschaftliche Mitarbeiterin am Schwerpunkt Visuelle Kultur des Instituts für Kunstpädagogik der Goethe-Universität Frankfurt am Main. Seit Dezember 2019 promoviert sie zu dem Thema Das Kunstmuseum als Modell für Gesellschaft, die gesellschaftliche Relevanz von Kunstmuseen anhand von Best-Practice-Beispielen. Ein weiterer Forschungsschwerpunkt sind politische Bilderwelten. Ausgangspunkt hierzu bildet ihr Lehr- und Forschungsprojekt Politische Bilder lesen, ein Werkzeugkasten zur Bildanalyse mit der Soziologin und Politikwissenschaftlerin Melanie Dietz. Gemeinsam geben sie 2022 ein Essayband heraus, der zur Hälfte aus Beiträgen von Studierenden besteht, die über 2 Semester das gleichnamige Seminar besuchten. Sie schrieb zu diesem Themenspektrum den Beitrag vom Umgang mit politischen Bildwelten in Doing Research, Wissenschaftspraktiken zwischen Positionierung und Suchanfrage. Die Publikation wird 2022 erscheinen. Als Kunstvermittlerin entwickelte sie 2021 das Kunstvermittlungsprogramm für die Ausstellung Tiny Bee und veröffentlichte in diesem Rahmen die Podcast-Reihe Tiny Talks. In ihrem nun folgenden Videobeitrag beschäftigt sich Nicole Krekel mit Reproduktionen musealer Kunstwerke auf der Social-Media-Plattform TikTok und inwiefern diese durch die inhärenten Logiken und Praktiken der Plattform neu gedacht werden können. Herzlich willkommen.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu meinem Input Öffnung der Datenbank durch verlebendigte Digitalisate, museale Kunstwerke auf TikTok. Durch die Verwendung der Plattform TikTok, also eine Plattform der sozialen Medien, wird die museale Kunst unter anderem durch digitale Reproduktionen vermarktet und den, Zitat, ästhetischen Erfordernissen und Regeln einer Software, Zitat Ende, angepasst. Die meist 60-sekündigen Videos dienen in Best-Practice-Beispielen als Tools der Kunstvermittlung und die Kunstwerke darin laufen teilweise aber Gefahr, zu reinen Darstellungsoberflächen reduziert zu werden. Von diesen Gedanken ausgehend möchte ich zu Anfangs eine kurze Einführung in die Logiken der Plattform geben. Im Anschluss gehe ich dann darauf ein, auf welche Art und Weise Museen auf Reproduktionen und Objekte zurückgreifen, wenn sie TikTok-Videos erstellen. Abschließend stelle ich das von der Plattform initiierte Förderprogramm Creators for Diversity vor und erläutere, worin ich das Potenzial der musealen Nutzung der Plattform sehe. Im Nachgang meines Vortrags möchte ich mit Ihnen diskutieren, inwieweit das Gesagte Sie überzeugen konnte, dass TikTok ein Tool der Kunstvermittlung sein kann, um besonders die Generation Z für Museen und deren Inhalte zu begeistern. Die Plattform hat inzwischen über 1 Milliarde NutzerInnen, die sich durch Kurzvideos mit jedem erdenklichen Inhalt auseinandersetzen, diesen liken, teilen, aber auch weiterverarbeiten. Hier spielt besonders die musikalische Untermalung der Clips eine wichtige Rolle. Zu Anfangs waren die Videos maximal 15 Sekunden lang. Dann 3 Minuten und inzwischen können bis zu 10-minütige Videos gepostet werden. Der Erfolg der App lässt sich zum einen durch die besondere User Experience erklären und zum anderen dadurch, dass das Ziel, besonders zu Anfangs war, Informationen in kurzen Clips snackable an die Generation Z zu vermitteln. Zur User Experience. Diese ist im genauen Gleichgewicht zwischen Aktivität und Passivität. Wenn ich die App öffne, muss ich mich für kein Video entscheiden, sondern mir wird direkt eins vorgeschlagen. Sagt mir dieses nicht zu, wische ich dieses nach oben hinweg. Wenn es mir gefällt, kann ich es liken, weiterleiten, die Audiospur anklicken oder der Person folgen, die das Video gepostet hat. Das Konsumverhalten vergleicht Gregor Schmalzried, Netzexperte beim BR, mit dem Zitat Seppen auf Speed oder der Zitat aggressivsten Meditation der Welt. Zitat Ende. Einen weiteren wichtigen Aspekt spricht Markus Bösch an, Journalist, Politik- und Medienwissenschaftler und Autor des Newsletters Understanding TikTok, wenn er die User Experience mit dem Glücksspielautomatenprinzip vergleicht. Denn man wischt nicht nur weiter, wenn einem ein Video nicht gefällt, sondern auch, um weitere Videos zu sehen. Man wischt weiter und wischt und weiter und wischt und hinter jedem Wisch könnte sich ein noch besseres Video verbergen. Was lässt sich über den erfolgsbestimmenden Algorithmus sagen? Wie andere soziale Medien trackt auch TikTok das NutzerInnenverhalten. Wenn ich mir ein Video zu Ende oder mehrere Male anschaue, wertet TikTok das aus und bemerkt so, welche Inhalte interessant sind für die jeweiligen NutzerInnen. Besonders ist, ich muss keiner anderen Person folgen und kann sofort auf meiner For You-Page starten. Darauf werden mir zu Anfangs dann natürlich nur fremde Personen präsentiert und Um weitere Metaphern von Bösch aufzugreifen, so kann ich nach dem Prinzip Loving Strangers in ein Rabbit Hole aus Inhalten, Formaten und Personen eintauchen. Die Gefahr bei TikTok ist, dass unbekannte NutzerInnen ein Video posten können und deren Videos plötzlich zum Hit werden, viral gehen. Da nicht erst eine Community aufgebaut werden muss, sondern veröffentlichte Videos sofort einer kleineren, bei Erfolg einer größeren Gruppe von Menschen vorgeschlagen werden. Desinformation ist ebenso ein großes Problem, sowie der starke Eingriff des Algorithmus auf die mir präsentierten Inhalte. Eine weitere Gefahr, besonders für Jugendliche, ist das beschriebene Fallen in ein Rabbit Hole mit problematischen Inhalten wie, Zitat, Suizid, Selbstverletzung und gefährlichen Handlungen. Zitat Ende. Die meisten der aufgezählten Gefahren treffen auch auf weitere soziale Medien zu. Aber der Aspekt, jedes Video von jedem Account kann viral gehen, ist eben der große Unterschied. Aber wie funktioniert das TikTok-Narrativ? Philipp Wampfler, Dozent für Fachdidaktik Deutsch, Lehrer und Autor zu Themen rund um Digitalität und Bildung, erklärt, Zitat, zusammengefasst erzählen TikTok-Videos auf 4 Arten. Erstens, durch Rhythmus, Struktur und Inhalte aus den Musikstücken, mit denen sie unterlegt sind. Zweitens, mit Loops, innovativen Schnitttechniken und Verfahren der Verfremdung, um visuelle Effekte zu erzielen. Drittens, auf mehreren Ebenen, indem sie auf andere Videos oder Profile verweisen, sie erweitern, erklären oder kommentieren. Und viertens, interaktiv, indem sie auf Inputs und Feedback reagieren und damit Raum für weitere Interaktion schaffen. Zitat Ende. Wie Joshua Citarella in Welcome to TikTok schreibt, geht es der Generation Z weniger um FollowerInnenzahlen, sondern, Zitat, sie wollen nur Teil des zwischenmenschlichen Gewebes, der mimetischen Aktivität sein und das letzte bisschen menschlicher Verbundenheit genießen, das auf unseren kalten, datenerfassenden und psychografisch profilierenden Plattformen noch übrig ist. TikTok-Videos zu machen bedeutet, sich in die kulturelle Duettkette einzubringen. Sie schaffen Narrative der kollektiven Beteiligung. Zitat Ende. Die australische Kunst- und Kultur-TikTokerin und Video-Essayistin Mary McGillivray alias The Iconoclast schafft es formalästhetisch, eben diese TikTok-Trends zu inkorporieren und gleichsam anekdotisch kunsthistorisch Wissen einem jüngeren Publikum zugänglich zu machen. Sie greift zum Beispiel hier, wenn auch etwas klischeehaft, eine Art Genie- und Wahnsinn-Erzählung über Caravaggio auf, ordnet sie am Ende des Videos jedoch kritisch ein, wenn sie sagt, Zitat, Caravaggio made some beautiful art, but he was also incredible violent. Zitat Ende. Dieses Video wurde auf die Frage einer anderen Nutzerin veröffentlicht und bildet so eine klare Interaktion. Mimetische Aktionen, wie Citarella es nennt, wendet sie ebenso an, wenn sie Caravaggios Selbstporträt als Bacchus mit Mund und Augen versieht und zum Sprechen bzw. Singen bringt. Am Seminar der Goethe-Universität in Frankfurt erzählte ich den Studierenden von meinem Vortrag hier und fragte sie zum Einstieg, was denn die Herausforderung für sie sei bei der Rezeption altmeisterlicher Gemälde im Museum. Eine Studentin antwortete, Zitat, das hat nichts mit mir zu tun und ist für mich irgendwie langweilig. Ich finde keinen Einstieg in die Bilder. Zitat Ende. Hier hakt mein Verständnis von TikTok-Videos ein. Sie versuchen einen Einstieg in unbewegte Bildwelten durch eine bewegte Kamera, Animation, Veränderung des Gemäldestatus von Objekt zu Subjekt oder allgemein Verlebendigung zu ermöglichen. Die Verlebendigung kann bereits beginnen, indem die Tonspur das äußert, was die dargestellte, gemalte Person vermeintlich denkt.
What's one question you hate being asked?
Why don't you smile?
Good question. Why don't you smile?
I'm smiling on the inside. I feel that I have a responsibility to the fashion community.
In diesem Video bekommen wir einen kurzen Einblick in die scheinbaren Gedanken einer von Tizian dargestellten unbekannten Schönheit, die uns mitteilt, sie möge es nicht gefragt zu werden, warum sie nicht lache. Sie lache nämlich innerlich. In der Audiospur hören wir Victoria Beckham in einem Interview mit der Vogue von 2015. Und wenn ich auf die Audiospur klicke, sehe ich einige andere Videos, die diese verarbeitet haben. Das Video wird also zum einen durch die aktualisierende Audiospur verlebendigt, aber auch dadurch, dass es innerhalb TikTok durch den Ton in Verbindung zu weiteren Videos von anderen Individuen steht. Auf formaler Ebene erfolgt eine Gleichstellung der Tizian-Schönheit mit den zu sehenden anderen TikTok-CreatorInnen. In dieser Darstellung wird also das Objekt Gemälde durch die Reproduktion und Unterlegung mit einer Audiospur zum Subjekt. Beziehungsweise die dargestellte Person wird von der eingefrorenen Figur zur denkenden und handelnden, nicht lächelnden Person. Die Uffizien setzen noch auf weitere innerbildliche Veränderungen ihrer Digitalisate in Zusammenspiel mit eingängigen Songs oder aktuellen Audiospuren. Egal, ob die Preisung des Single-Lebens durch die Idee, sich selbst Blumen zu schicken oder ob Figuren durch Cutouts und Spiegelungen zu tanzen beginnen. Durch die digitale Veränderung des Gemäldes in Form der Spiegelung und dynamischen Animation des Originals kann Walter Benjamins Kritik an der Reproduktion und dem Verlust der Aura nicht mehr ganz greifen, da nun eine vorher nicht dagewesene Verlebendigung eintritt. Die ProtagonistInnen im Gemälde werden zu TänzerInnen des Clips. La primavera is feeling extra today, schreiben die Uffizien darunter. Ebenso eine Bezeichnung der Primavera als Handelnde.
Nails, hair, hips, heels, ass, fat, lips, real, purse, full, big bills, bitch, I'm a big deal. Legs, face, eye, thin, waist, thick, thigh, you, me, you, wish, new phone, who, this, pussy, give 'em cut, bitch, mama, yes, can you pop that tongue, bitch, this whole club is my runway, run, bitch, y'all, from a one, bitch, girl, what did that girl just say, girl?
Auch wenn uns das Video bei der ersten Betrachtung zum Schmunzeln bringt, so wird durch die Dynamik und gezeigten Ausschnitte der Blick auf die Körperlichkeit und vermittelte Bewegung des Originals gelenkt. Gleichsam und passend zur betonten Körperlichkeit eröffnet das Lied Nails, Hair, Hips, Heels von Todrick Hall einen Bezug zur LGBTQIA+-Community und könnte ein kritischer Hinweis auf die Öffnung des Museumsraums sein. Denn queere und schwarze Menschen, genauso wie Menschen mit Handicap, bleiben hier oft unsichtbar und treffen durch die Audiospur auf der Bildebene auf weiße, hauptsächlich weiblich gelesene, schlanke Körper. Für meine Begriffe versucht das Museum hier eine vorsichtige, Zitat, Politisierung der Kunst, Zitat Ende, vorzunehmen. Eine Formulierung, die erneut an Walter Benjamins Text das Kunstwerk im Zeitalter seiner technischen Reproduzierbarkeit denken lässt. Er schreibt hierin nicht nur von einem Wegfallen der Aura in der Reproduktion. Die Aura ist nach Benjamin an das Hier und Jetzt und das Original gebunden. Und die Rezeption von Kunstwerken kann entweder mit dem Akzent auf dem Kultwert oder auf dem Ausstellungswert geschehen. Durch die Reproduktion wird das Werk vom Kultwert entkoppelt und indem es nicht mehr um das echte Kunstwerk geht, schreibt Benjamin, Zitat, in dem Augenblick aber, da der Maßstab der Echtheit an der Kunstproduktion versagt, hat sich auch die gesamte soziale Funktion der Kunst umgewälzt. An die Stelle ihrer Fundierung aufs Ritual tritt ihre Fundierung auf eine andere Praxis, nämlich ihre Fundierung auf Politik. Zitat Ende. Und mit einem ähnlichen Gedanken schließt Benjamin seine Ausführungen. Zitat: Der Kommunismus antwortet ihm, dem Faschismus, mit der Politisierung der Kunst. Zitat Ende. Für mich ist diese Politisierung der Kunst und damit der Institution, auch wenn sie nur so vorsichtig geschieht wie im angeführten Beispiel, eine wichtige Aufgabe der öffentlichen Institutionen. Durch digitale Vermittlung wird dieser Teil des öffentlichen Diskurses und positioniert sich, wenn auch nur im kleinsten möglichen Format auf meinem Smartphone, gegen Diskriminierung. Hier werfe ich aber meine Gedanken mit denen Benjamins durcheinander. Denn Benjamin meint vielmehr eine, so beschreibt es Martin Ritter, in die Unmittelbarkeit des Mediums zur Aktualität der Medienphilosophie Walter Benjamins. Er meint, Zitat, Demokratisierung der Kunst im Sinne ihrer Zugänglichkeit für alle, in Klammer die gesamte Polis, und um die Betonung ihrer gesellschaftlichen Relevanz. Daraus folgt nicht, dass Kunst ein bloßes Instrument zur Realisierung gegebener Ziele zu sein hat. Zitat Ende. Benjamin versucht in seinem Essay, Zitat, die gesellschaftliche Bedeutung der Künste neu zu bestimmen. Zitat Ende. Aber utopisch gedacht. Vielleicht kann es digitale Vermittlung durch eine ideale Inszenierung ja schaffen, dass die Kunst für mehr Personen interessant und so zugänglich wird. Mir geht es in meinem Input darum, aufzuzeigen, was auf der Plattform bereits passiert, um in einem nächsten Schritt vielleicht gemeinsam in der Diskussion dem Potenzial einer Social-Media-Plattform für die gesellschaftliche Bedeutung der Künste für eine jüngere Generation nachzugehen. Wenn Benjamin über die Reproduktion schreibt, so geht es ihm meist um ein Defizit gegenüber einem Original. Die Reproduktion oder Kopie kann nie an das Original heranreichen. Er schreibt, Zitat, der gesamte Bereich der Echtheit entzieht sich der technischen und natürlich nicht nur der technischen Reproduzierbarkeit. Zitat Ende. Die Echtheit bekommt durch das verlebendigte Digitalisat, das eine Stimme hat, einen spannenden Kontrahenten. Die Subjektwerdung durch die Verlebendigung in und mit der Reproduktion ist für mich hier der spannendste Punkt. Und dazu braucht es eben auch Musik oder Text. Natürlich ist hier viel Luft nach oben, wie das Museum seine, bei den angeführten Beispielen, weiße eurozentristische Perspektive aufbrechen und zum Beispiel unterrepräsentierte Menschen zu Wort kommen lassen kann. Dies hätte natürlich nur Gewicht, wenn sich auch an den musealen Strukturen in den jeweiligen Häusern etwas ändern würde. Aber zurück zur Herangehensweise der Verlebendigung. Denn weiter gehen Videos, in denen Figuren zum Sprechen gebracht werden mit bewegten Mündern. Ein nicht museales Beispiel hatten wir bereits durch den sprechenden Bacchus von The Iconoclast. Die Uffizien bringen ihre Reproduktion entweder durch das Auseinanderschneiden und neue Zusammenfügen verschiedener Elemente zum Sprechen oder durch die Animation eines Mundes auf bzw. in die Figur. Es handelt sich hier um einen Snapchat-Filter, das heißt, das Video wird über eine andere Plattform aufgenommen und bearbeitet und dann auf TikTok hochgeladen. Das Rijksmuseum geht auf seinem TikTok-Kanal formal ästhetisch andere Wege, ist aber ebenso gewillt, altmeisterliche Gemälde durch TikTok-Clips zu aktualisieren. Zum Beispiel durch Burgerbilder bzw. Lebensmittelfotografie. Eine kurze Fußnote: dieser Content, auf den ich jetzt eingehe, ist aus der Serie Is This Art und ist ursprünglich nicht für TikTok entstanden. How McDonald's is using art principles to sell their food, lautet der Titel des Videos. Hier haben wir es nun mit einem Erklärvideo zu tun, das unter anderem mit dem Hashtag #LearnOnTikTok versehen wurde. Die Fotografie des Burgers wird durch die Nennung einzelner Komponenten sowie veränderte Bildausschnitte beschrieben. Ein Kameraklicken unterlegt diesen Prozess gemeinsam mit einem leichten Flickern auf der Bildebene. Das Zusammenspiel mag an Diaprojektoren erinnern. Nach etwas mehr als der Hälfte der Videolaufzeit wird der Bezug zur Genremalerei sowie dem Stillleben des 17. Jahrhunderts gezogen. Bildausschnitte werden gezeigt und die Verführung zum Kauf eines Burgers mit der damaligen Verführung zum Kauf eines Gemäldes verglichen. Zum Schluss wird die Frage gestellt, ob die Burgerfotografie somit als Kunst definiert werden könne. In ähnlicher Manier werden in einem anderen Video des Rijksmuseum Reality-TV wie die Kardashians mit einem weiteren Genre des 17. Jahrhunderts verglichen, sie nennen es Daily Life Paintings. We want to watch other people, so der verbindende Slogan. Dieser Aspekt passt zu dem von Markus Bösch angeführten TikTok-Prinzip des Watching Strangers. Die Ausschnitte der digitalisierten Gemälde werden in einem schnellen Wechsel gezeigt. Jeder Ausschnitt bleibt zwischen 1 und 5 Sekunden stehen, was klar macht, dass es nur um das exemplarische Aufzeigen einzelner Formen, Menschen oder Objekte geht. Hier greift in Teilen die Kritik, dass die Reproduktion zu reiner Darstellungsfläche wird. Bezüge zu unserer Gegenwart finden durch Bewegtbild statt und bleiben so in Opposition zu den unbewegten Digitalisaten. Strukturell beginnt bei den genannten Beispielen jedoch eine Verlebendigung der Digitalisate, da sie nicht in einer Blase verharren und historisch kontextualisiert werden, sondern mit Alltagskultur und der gegenwärtigen visuellen Kultur in einzelnen Aspekten der Gemälde verglichen werden. Auch wenn die digitalisierten Reproduktionen so scheinbar vielleicht abgewertet und Teil der massenmedialen Kommunikation werden sie gleichsam aktualisiert und erhalten gegenwärtige Relevanz. Wer auf unterhaltsame Weise historische Einordnungen bestimmter Themenfelder und gleichsame Vergegenwärtigung durch die Hinzunahme von digitalen Reproduktionen vollzieht und gleichzeitig in den Kommentaren in Interaktion mit den FollowerInnen tritt, ist die National Gallery in London. Hier wird der Erzähler oder Vermittler für 2 Sekunden selbst in das Gemälde geschnitten und blickt zu Anfangs verwundert in den gemalten Himmel und fragt die BetrachterInnen, ob ihnen auch schon aufgefallen sei, dass es einige graue Himmel auf Gemälden der National Gallery gäbe. Die Ausschnitte der Gemälde werden erneut nahezu unbewegt präsentiert. Aber die Verlebendigung geschieht zum einen durch die Zusammenschnitte des Sprechenden mit dem hintergründigen Gemälde, aber ebenso mit dem Auftrag an die BetrachterInnen, nach weiteren grauen Firmamenten Ausschau zu halten. Im nächsten Video, ebenso von der National Gallery, werden die Gemälde erneut in Bezug auf die Farbe untersucht. Nun auf die Farbe von Kleidung. Die These des Videos: Die Zuordnung von rosa oder blau zu bestimmten geschlechterspezifischen Eigenschaften war im Laufe der Geschichte nicht immer gleich und wird somit als klare Konstruktion enttarnt. Eine leichte Veränderung des Ausschnitts sowie ein schneller Zoom auf ein Gemälde der Jungfrau Maria geben dem Video einen besseren Pace, eine interessantere Dynamik. Ein Schwenk von links nach rechts über ein Historiengemälde, gefolgt von weiteren unbewegten Bildausschnitten, zeigt die Varianz der roten oder rosa Kleidung in der Darstellung von männlich gelesenen Personen. Auch auf der Tonebene werden durch Gender-Klischee-Sounds die Wahrnehmungen von Geschlecht unterstützt. Bei Maria hören wir einen kirchlich weichen Gesang und kurz vor der Nennung des Wortes masculine hören wir Schwerter klirren. Die Gender-Klischees, die auf der Bild- und SprecherInnen-Ebene dekonstruiert werden, sind auf der Audioebene noch ganz da. Das Video gibt dem historischen Gemäldeinhalt eine neue soziale Funktion. Über heteronormative Geschlechterdarstellungen, zum Beispiel in den sozialen Medien, aber auch in der Kunst, nachzudenken. Die mediale und demokratische Öffnung des Museumsraums für TikTok-NutzerInnen spielt hier eine wichtige Rolle. Fraglich bleibt jedoch die Stellung der Kunst. So scheint sie hier nur stellvertretend für bestimmte Themen herangezogen zu werden. Für die National Gallery hat die Politisierung ihres Gemäldes durch ein TikTok-Video funktioniert. Es erhielt 11.000 Likes und 290 Kommentare. Die Verlebendigung der Gemälde beginnt also durch Kontextualisierung mit gegenwärtigen Themen durch SprecherInnen, die im besten Fall noch Identifikationsfläche bieten. Hier greift jedoch Benjamins Kritik, da die Reproduktion als Hintergrund in einem Video in keinem Fall einem Gemälde gerecht werden kann. Sobald jedoch eine Person in den Bildraum geschnitten wird, durch das Hineinversetzen in das Bild entsteht ein visueller Mehrwert, der durch die reine sprachliche Vermittlung oder durch eine Ansicht des Originals kaum entstehen könnte. Ein TikTok-Video hat natürlich nicht den Anspruch, an die Stelle des Kunstwerks zu treten oder dieses zu ersetzen. Aber indem es in der digitalen Bearbeitung des Bildes in das Bild geht, entsteht etwas Neues. Das räumliche, aber vorsichtige Betreten des Bildraumes wird auf die Spitze getrieben, wenn innerbildliche Veränderungen der Reproduktion das Objekt zum sprechenden Subjekt werden lassen. Aber wie sieht es denn sonst aus mit TikTok und Museen? Die Zusammenarbeit von TikTok und Museen beginnt weitaus früher und findet in unterschiedlichen Formaten statt. Markus Bösch geht in seinem bereits erwähnten Newsletter Understanding TikTok immer wieder auf das Verhältnis von Museen und TikTok ein. Er verweist darauf, dass bereits im Mai 2018 TikTok den ersten globalen und live stattfindenden Museumsmarathon hostete, auf dem TikTok for Good Account. Es wurden Live-Sessions mit 23 Museen veranstaltet. Aus Deutschland machten das Museum für Naturkunde Berlin mit. Es gab aber viele weitere renommierte Institutionen, wie das bereits erwähnte Rijksmuseum, das Musée d'Orsay, das Met, die Uffizien und viele mehr. Laut Bösch war das Feedback teilweise gut, teilweise durchwachsen und nur wenige Museen inkorporierten typische TikTok-Narrative. Das kritische Potenzial, das von der Generation Z ausgeht, darf nicht unterschätzt werden. Und dieses ist sicher ein Grund, warum TikTok die finanzstarke Initiative #Creators for Diversity startete, um mehr kulturelle Institutionen für TikTok zu begeistern. Diese Idee ging von der Plattform selbst aus. Unter dem #Creators for Diversity wurden 47 Institutionen ausgewählt, die mit insgesamt 5 Millionen Euro gefördert wurden. In der Pressemitteilung dazu hieß es, Zitat, die ausgewählten CreatorInnen erhalten sowohl finanzielle als auch redaktionelle und inhaltliche Unterstützung. Über das Förderprogramm Creators for Diversity öffnet TikTok gemeinsam mit dem Better Place Lab vielfältigen Projekten die Tür zu neuen digitalen Welten. Neben den Fördergeldern erhalten die Institutionen sowohl individuelle Diversity Coachings als auch Unterstützung beim Erstellen von Inhalten für TikTok. Zitat Ende. TikTok definiert diese Finanzspritze als Hilfeleistung für den Kulturbetrieb, der sich im April 2021 mit vielen Corona-Regelungen auseinandersetzen musste. Geförderte Kunstinstitutionen waren unter anderem das ZKM Karlsruhe, die staatlichen Kunstsammlungen Dresden, die Kunsthalle Bremen, das NRW-Forum, die Königgalerie, die Kunsthalle München oder das Studio Olafur Eliasson. Weitere Museen sind Museum für Kommunikation in Berlin, das Müllmuseum und die Freunde des Altonaer Museums e.V. Auch wenn diese Initiative von einigen Institutionen spannend umgesetzt wurde, stimme ich Jan Grünwald zu, der schreibt, dass es dennoch zu einer Diskrepanz aus vermeintlich aufgeklärtem Kulturraum komme, der progressive Werte vertrete, während er gleichsam ökonomisch wenig selbstkritisch vorgehe und oft Machtverhältnisse eher reproduziere, als sie aufbreche. Er beschreibt weiter treffend, dass die Förderung an Diversität und Inklusion gekoppelt sei und somit aktuelle relevante Themenfelder in den Vordergrund stelle. Wenig passe dies allerdings zur sonstigen Firmenpolitik der Konzerne um TikTok. Abschließend möchte ich Ihnen noch einige Videos des ZKM zeigen, das durch junge Menschen die Ausstellungsinhalte spannend kontextualisiert, besonders MuseumsmitarbeiterInnen zum Schmunzeln bringt und die TikTok-Arbeit demokratisiert. Auch wenn zur genannten Initiative nur eine Stelle gehörte, sehen wir doch ganz unterschiedliche Gesichter auf dem Kanal. Durch die Zusammenarbeit mit der Trans-Influencerin Gazelle oder der bereits erwähnten Mary McGillivray, der Iconoclast, demokratisiert das ZKM den Vermittlungsprozess über TikTok und bezieht erfahrene CreatorInnen der Plattform mit ein. Andere Häuser arbeiten zum Beispiel mit Schulklassen. Mein Ziel war es zu zeigen, dass die Vermittlungsarbeit über TikTok das Potenzial in sich birgt, junge Menschen für kunsthistorische Themen zu begeistern. Jedoch merkt man vielen Videos an, dass sich die Häuser kaum mit den Logiken der Plattform auseinandersetzen und zum Teil YouTube-Videos, Audioguides oder sonstige Medien verwenden, um TikTok-Videos zu generieren. Dennoch ist die museale Präsentation auf TikTok nicht in ihrer Gänze zu verstehen, wenn man, Zitat, das Museum als Klassenclown, Zitat Ende, abtut. Des Weiteren sollten Projekte wie Creators for Diversity ausgebaut werden und nicht nur eine 6-monatige TikTok-Stelle an einem Museum finanzieren. Diese Zeit ist für die schwerfällige Institution zu kurz, um nachhaltige Arbeitsstrukturen zu implementieren. Zukünftig wünsche ich mir, dass durch die Social-Media-Vermittlung Lücken in der Sammlung aufgezeigt und kommentiert werden. Für meine Begriffe hat TikTok das Potenzial, ein kritisches Tool der Kunstvermittlung zu werden. Der Museumsraum muss sich öffnen, demokratischer gestaltet werden. Und hierzu können auch verlebendigte Digitalisate beitragen. Vielen Dank. Ich weiß nicht, können Sie mich schon hören? Okay, dann möchte ich einen kurzen Kommentar noch nachschieben zur Erklärung. Ich habe versucht, aus TikTok-NutzerInnen und VermittlerInnen-Perspektive diesen Vortrag zu schreiben und vor allem eben mich auf das Potenzial zu konzentrieren. Aber das meint natürlich nicht, dass die kritischen Debatten um die Plattform selbst außer Acht gelassen werden sollen. Und ich finde auch sehr wichtig, und wir haben heute schon ganz viele kritische Perspektiven gehört, und ich möchte mich bei meinen Vorrednerinnen bedanken dafür, ja, dass man das, glaube ich, fruchtbar zusammendenken kann und muss. Aber jetzt freue ich mich auf Fragen. Ich sehe mich selber, aber wahrscheinlich höre ich gleich jemand anders. Ah, jetzt ja. Okay.
Jetzt? Ja. Im Publikum gibt es schon Fragen, sonst würde ich anfangen. Und zwar gerade vielleicht auch dieses kritische Potenzial, oder wir haben ja ganz viele Videos auch gesehen, und inwiefern welche Themen aufgegriffen werden. Also zum Beispiel dieses National Gallery Beispiel mit dem, das war ja wirklich eher wie so ein Vermittlungsfilm, der irgendwie doch ein bisschen anders funktioniert, aber sehr viele Elemente hat, die man schon kennt. Und dann eben so Challenges oder andere Inhalte. Und hat TikTok irgendwie mit diesen Funktionen und Logiken das Potenzial, wirklich dem Museum irgendwie unterstützen zu helfen? Oder funktioniert das deswegen nicht? Oder wo besteht so ein bisschen das Problem, warum das oft nicht so gut funktioniert?
Danke für die Frage. Auch da noch mal kurz zu den gezeigten Videos. Da ich nicht wusste, wie viele Menschen unter den Zuhörenden sind, die sich irgendwie schon mal auf der Plattform bewegt haben, habe ich versucht, meine vor allem anfängliche Überforderung irgendwie auch auf einer bildlichen Ebene mit reinzunehmen, weil dieses Öffnen der App und sofort bewegt sich was. Und diese Bewegung, die hört nicht auf. Also die ganze Zeit ist diese Bewegung da. Ja, die habe ich in den Vortrag eben übersetzt. Genau, und zu der Frage, ich glaube, das eine ist eben, dass TikTok und also ganz viele CreatorInnen, wie sie ja auf TikTok genannt wird, verfolgen ganz andere Ziele wie kulturelle Bildung oder Vermittlung. Das heißt, das ist eine neue Nische, die durch die Museen, die auf die Plattform ja quasi gezogen wurden von TikTok. Also TikTok will, dass Institutionen vertreten sind, und ob es funktioniert, wird sich zeigen. Aber ich glaube, dass TikTok in so einem Veränderungsprozess ist, weil es eben anfing mit rein Tanzvideos und Synchronisierung von bestehenden Audiospuren, und inzwischen kann man von Steuertipps über sehr viel Hundetraining, wie ihr oder sie in meinem privaten Stream gesehen habt. Es gibt einfach inzwischen jedes Thema vertreten, und das ist für mich der Grund, warum es auch gut und richtig ist, dass Museen ein Teil der Plattform werden. Aber mir ist schon die Auseinandersetzung in den Videos und auch mit der Plattform selber noch nicht kritisch genug. Also es gibt CreatorInnen, die zum Beispiel auch den Standort China, politische Entscheidungen, die in China getroffen werden, in TikTok-Videos hinterfragen. Und ich fände, das müsste auch zu einer institutionellen Arbeit mit TikTok dazugehören. Also dass man das Medium auch kritisch hinterfragt und noch rennen die Institutionen so ein bisschen hinterher und sind so, ja, ja, wir sind auch dabei.
Ich musste auch bei dem Vortrag relativ schnell an Memes denken. Und da vielleicht den Bezug, weil da habe ich das Gefühl, oft ist es kritischer oder ist ein kritischeres Potenzial, auch weil eben nicht nur kulturelle Institutionen die machen oder gerade nicht. Und auch wer das eben hochlädt, das hat man ja dann auch schon den Unterschied gesehen. Also bei Museen war es dann doch irgendwie manchmal unbeholfen. Und wie da vielleicht der Bezug auch besteht, dieses Mimetische.
Also wie die Gen Z auch oft kommentiert bei den Museumsvideos ist, viele sind Grinch, also irgendwie auch unangenehm. Und dieses mimetische Moment, also das habe ich vor allem in der Arbeit, also wenn es junge TikTokerInnen sind, die irgendwie am Museum arbeiten oder vom Museum irgendwie mit reingeholt werden, dann ist es sehr, sehr ähnlich. Also also das meint ja vor allem ein kritischer Umgang mit den Bildwelten, aber auf eine humorvolle Art und Weise. Und ich glaube, die Uffizien, die versuchen das in bestimmten Teilen, aber warum das oft nicht funktioniert, ist, glaube ich, auch einfach eine Generationsfrage und auch wenn ich als Kunsthistorikerin mit einem unglaublichen Respekt auch vor den Bilderwelten und mit einer Freude am Original dann diese witzigen, snackable TikTok-Videos machen soll, dann ist ja das schon in meinem Berufsdenken irgendwie ein Widerspruch. Und ich hatte das Gefühl, dass es an den Stellen eben auch so ein bisschen kritischer funktioniert, wo andere Menschen, andere Perspektiven mit reingeholt werden, wie zum Beispiel Gazelle. Aber die und auch viele andere werden dann wieder von KunstkritikerInnen total zerrissen, weil eben gesagt wird, diese Vermittlung hätte kein Niveau mehr.
Gibt es im Publikum schon Fragen? Sonst würde ich weitermachen. Gerade auch zu diesem Förderung, also diese eigenen Initiativen von TikTok, gibt es dazu Alternativen? Weil es ist ja, also wie bei Google Arts and Culture, ja auch diese Problematik und bei TikTok scheinbar noch viel gezielter und forcierter, dass man eben Content bekommt.
Also Alternativen in dem Sinne, was Museen sonst tun könnten, oder?
Ja, wie sie sich das auch finanzieren können oder ob es da irgendwie...
Also in der Höhe weiß ich von keiner Förderung, und auch in der Masse an Menschen, die erreicht werden. Also weil diese 1 Milliarde NutzerInnen, natürlich erreiche ich auch ein ganz anderes Publikum, wenn ich irgendwie ein spannendes Digitorial verfasse, wo es vielleicht inhaltlich viel tiefer geht und auch der Bildungsansatz viel, viel höher ist, oder wenn Museen mit eigenen Plattformen arbeiten. Aber trotzdem bleibt es ja dann oft in der Blase der Menschen, die sich eben für die Institution bereits interessieren oder und bei der Plattform TikTok ist es, glaube ich, schon so, dass man versucht, neue BesucherInnen, vor allem der jungen Generation, irgendwie anzusprechen, aber oft eben noch auf eine unbeholfene Art.
Ja. Es gibt Fragen.
Ja. Ich wollte nur fragen, ob es von Seiten der Institutionen schon Feedback oder Zahlen gibt, inwieweit diese Social Media Outreach-Versuche erfolgreich sind.
Danke für die Frage erstmal. Von den Institutionen selbst habe ich bisher noch nichts gefunden. Ich habe es eher versucht, an den Kommentaren und an der Interaktion festzumachen, weil das ist ja auch was TikTok bestimmt und was ich mit dem Begriff von diesem Einflechten in so einen Austausch durch den Bezug auf Zitarella versucht habe klarzumachen. Und dieser Austausch, also wenn man zum Beispiel den Kanal vom Kulturhistorischen Museum in Wien Kunsthistorischen in Wien anguckt, dann ist der noch sehr, sehr gering und viele Beiträge haben, auch wenn sie formal ästhetisch zu anderen Kanälen passen, haben sie zum Teil nur 5 Kommentare und auch wenige Likes. Und ich glaube, dass man durch die Kommentare und Likes, also auch wenn dann zum Beispiel dieses National Gallery Video, das wurde auch inhaltlich total kritisiert, was ich gut finde. Also da hat dann auch so eine fachliche Auseinandersetzung stattgefunden. Aber wie erfolgreich der Outreach ist, das weiß ich leider nicht. Also beziehungsweise ich habe es eben an den Kommentaren und der Auseinandersetzung mit den Videos versucht festzumachen.
Ja, vielen Dank für das Video. Das ist irgendwie voll cool produziert, weil sowas beeindruckt mich dann immer irgendwie. Und mir ist die Plattform halt irgendwie ziemlich fremd. Aber deswegen fand ich es voll spannend, diese Eindrücke zu bekommen. Mein Interesse war so ein bisschen das kritische Potenzial, dass man eben auch Kunstgeschichte anders erzählen kann. Und jetzt irgendwie dieses Potenzial sozusagen. Ich fand es irgendwie gut, dass du sagst, da lass uns mal von den positiven Sachen reden und nicht immer nur, dass es halt blöd ist und das, was wir eh alles kennen. Und das fand ich irgendwie voll fein, aber jetzt eben auch gerade, was du gesagt hast mit diesem Tate und dem Video und die Kritik und sozusagen die Diskussion, die sich in den Kommentaren ergeben hat, war dann für mich auch so eine Frage, inwieweit wird die dann noch moderiert? Also geht dann das Museum auf Kritik ein oder ist es dann so, das blenden sie alles aus und sie sind dann so, wir haben unser Statement mit dem Video gesetzt und die Diskussion wird nicht mehr weitergeführt und es ist wurscht, was passiert? Und inwieweit gibt es sozusagen innerhalb der Museen da auch Potenzial, dass sozusagen nicht nur so die kuratorische Schiene überall erkennbar ist, sondern halt auch mehrere Stimmen gleichzeitig irgendwie so auch ein Museum vertreten können. Also was da so deine Einschätzungen sind, das fand ich auch sehr spannend. Danke.
Danke für die schöne Frage. Ich habe das als extrem unterschiedlich erlebt. Also deswegen habe ich die National Gallery als Beispiel irgendwie hervorgehoben, weil da gab es einige Videos, nicht in allen, aber weil, wenn ich es jetzt in der Zahl festmachen müsste, vielleicht so 20% der Videos, da wurde der Austausch moderiert. Wo das total schön gemacht wird, ist das ZKM in Karlsruhe. Also, aber es ist ja auch das Zentrum für Kunst und betreiben, auf eine andere Art und Weise vielleicht auseinander. Aber wenn man es jetzt zum Beispiel mit der TikTokerin vergleicht, die ich auch vorgestellt hatte, The Iconoclast, das ist ganz anders. Also da ist es wirklich, da wird was kommentiert, sie antwortet darauf und sagt eben dann, ja, ich mache da vielleicht nächste Woche einfach ein eigenes Video dazu und dann scrollt man irgendwie 2-mal nach oben und dann ist da dieses Video. Und dann, also die versteht die Plattform und die versteht auch das Potenzial des Austauschs mit anderen TikTokerInnen. Und das ist ein großes Defizit, was es die Museen noch haben. Und ich glaube, das hat total viel damit zu tun, loszulassen. Also die eigenen Narrative auch ein bisschen zu öffnen und einen wirklichen Austausch. Also das hatten wir auch gestern bei dem spannenden Vortrag, wenn es irgendwie um die Zusammenarbeit mit Schulklassen und eben die Öffnung des eigenen Narrativs geht, wie schwer sich da viele Institutionen tun, das dann auch nachhaltig irgendwie aufzunehmen. Also ja, ich würde vielleicht sagen, wenn es jetzt so alle Sachen, die ich mir angeguckt habe, was unglaublich viele Videos waren, vielleicht werden 10% gerade moderiert und sonst wird es wirklich rausgehauen und das war's.
Danke. Ich habe eine Frage, also eine Beobachtung, die ich sehr spannend fand, ist sozusagen, dass ich die Bewegung der Plattform sozusagen in diesen sozusagen sich mit Kunst beschäftigenden Videos immer sozusagen die Bewegung in eine Verlebendigung des Kunstwerks übergeht. Also und ich frage mich tatsächlich, also 2 Dinge vielleicht. Also einmal, inwiefern kann man hier auch, weil wir das gestern so schön bei Stereoskopie und VR hatten, historische Vorläufer finden mit im 18. Jahrhundert Tableau vivant, also auch sozusagen eine Verlebendigung. Und daran angekoppelt aber die Frage, inwiefern sozusagen diese Vorstellung, dass das Unbewegte bewegt sein muss, um sozusagen realistisch zu sein, sozusagen also dieses Verabsolutieren einer Mimesis, letztlich vielleicht ein recht konservativer Gedanke und Herangehenspunkt ist sozusagen über Kunst auch zu sprechen und nachzudenken, also inwiefern das dann eben sozusagen auch anschließend eben vielleicht eben, also obwohl sozusagen natürlich die Dynamik über Montage zum Beispiel funktioniert, dass eben keine politische Montage ist, wie wir sie von Eisenstein kennen oder also was wir sozusagen jetzt das ist jetzt natürlich eine sehr kunsthistorische oder filmwissenschaftliche Perspektive, die ich da drauf lege und geht jetzt erstmal nicht darum, ob das sozusagen dazu führt, dass sich irgendjemand dann irgendein Bild anguckt, sondern tatsächlich sozusagen in der Logik dieses Mediums, also wie sozusagen, also ich finde das sehr interessant, weil ich mich wirklich frage, ist das nicht eigentlich ein sehr konservativer Effekt, der da eigentlich passiert, interessanterweise. Oder vielleicht auch nicht. Also ich habe mich tatsächlich nicht mit diesen Videos beschäftigt, aber genau, danke.
Ja, danke für die Frage. Also die historischen Wurzeln, da wurde jetzt ja gerade selber schon wunderbar beantwortet. Das würde ich auch so sehen, dass die da liegen könnten. Ich glaube nur, dass das, was jetzt gerade als realistisch bezeichnet wurde, ich finde, es gibt schon deutliche Brüche. Also Mund und Augen werden in den allerwenigsten Fällen ja irgendwie akkurat ins Bild gesetzt, sondern diese Verlebendigung, die findet ja auch so ein bisschen auf so eine trashige Art statt. Und das ist, glaube ich, auch sehr gewollt. Aber da noch auch ein Einschub, also die Verlebendigung von diesen Bildern, das ist nur ein relativ kleiner Teil, außer bei den Offizien, da ist es fast der ganze Kanal, zu sonstigen Inhalten, die Museen irgendwie teilen. Also es gibt unglaublich viele Guided Tours oder eben eigentlich Formate, die ich viel eher auf der Plattform YouTube sehen würde. Genau, aber um auf die Frage zurückzukommen, ich weiß nicht, ob ich sagen kann, dass es konservativ ist oder eben nicht. Ich würde sagen, das hängt total vom Referenzrahmen ab, den die Audiospur eröffnet. Weil wenn es irgendwie Todd Recall ist und dadurch eben Bezüge zu seinen aktivistischen Aussagen zum Teil der queeren Community irgendwie stattfindet, dann ist es natürlich eine ganz andere Ebene, die eröffnet wird und man hat vielleicht auch das Musikvideo von Todd Recall, also von dem Video im Kopf und fängt an auch zu vergleichen und auf einmal ist es ein ganz anderer Modus, wie wenn bei den Offizien gibt es klassische italienische Lieder, die dann von den Figuren gesungen werden und ich habe zwar keine italienischen Wurzeln, aber trotzdem wirken die Videos dann, da würde ich zustimmen, die wirken zum Teil konservativer. Aber für mich hängt es von der Audiospur, glaube ich, ab.
Dankeschön. Ich sehe im Publikum keine Fragen mehr, aber ich hätte noch eine, ob es so eine Tendenz gibt, was erfolgreich ist. Also auch, weil viele der Werke, die wir irgendwie gesehen haben, oder Teile davon, die viele Klicks hatten oder viele Likes, waren ja schon so ähnlich wie diese Blockbuster-Ausstellung Van Gogh. Und also ob es da auch einfach so eine Tendenz gibt, wir benutzen die, dann kriegen wir viel Likes und so funktioniert das dann, oder?
Ich konnte überhaupt nicht verstehen, was erfolgreich ist und was nicht. Also es ist auf jeden Fall nicht das, was ich als richtig empfinde. Das habe ich in der Recherche gemerkt, also wo ich irgendwie denke, ja, das passt zu den Logiken der Plattform. Das ist es nicht alleine. Und ich glaube, warum es das nicht alleine ist, hat viel mit dem Algorithmus zu tun und dass ja nicht offengelegt wird von TikTok in der Gänze, wie der funktioniert. Und dass dadurch die Videos ja auch immer ganz unterschiedlichen Personen vorgeschlagen werden. Also das ZKM macht zum Beispiel ganz ähnliche, also vom Narrativ her machen die ähnliche Sachen wie, es gab einige Videos von der National Gallery, einfach so von dem formalästhetischen, aber auch von dem Humor vielleicht. Und die einen Videos von dieser großen Institution waren eben viel erfolgreicher. Also da weiß ich auch nicht, weil diese diese Initiative #Creators for Diversity, ich bin davon überzeugt, dass TikTok die Partnerinstitutionen auch algorithmisch gepusht hat. Aber es hat trotzdem zu komplett unterschiedlichen Zahlen geführt. Und ja, deswegen das Einzige, wo ich vielleicht denke, das könnte sein, dieses mimetische Potenzial. Also wenn Videos, also es gibt viele amerikanische historische Museen, man hat auch in einem Video so eine Druckerpresse gesehen und wo dann verschiedene, ich weiß nicht, wie ich es anders nennen soll, verschiedene Urgesteine von Museumsmitarbeitenden, die so über 70, zum Teil über 80 sind, die stellen ihre Perspektive vor und es wird dann durch einen spannenden Schnitt irgendwie in Szene gesetzt. Und diese Videos, die so ein mimetisches Potenzial und auch so ein bisschen, wo es irgendwie so einen Bruch auch gibt von der Person, die spricht und von dem Medium, das eigentlich genutzt wird, da hatte ich das Gefühl, dass das als interessant empfunden wird. Vielleicht auch, weil es halt wieder eine neue Nische ist. Dankeschön.
Wir haben noch 2 Fragen.
Ich wollte nur ganz kurz kommentieren. Ich fand es also auch alles sehr interessant. Das Medium, die Art und Weise des Zusammenschneidens, aber eigentlich noch interessanter für mich und viel spannender war der Vortrag an sich. Also das als eine Art Vortragsformat im wissenschaftlichen Denken und Handeln. Und ich wollte dich fragen, hat deine Immersion in dieses Medium, deine Arbeitsweise, dein Hineinschauen in diese Zusammenschnitte und Bewegungen, hat es eine Art Rückflusseffekt auch vielleicht auf dein Denken, auf deine Perzeption? Gibt es da eine Verlebendigung des Gedankenprozesses oder deiner Person? Gibt da eine interaktive Dynamik? Ich sah so ein bisschen so aus. Ich wollte dich fragen, es würde mich interessieren. Dankeschön.
Danke für die Frage. Also ich muss sagen, ich versuche immer, wenn ich das Glück habe, einen Input zu geben oder einen Vortrag zu
Man hört dich gerade nicht.
Mein Mikro ist an.
Jetzt, ich glaube,
Jetzt?
ja, nochmal den Anfang wiederholen.
Okay, gerne. Entschuldigung. Also hat man das mit den Vortragsweisen, mit dem hybriden Raum gehört?
Nein, leider nicht.
Okay, macht nichts. Ich sage es gerne nochmal. Also für mich gehört immer das Thema und die Form des Vortrags ganz eng zusammen. Und wenn ich eingeladen werde, zu einer bestimmten Idee einen Input zu geben, dann versuche ich immer ein neues Format zu entwickeln. Und bei TikTok war es meine persönliche Erfahrung mit diesem Medium, das mir sehr oft das Gefühl gegeben hat, alt zu sein und aber auch diese ständige Bewegung und dieses Rabbit Hole, das ich auch, glaube ich, mehrmals erwähnt habe. Und wenn es dann für mich so prägende Elemente gibt, dann versuche ich die in die Präsentationsform zu überführen. Und was dadurch aber passiert, ist, dass man unglaublich kritisch wird mit dem eigenen Vortrag, weil man ihn viel öfter anhören muss, wie wenn man ihn liest und dann eben, weiß ich nicht, 4-mal durchliest und final präsentiert oder so. Also ich glaube, der Nachklang oder so von der eigenen Arbeit und auch, also ich habe jetzt so ein DIN A4-Blatt mit Fragen und Kritik an meinem eigenen Vortrag, was ich inhaltlich vielleicht auch das nächste Mal anders machen würde. Ich glaube, das ist für mich der größte Unterschied, dass ein Vortrag weniger abgeschlossen ist, wie wenn ich ihn im Realraum einmal halte.
Und wir haben jetzt noch eine letzte Frage.
Hi, can you hear me? Oh, I can hear myself. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask this in English. I'm wondering about your, like the scholarship that you do, which is of content that's very recent, and the producers themselves kind of acknowledge that there's an affinity for kind of a trashy aesthetic, right? And part of that intellectually probably is that there is no expectation that this is anything more than trash in terms of like its temporality. It will just be thrown out and discarded. And when that kind of like productive, like circular, that circular productivity happens, but it interfaces with institutions that are in some ways, in many ways, designed to conserve, store, and protect. I mean, our very first talk yesterday was about conserving things that fall outside of like typical processes of archiving, right? So I'm wondering, like, is there a mechanism for storing this? I mean, I think about that myself with like, if you're dealing with kind of new technology or new outputs, particularly if they're on platforms, there is no mechanism, there is no way that all of this content production becomes filtered and stored in like a qualitative way, because you are doing work that sort of is making an assessment and qualitative judgment on the purpose of this kind of production, right? So I'm wondering if that is something you've thought about. Obviously, you have, but also like, is there just like an answer that you've set for yourself along those lines?
Thanks for the question. For me, it was very difficult that the platform is changing so rapidly. For example, in February, TikTok said that there will be now 10-minute videos or clips because there is content which needs the length. And for me, 10 minutes in the TikTok universe are like 1 million years. I don't know. So that will change the platform, in my opinion, a lot. That they try to be a opponent to YouTube, for example. But that's what I thought about a lot. And the problem is when I work with the platform, I always like the videos. I wanted to show you guys, and several videos. When I started my research, I had to start over again and again and again, because a lot of institutions are posting their videos on a daily basis. So the complete face of each museum in or on TikTok does change every day, and with every person who does it. And I don't know about the storage. I haven't thought so much because I tried to grab the moment. But I think it's a very important question, because it fits with some thoughts I had on why is there no literature or no scientific, thinking about the platform that I could use. There is so little, and there was there were a lot of press articles which were saying that we shouldn't use TikTok, museums shouldn't use TikTok, that's not working. And for me, that was not enough. So I wanted to have a closer look, but I had the feeling I was very alone because there are not so many, scientists who try to do that. And maybe it's because it's so fast and changing so fast. And the question of storage is very important, and I will write it on my paper where a lot of other questions are standing. Thanks.
Okay, ich glaube, dann sind wir bei der Diskussion am Ende. Und ich möchte mich nochmal bedanken. Das war sehr spannend und auch ein sehr tolles Format. Und wir haben jetzt Lunch Break bis um 15:30, 14:30, Entschuldigung. Und bis um 14:30, also 1 hour.
Okay, let's start. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice but short lunch break. I want to introduce the next lecture by Isabel Seliger. Isabel Seliger studied East Asian languages and Japanese literature with an interdisciplinary focus on East Asian art history, early Buddhist sculpture, classical Chinese language, and studio art at Freie Universität Berlin, Keio University Tokyo, and the University of Hawaii. From 2002 to 2004, she was an Andrew W. Mellon postdoctoral fellow at Brandeis University in Waltham, Massachusetts. She continued her education in digital arts in the School of the Museum of Fine Arts at Tufts University in Boston, the UDK Berlin, and more recently, the University of Applied Sciences, HTW, in Berlin. Her research interests include transculturality in the history of the humanities and sciences, corporative intellectual history, corporative aesthetics, post-colonial theory, methods of artistic research, and the digital humanities. In her lecture, the Digital Unconscious, Understanding the Embedded Phenomena, Historical Entanglements and Cross-Connections of Non-Western e-museums and digital archives, she traces Japanese objects of the Vienna World Exhibition in 1873 to the digital collections of museums in Austria and Japan of today. Welcome.
Thank you so much for the kind words of introduction, and thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me and for having me here today. It's really exciting to be in Vienna. Thank you, Astrid. So the topic of my paper is the question of new knowledge production, new art historical knowledge production under global digital conditions, focusing on digital art historical critique in a transcultural context and exploring the embedded phenomena and historical entanglements of digital, archival, and museological practices and dynamics. Processes of digitization are commonly understood in terms of decontextualization, standardization, desubjectivation, and acceleration, while also representing processes of expansion, circulation, and variation that enable the horizontal transfer of data and knowledge. The infrastructures of digitization are also described as creating the illusion of selection, truthfulness, and certainty, while also having the capacity for the destabilization and deteriorization of data. Digitization, among other factors, has led, for example, to the dissolution of the concept of art that builds on an inventory of measurable and movable objects, such as paintings, sculptures, and installations, which fit the category of products, and instead has led to the rise of non-representational visualization. How do we conceptualize visual information when the visual is no longer based in the world of goods and ownership, but more and more in the activities of collective, virtual, and hybrid spaces? How do these developments affect the material culture of classifying and transmitting knowledge, as well as the history of key ideas associated with the concept of the archive? Does the digital archive reproduce the ontological structures of traditional knowledge? Or does it create new forms of knowledge that are created in broader and interdisciplinary contexts? Can the digital archive accommodate transnational processes that have been neglected by national historiography and ethnocentric art history? Can it, for example, offer new possibilities for the consideration of different timelines, and geographies, as well as the dynamics of contact and exchange? Last but not least, how does institutional critique respond to these developments? And what is the implicit geopolitical perspective of its project? Does it offer new possibilities to expose the ideologies and power structures underlying the circulation, display, and discussion of art under digital and virtual conditions? With respect to the digital museum in the non-Western hemisphere, can it offer new impulses for computer-based approaches to questions within art history? Does it generate multiplicity, plurality, and difference? Is the digital museum in the non-Western hemisphere perhaps already establishing its own research structures, embedding digital objects of non-Western art in the global digital research landscape? Is it potentially freeing art history by means of modern information technology? My paper attempts to make transparent some of the above outlined cognitive trajectories by looking at a major art historical event, namely Japan's participation in the Vienna Universal Exhibition in 1873 and its reappraisal in the digital realm. Japan's relationship with world exhibitions began in 1862 when it sent its first embassy to Europe for the International Exposition in London. However, Japan was not an official participant, and the items on display, including parasols, ceramics, grooming kits, and grass hats and jackets, belonged to a British collector by the name of Rutherford Alcock, who was the first British diplomatic representative to Japan. It is said that the Japanese word for exhibition, hakurankai, was invented by one of the members of the Japanese embassy at this time. The first world exhibition in which Japan officially participated as a nation state was the Vienna World Exhibition in 1873. When the central government opened Japan to foreign trade and diplomatic relations in 1859, Japan's key industries were largely underdeveloped, so that the world expositions were an important arena to gain knowledge of advanced Western technology and market trends, to promote the country's traditional handicraft goods and decorative arts internationally, as well as to raise awareness of Japan worldwide. Prior to the World Fair in Vienna, preparatory exhibitions were held within Japan, the first one in 1871 and the second one, the Yushima-Seido exposition in 1872. Of the most important objects, 2 identical items or specimen had been collected from all over Japan, one for the Yushima-Seido exposition and the other one for display in Vienna. These were then photographed prior to their transport to Austria. So this is the location of the Yushima-Seido exposition in 1872. The Yushima-Seido was previously a Shinto shrine, and we also have actually 2 woodblock prints illustrating the scene. The countries taking part in the Vienna Universal Exposition included Germany, France, Britain, Portugal, Italy, Belgium, the Netherlands, the United States, China, Turkey, Morocco, Egypt, Japan, Siam, the Kingdom of Hawaii, and Persia. There were 35 countries altogether. The Japanese government's aim was to learn and implement the techniques and technologies to modernize the country, as I already pointed out, to promote Japanese manufacturers, and increase exports, as well as to promote Japan to Europe. In Vienna, as part of the display, the Japanese government erected a Japanese garden and a Shinto shrine. So here we see the Japanese garden, and this, I believe, I'm not 100% sure, must be the Shinto shrine, mistakenly described as a Gartenhaus. At the Industrial Pavilion, Japan exhibited colored woodblock prints and industrial art products. Overall, The focus was on showing the more traditional and artisan character of the country, not technological products. Objects of a large size were chosen for the exposition. These included the golden dolphin from Nagoya Castle, which you already saw at the Yoshima Sedo exposition, if you remember it visually, perhaps. A life-size replica of the great Buddha of Kamakura in papier-mâché, the head of which is shown here in this photograph, and a model of the pagoda of the Yanaka Tennoji Temple in Tokyo, is also shown here. Among the various exhibits, the pottery, lacquerware, cloisonné ware, inlay works, straw crafts, dyed leather work, silk, paper, and folding fans had been especially well received. And I'm showing you the entrance area of the Japanese pavilion. At the conclusion of the exposition, the Japanese exhibits that had not been sold were passed on to institutions such as the Oriental Museum of Vienna, the Austrian Kunsthistorisches Museum, and the Technisches Museum Wien, the Museum of Technology, along with the Leipzig Museum of Ethnology in Germany, where they formed an important component of these institutes, collections of traditional Japanese handicraft goods and ethnological materials. So next, I will try to locate some of the items that were shown at the Vienna Universal Exhibition in the digital collections of 5 museums, 4 in Vienna and 1 in Japan. And my working hypothesis is that perhaps if I'm lucky, this object seen to the left, which I cannot describe, which I cannot explain, a large size, perhaps a porcelain jar of some type, rendered or made apparently in different styles. It looks like a mix between perhaps Chinese, Japanese, and I was thinking Flemish porcelain styles, to see whether I can locate it somewhere in one of the digital archives. The Wien Museum Online Sammlung. I'm quoting from the website. The collection of the Wien Museum, Vienna Museum, encompasses more than 1 million objects. In addition to the objects related to the city's history and daily life, the museum has a significant collection of Viennese art, unquote. So this is the database from which I obtained these photographs and postcards. Really extensive collection of images that I had never seen before. So I was quite impressed. And this is also how my presentation and my work on this paper started. I then continued on to the Technisches Museum, the Museum of Technology. I quote from the website. In more than 100 years, hundreds of thousands of objects and archives have been added to the collections of the Vienna Museum of Technology. Since space in the museum is limited, we cannot present more than a changing selection of about 5% of them in our exhibitions, unquote. I was also able to look up a report entitled Final Report Concerning the Origin and Meaning of the Vienna Collection of Commodities, History of Objects, published by the Technical Museum in 2012. It describes in great detail items that are owned by the museum and that were derived from the World Exposition, especially those from Japan. The online database itself features about, I think it was 10 objects altogether. And among these, especially noteworthy are the sample books or swatch books containing small fabric samples, silk fabric, samples of silk fabric. Next, I continued on to the Museum of Applied Arts, the MAC. Again, I cite from the website. By the year 1900, the MAC already owned an impressive collection documenting highlights from Asian cultures. The cornerstone for today's overwhelmingly dimensioned Asia collection was laid in 1907 with the takeover of the rich holdings of the former Imperial and Royal Austrian Museum of Trade, the Handelsmuseum. The most important part of the collection, Chinese and Japanese ceramics and porcelain, contains extremely fine examples from various eras representing the richness of variation in East Asian ceramics from the beginnings onward. Parts of the MAG Asia collection are already accessible online. Nearly 500 arts and crafts objects from China, Japan, and Korea and Vietnam are listed in the MAG's collection database, MAG Collection Online, unquote. My search term, by the way, is or was Japan Weltausstellung, or Japan Universal Exhibition. I wanted to see what this combination, what the results were for this rather superficial approach. And some of the results are shown here. The database impressively also features a Japanese language function, so that it may be used by either native speakers of Japanese or students speaking or reading Japanese that are not conversant in Western languages, in Asia, for example. Next, I continued on to the Weltmuseum, the World Museum. I again cite from their website. In the year 2017, the East Asia collection with its objects from China, Korea, and Japan comprises circa 28,500 objects, 15,000 of which are from just one country, Japan. The online collection of the Weltmuseum features altogether 7,377 objects. The only item that I was able to pull up in the database, you can see here, Japan Weltausstellung, was the house model of a daimyo residence. The house model, and again I cite from the website, the house model of a daimyo residence was exhibited at the Vienna World's Fair in the Palace of Industry under the category Group 19. The civic residence with its interior furnishings and decorations, completed buildings, models and drawings of civic residencies of civilized people, entirely furnished residential rooms, unquote. I went to see this exhibition yesterday, and the photograph does not do justice to the actual real-life model, which was exceptionally impressive. Very, very large. I didn't realize that they had this kind of a artifact displayed at the Weltmuseum. So I'm still processing the information. I was very impressed with the way they displayed the art objects and also provided a very detailed and intelligent and sophisticated narrative regarding the various problems occurring during the World Exhibition, as well as specifically the various collections pertaining to Japan. Next, I cross over into the digital collections in Japan. The first thing that I tried, just because I want to get the process going, was to, I went to Google Japan right away, and I input the Japanese expression for the Japan Weltausstellung, which is Wien Weltausstellung. Japan Wien Weltausstellung was the combination. The Japanese term is Wien Bankoku Hakurankai. So I input Wien Bankoku Hakurankai, and the first hit was literally the Tokyo National Museum. And it featured a section seen here, which gives a survey of the history of the Tokyo National Museum. It explains, first of all, to continue my previous train of thought, it explains that of the two preparatory exhibitions that I already mentioned to you, that were held within Japan prior to the Vienna World Fair, the Yushima Seido exposition, held in 1872, eventually constituted the core collection that led to the establishment of the Tokyo National Museum. So the information, this is kind of a rundown, this is a summary of this particular narrative. It further states that in 1875, Sano Tsunetami, a high-ranking official who was responsible for administering the exposition, submitted a 96-volume report on the fair to the government, to the Japanese government. In the report, Sano made an intensive appeal for the construction of a modern museum in Japan. Participation in the World's Fair in Vienna thus built a strong momentum toward building a full-scale, a modern museum in Tokyo. And for the next step that I wanted to conduct, I stayed on the TNM, the Tokyo National Museum website, and I accessed the collection database, seen underlined in green. And I quote from actually they have an English language function by now. Can it be seen? Is it this? No, it's not. Anyways, on the upper right, there is a language display, a language function, a language menu, and you can access the page now in Chinese, English, German, and even Korean language, I believe, French, and so forth. So this is, I don't know, since when they have it, perhaps for many years, I never noticed it until recently. So I'm entering collection base or call base. Call base, the integrated collections database of the National Institute for Cultural Heritage, Japan, is a service that enables a multi-database search of the collections in the 4 national museums, namely the Tokyo National Museum, the Kyoto National Museum, the Nara National Museum, and the Kyushu National Museum, and 1 research institute. The Nara National Research Institute for Cultural Properties in Japan, all of which belong to the National Institutes for Cultural Heritage, unquote. So again, my search term is Wien Bankoku Hakurankai. And what I get are, I think, 61 entries, 60. And I'm going to scroll down on my simulated retrace search. And I think what is apparent right away, I don't know how you feel about it, that the visual impression is quite different from what, for example, the MAC is presenting the online viewer. In that more ethnic, broader variety of objects is presented with an emphasis on ethnic, traditional ethnic work, and also again, vessels that cannot be described. They're not necessarily Japanese looking on first sight, and paintings, as well as other items. The most important for me was the first photograph. It is a robe from the Ainu people, and I saw a similar one yesterday at the Weltmuseum, and it was quite interesting in that they both appeared at the entrance of the exhibition display. So I was wondering where this particular item is stored or displayed at the museum in Tokyo. Again, we have an English language function, but the difference here is that it is much shorter. It's not as detailed as the original Japanese, which is also not very detailed in this case, online screen. And as you can see, it says transferred from the Bureau for the Vienna World Exposition. So it is, in fact, one of the items shown in Vienna, shown here in 1873, if we believe the narrative. I'm still looking for this object that I wasn't able to identify and wasn't able to explain. So I casually move over to the right side, to the photograph on the right, the historical photograph. I click on it just out of curiosity. And I see right away a term that hadn't occurred to me while I was conducting my research and conducting my search. I wasn't really prepared for what keywords to look for. I had no particular selection of words in mind. And here we have a suggestion, which is Wien Bankoku Hakurankai. The last 2 characters in the yellow box are shuppin, exhibits, the items that were on display or were shown, literally, shuppin. It also states further down, I don't know if I have included it here, I don't think I have, the keyword photograph, shashin, and also I think photograph album, shashin cho. So I decided to copy those characters, go back to Google Japan and paste them into Google Japan and see what would happen, hoping that somehow I would be able to find out more about the object that I'm intent on identifying, the large jar or whatever it is. So the first hit that came up is this. It is Waseda University. In fact, Waseda University Library, and it has Okay, you can see it says Hakurankai Shuppin. So those characters are transliterated, and those are exactly the characters I was looking for. Apparently, this is a photo album containing photographs of the objects that were photographed prior to leaving Japan for Vienna, if you recall the situation. They were all photographed in Japan prior to leaving by boat for Austria. I was able to click on the icon, and furthermore, to my great surprise, I was able to download the entire photo album. I opened the photo album, and visible become I imagine these are all the items that were photographed and therefore shown in Vienna. So here is the first photograph showing more architectural models. I didn't know that architectural models were part of the display politics of Sano Tsunetami. This was all new for me. I'm just going to show you photographs showing fabrics, lacquerware and furniture, bird cages, I guess. Small models once again with a bird cage to the right perhaps. And here puppets, dolls, Japanese armor, samurai armor. And I think this is the photograph that I showed earlier that I found at the on the TMN website, the musical instruments. So I withheld that information. The earlier photograph that I saw within the 60-item collection, it said gakki, so musical instruments, a selection of musical instruments. I think this was the same photograph. Then I turned over to the next page and I see this photograph, and if I'm not mistaken, this shows at least similar objects, similar to the ones that to the one that I was aiming to identify in my online search. Here's another photograph. So the next step that I did was to continue on with Wien Bankoku Hakurankai Shuppin, and then I added something. I don't remember what it was. Perhaps photo once again. I don't remember. And I got my first hit on this flyer, as it turns out. It's a flyer. And again, if you see, it carries the same characters from the top left to the right, and then from the top right to the bottom right. Wien Bankoku Hakurankai. And then this object to the left. So I took down the characters and all the additional information in a smaller script and went straight to another database, the Cross-Asia database at the Berlin Staatsbibliothek, the Berlin State Library. Cross-Asia, and the reason why I'm using it is simple. Cross-Asia is a large-scale integrated database specialized on research data and Asia-related research. Developed by the State Library of Berlin, it provides access to printed and electronic resources and licensed databases, and is capable of searching 100+ million datasets in Asian languages. So it is the most amazing search engine, a little difficult to use. It has taken me a long time to become successful in operating the various interfaces. So once again, as you can see, I'm entering my keyword, my search item, search phrase, Wien Bankoku Hakurankai. It should have occurred to me earlier, but it didn't. So I'm taking my turns and I'm crossing the various databases and native infrastructures, as it were. And as you can see here, I have a hit. It took a while to actually find it, but here we are, Wien Bankoku Hakurankai. The title is in English, The Vienna World Exposition, Dawn of the Industrialization Era, released by the Tobacco and Salt Museum in 2018. I'd never heard of this museum before. In any case, they marked the 40th anniversary of the Tobacco and Salt Museum and staged this exhibition. I ordered the catalog in the Staatsbibliothek catalog, online catalog. The catalog was delivered a day later, and here it is. I open the book, I open the catalog, and what happens in the catalog is that the authors, various curators from Japan and Austria, have actually taken upon the task to analyze the photographs that you saw earlier, the historical photographs, and show the correlating objects that, to my great surprise, were most of which were owned or are owned by the MAG, but were not shown on their digital database here in Vienna. So here we have an example of lacquerware. Here is the straw work. I never knew what straw work was, now I know. And here comes this large porcelain object, and the narrative, the caption says, large blue and white porcelain vase with maquille featuring an ox-drawn carriage. It stands 200 centimeters tall. The vase was photographed within the exposition's Japan pavilion. The photo reveals that it had a strong presence within the exhibit. The vase is one of a pair that is in the collection of Arita Porcelain Park. So that means I was concluding that the object is not contained in any digital online collection, certainly not the digital collection of the Tokyo National Museum, and also not in the collections here in Vienna. So I was still trying to think this through. Why can it not be seen? Why is such a prominent display object not to be explored visually online when it was part of the entrance area of this highly successful Japanese pavilion? So I consulted a catalog, Kunst und Gewerbe auf der Wiener Weltausstellung 1873, Arts and Crafts at the Vienna World Exposition, which contained an article, The Orient, China and Japan, in which the author states the following, and I'm offering you a rough translation. It is just something that I did a few days ago. In the present age, East Asian art is decidedly different from the arts of Persia and India. While the latter continues to be pure in style, even though it has grown weaker but not yet Baroque, it is the bizarre character that constitutes the intrinsic, decisive trait of Chinese and Japanese art. But the single one thing that the Chinese and Japanese works are good at is the color. This is almost the only merit that the porcelain works of these countries still possess, since their shapes too have become more clumsy, Baroque and unattractive. And now the Japanese have already shifted the focus on the imitation of European forms. And this author concludes, we as friends of fine, skilled, and first and foremost original artworks, we will suffer a significant loss of pleasure and will eventually get to see, on a different occasion, instead of the charming, unique, if bizarre objects, the barbaric copies of our own achievements. Trying to understand what the author was implying here, it seems that he refers to four nations, India, Persia, China, and Japan, as the Orient, then goes on to identify strengths as well as weaknesses in the conception of their arts. It was common at the time, classical Greek and Roman art were the basis when forming a judgment about Asian art. It was commonly believed that fine art was not present in Asia, and that all Asia could offer was craft, not fine art, often resulting in a terminology that slips into a delineation of aesthetic generation and thus decline. These discourses at the time also tended to cross over into other fields of cultural debate, indicating a conflict of various forms of knowledge, which expressed itself especially at the moment when Asian art was recast and subsumed into the organizational structure of the Western archival institution, as happened here in Vienna, but of course also in all the other major European cities at the time. Does the narrative that I just delineated perhaps explain the silence on the object of this giant vase in the digital collections here in Vienna? Does the vase embody conflicting styles, narratives, and movements that did not fit the Western concept of Japanese art? Conversely, is the same object, this giant vase, missing from the Japanese digital archive, especially the one of the Tokyo National Museum, due to a mismatch of conceptions of what constituted art in general and Japanese art in particular, also from the point of view of Japan? In my opinion, The story of the vase reveals what is otherwise not mentioned, east or west, namely the circumstance that the concept of art, as we know it, in the Western sense of the word, that is, fine art or fine arts, did not exist in Japan. Alice Tsang, who is a professor of architectural history at Boston University, writes in her study on Japanese imperial museums that the term fine arts was translated by the Japanese in the course of the Vienna World Exhibition. It was translated as bijutsu, literally meaning deeds pertaining to beauty, or the business of beauty, perhaps, would be another way of translating it. According to Tsang, this means that the Japanese had fully cognized art as a source for the production of income and national pride, something they needed for industrial progress and commercial prowess, meaning that they fully realized the primacy of the link between the fine arts and industry. So I would now like to offer some concluding thoughts on this online search of mine. My paper approached the complex question concerning the digital archive and e-museum from the perspective of transfer research, or comparative transfer research maybe, focusing on cross-cultural and transnational processes that have been neglected by national historiography and ethnocentric art history, revealing geographical, art historical, and chronological phenomena which are conventionally considered as separate, as in fact deeply connected and intertwined. More specifically, my paper traced events conventionally narrated from the Austrian viewpoint of the Vienna World Exposition, which is also the European viewpoint, of course, which ultimately led to the rise of Japonism in Austria, through the lens, alternatively, through the lens, in my paper, through the lens of a more balanced, global, cross-cultural perspective that reveals the other side of the same coin, namely the establishment of the Tokyo National Museum, as well as the invention of the term art in Japan. Reconstructing the complex historical relationships and intersections of some of these events, my paper observed the exhibited objects change from Japanese traditional goods to objects of aesthetic appreciation, a concept of itself that was new. The different perspectives that were directed at these objects, and we can deduce those from the online collections in Vienna, I think. And these, in turn, these objects and perspectives continue spatial and chronological movements and transformations in digital media in the present age. I think that considering the Tokyo National Museums, and this is my concluding thought, this is really the bottom line, which took me a very long time to figure out. I'm still processing this information as I'm speaking to you. It is still not a finished argument. I think that considering the Tokyo National Museum's digital strategies demonstrates that the staging of multiple viewpoints and different timelines, as well as the dynamics of contact and exchange, enables an art historical knowledge production that is cognitively more diverse and historically more reflexive and accountable. In addition, such an approach, and this is really important, I think, makes visible the accomplishment and experience of non-Western actors who have so far been neglected by a predominantly Western view of the history of art. More research is needed to unlock this vast field of interconnections. And to conclude my presentation, I would now like to show you a short clip released by the Tokyo National Museum in the fall of last year. And I think you will perhaps be able to reiterate some of these ideas by just letting the visual information flow by.
Thank you.
Gut, dann. English. Isabel is German speaking, so if somebody is more comfortable with asking in German, is of course possible as well. We're going to answer in English, but you can always ask in German as well. Thank you very much for your exploration and taking us along on your journey. I think it was a really interesting method of exploring, making the connections to Vienna and applied arts and connecting it to the digital archives and really developing your idea from there. So I maybe want to ask more about your conclusion now that you've researched those objects in databases in museums in Europe and Japan. So maybe we can explore more, talk more about the differences, or if you've seen any differences, or what's, the most, apparent differences, if you have any glaring observations about that.
So first of all, I have to explain that Astrid witnessed the process of the paper becoming a paper. Because as I mentioned, I really wasn't sure where this was going to end. I had the most difficult time to really change the perspective from Austria, or maybe from a German-speaking context, to the Japanese context. I don't know why that is. I've been, working with or within the Japanese language for a very long time, and this particular paper was one of perhaps the most difficult paper I've ever embarked on. I think perhaps the issue is, and my title, I haven't explained my title yet, the digital unconscious. What is the unconscious aspect? The unconscious element or aspect is that which cannot be articulated, which cannot be enunciated. But what is that, and why is it? Why can't we see it? Why can't it be talked about? And I think I didn't want to give you any clear-cut answers in the paper, because this is not what my work is about. And also there are no concrete answers, except to say that it was important for me to show two sides of the same coin. This is usually a path not taken. Usually we are, as Japanologists, we are trained we should be looking at the Japanese side, which we are, but we aren't trained in any cross-cultural reflection to the extent that I can easily handle the kind of task that I set myself in this case. So we are trained to look from the German perspective, first of all, the casual viewer, as it were, and then the specialized scholars perhaps can take on the Japanese side. But to put them both into a relationship is the hardest thing ever. And to do so in a way that it makes sense to somebody who has no background in this. So the conclusion that I can preliminarily draw is this is all about politics in the end. I said in my opening statement when Japan opened the country, but the actuality, the fact of the matter was that Japan was forced to open the country. So that is the first thing that happened. It was not an act out of the blue. It was all part of a larger a political structure that can be described as imperialism and, let's just say, colonialism, and Japan's attempt to escape the same fate of its the same fate that its Asian neighbors, many of its Asian neighbors, had met. It was crucial for Japan, and as you have seen, I think it learned very quickly from the exhibition, Universal Exhibition in London. It was crucial to Japan to come up with a plan, and with the plan they did come up within the shortest possible amount of time. And as you have seen, what I didn't really know was the Yushima Seido exhibition I had never really researched. This was all new to me now. The former Shinto shrine, the effort they put into the display, it was more sophisticated than what I think people got to see in Vienna. The architecture surrounding the exhibition itself, it was so well done. If you zoom into the high resolution images that were kindly made available to me by the Waseda University Library. You can see all the exhibits in a very detailed fashion. You see how they were arranged. You see the structure, the architectural structure of the shrine. You see the black and white photograph. You have all that information, how the Japanese were processing 100 things at the same time. They did realize very quickly they needed a concept of art, because art is not about art. Art is about showing who you are, a civilized nation, a civilized culture, who's able to meet the rest of the world on the same eye level, as it were. And it was a crucial moment for them to make that understood and to escape any political acts that would have a detrimental effect on them. Not only that, I think the opposite effect also evolved later on, Japan's rise to nationalism and ultranationalism, Japan herself becoming a colonialist state. So a lot of it, I think, has to do with these dynamics that we see happening at the World Exhibitions. I could very well speak just about the art, the lacquerware, the beauty of it, what is available at the MAG, which I haven't seen yet. I will go there today in the later afternoon. It is not mentioned anywhere in the databases. What this is really about, it is not stated clearly. Is the MAG collection, is this art or is it craft? Does it matter? What is the ontological status of these objects? And likewise, also, just to let you know, I was not trained to think about politics so much as about Japan as a wondrous and highly sophisticated nation, but no way was it explained to me how forcing the opening of the country had imperialist and colonial background history. So all of this decades later is kind of compounded in this project where I cope with these questions that are still working on me in a way. You know, what does it all mean? Why was I taught in the way that I was taught? Why did my teachers teach the way they did? And so forth.
Yeah. Thank you again for your presentation. I had the pleasure to accompany Astrid in the journey that you went through in your research. And I think you showed quite remarkably the difficulty in facing all the online collections, the different narratives that clash, the Western, the non-Western, always thinking in binaries, but also the complexities of the databases.
Mm-hmm.
And now it made much more sense than reading your papers all along.
Read the visuals to go with it.
Yes, and also to see the step-by-step, the difference. I mean, there are so many super databases in a way, not located in one particular museum, but reaching into all other databases. Is so complex. And you also mentioned the language problems. What are for you some criteria that are very important in your work, what you meant, that you've came across in your research, that are like not the best thing that happened yet to the databases, or where the lacks and gaps in the databases and the representation of a context, for example, the colonial, the imperial context, that is not really, as at least in the examples you've shown, not really explicit. So you just have the objects, but you don't really know how they've been conceived at the time and how they're conceived now.
Right. So again, it's a two-sided sword, right? We have Japan providing its story, which may or may not be the way they actually think about it, and we have the storylines, the various storylines here. Let me just say Vienna, okay, for the purpose of simplicity. I think that, first of all, we need to understand how very sophisticated the Japanese information system is. You know, I mean, the vastness of those databases is simply stunning. You can work basically for years and study items that you've never seen before and are finally able to locate and understand, because they're not mentioned in any art history books. You know, this is not how Japanese art history books work, because again, they are geared towards a reader who believes Japanese art history just somehow happened, and it started in the year, let's just say, I don't know, 1st century AD, and developed in a continuous line, just as European art up to the present day. But we learn here, and this is why Vienna is so important, because the Japanese were exposed to the catalog that listed all of the items shown here in Vienna. It was written in German language. They saw the catalog and they wanted to translate it so that the Japanese people too may read it. They noticed very fast that the word art, they weren't able to translate. They didn't even know what it was. They had needed to ask somebody else. So, what does it mean? And this is the crucial point. The concept of art did not exist. So it is a fiction in many ways. And the compound term art history likewise did not exist. So again, the next invention, the term for museum, hakobutsukan, did not exist, as did the word for exhibition, hakurankai, which I mentioned earlier in my paper. On the other hand, so this is the negotiation for me. This is the situation in Japan, the realization of these moments of tension, shall I say, while in Vienna, people are convinced they think what Japanese art is. But as Alice Tsang, and I really, really like her work, she does a very fine job in pulling all these threads apart. She says the truth is, and it comes across in the quotation that I translated for today of the catalog Orient, China, and Japan, the concept of art in Europe was not really that articulated either. It wasn't really clear what art was, the way we think about it today. It was also negotiated via those word exhibitions. So the term art, or the industry of art, was also under construction in Europe in different ways. And these various forces clashed or interacted. They blended and yet also pulled apart again. And this is mentioned neither on the one side nor on the other side. And the other thing that is really problematic, I think, and this is just a result of this constellation, that, for example, here, I cannot wait to see it today, the MAC is famous for its collection of woodblock prints, as you probably know. Woodblock prints were not considered art in Japan. They had no status whatsoever in that regard. Here, however, it is the kind of media that proffered the rise of Japonism. All these great artists that we associate with modernism. And this is also not mentioned on either website of the websites that I looked up here in Japan, in Vienna. So there's a major gap of information. And this is because many people simply don't know this. Okay, how can it be they didn't have art as a word? It cannot be, Our thinking, and this is my response to the overall setting, and also the critique in terms of institutional critique that I didn't follow up on it. I did in my paper, but I didn't read it out. Institutional critique takes the concept of art for granted. But why? It is the most unstable term there may be, in our language in general. It is not a universal term, certainly not in non-Western cultures. It is a term that doesn't apply. Art history, the same thing. So to talk about technology, the same issue. All these terms were translated into the non-Western languages. Specifically in my case, I observed this in the case of Japan and China. And this is why we need to think institutional critique, and I'm including myself because I also tend to think in universalisms, even though I know this is not historically correct. We need to rethink all of these terms. Every single one, including technology, data, the internet, virtual reality. There are different origins of these forms in non-European cultures.
Super interesting question. Are there any responses to that in the audience, or any questions in general? I think there is one.
Nicole Krakel is commenting and asking this, and I will read that. It's to you. Thank you very much for the exciting take-along in your research process. I had to think about the first input yesterday during your talk. Could the establishment of some kind of international meta database, as suggested by Helene Bauer and Andrea Naltöfer, contribute to a sustainable or transnational network or scientific cooperation, she's asking?
I think the take that I would like to present here is, thank you for the question, Nicole. I don't think that more interaction on a universal global level is needed, because the countries, the nations that I do my research on, they already have what they want. You know, they are producing these materials in large amounts, and they have the funding, they have the money, they have the infrastructure. They don't need to think in terms of, shall we cooperate with or collaborate with anybody outside of our, let's just say, native language infrastructure. There are collaborations with, for example, between the Bunken, I can't think of the word now. In any case, one of the Japanese cultural institutes and, for example, the Getty Research Center. So there are collaborations, and when you read the Japanese original websites, they sound as if the Japanese are providing the direction. But we understand it as perhaps, you know, they're needing our help or our feedback in you know, again, living up to our standards and complying with our systems. But I think what I was trying to convey today is that this degree of sophistication is already of the kind where they are directing their own digital objects into the data landscape, into the data stream, and there is no, we don't need to be concerned that it's that non-Western art is not heard or does not exist, because it is there. It is already, you know, in that universe and has been for quite a while, and we can all access it so easily because it is all available in English and German.
But are the Japanese databases available as well for us, non-kanji reading people?
For non-kanji reading people, yes. I mean, you could easily access the Tokyo National Museum database, go to the language menu, and you can choose between select English or German and proceed. But as I mentioned, not all of the metadata and the narratives will be as extensive as in the Japanese original. And I think this would be a great project for students, you know, to develop, to insert critical comments, to access or to approach these museums and perhaps you know, build a collaborative structure, which I think would be highly interesting, because they are stuck in the year 2006. They haven't done this. I think it was the Ainu code that I showed to you. The date of the completion of the English language file was 2006. So they're stuck, and they need help, possibly, to continue to work on these. On the information. And the only thing I can think of as a perhaps combined artistic research project or a full-blown research project, there are people here in Vienna en masse, I would think, who study Japanese language, to bring these folks together, young people, and come up with an idea and interact or intervene, whatever it may be. And when I contacted Waseda Library to gain permission to show you these images today, they were so generous. They wrote back right away. They said, go ahead. And, you know, they, of course, love the attention. And there's, to my surprise, there was no problem at all whatsoever.
That leaves us with another big to-do list. Thank you very much.
May I just wanted to reply to the question from Nicole Krecke, because accidentally, we had a cooperation with a database based in Shanghai. It's called ArtLink Art, so it's for contemporary Chinese art, and they work very similar to Kunst Wien. They don't have a physical archive on site, it's only digital, but it's a great resource if you're interested in contemporary Chinese art.
Right.
And also we do have good relations to the Asia Art Archives.
Yeah.
Who are
Excellent.
also documenting contemporary art all over Asia.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful.
And yeah, I found the whole talk very interesting, and I think we have a time limit here. But it would be interesting for me that, like, the term art issue in Chinese is the same.
It's the same characters. Mm-hmm.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, we're unfortunately out of time, but thank you very much again.
They say hideousness is otherworldly, different. A creature so disturbing, strange and twisted that its presence is in constant flux. An ancient tentacled god, a many-breasted space vixen, a many-faced devilish beast. Hideous snares is not one, but many. Not a single thought echoing the void, but a chorus, a terrifying symphony of ideas. Hideousness fundamentally challenges the idea of artistic production processes and establishes a neo-modern continuum in which the fractured self is reflected in equally distorted selves. SNES artistic practices include work with interactive digital media installations, performances, and the use of artificial intelligence for artistic purposes. Furthermore, Hideousness develops AI-powered database applications for the production of digital, decentralized meta-archive structures. So let's join Hideousness, the not one but many, on their ride through the archive of images and AI bias.
All right. Thank you for coming and welcome. I do use the arrow buttons, right? For my talk, I've prepared a few guidelines for you, and I would be happy to see your fingers during my talk. Since my talk will often be about technology and computers, if there is a question or if you are not quite sure what I'm talking about, please don't be a stranger and raise your fingers. Having a background in technology in the tech sector, many of my artistic works, but also my research and my talks are created through cooperation. For this reason, I invite you to contribute your comments, associations, and thoughts. In this case, if you have a contribution to make, please raise 2 fingers. That's the one. Lastly, feedback or alternating opinions are also welcome. Therefore, please use 3 fingers if you have something to complain about. And regardless of the numbers of fingers, however, I would like to ask to keep it short and precise. So here is a little content warning. On the one hand, my usual work deals with mathematical formulas, abstract algorithms and databases. And in order to make this, well, at least a little bit entertaining, I'm using metaphors. So please, I apologize in advance for any impreciseness that's going to appear. And secondly, there will be technobabble. During the first part of my talk, I will discuss forms of representation of data and its inherently digital characteristics. In the second part, I will show forms of bias that affect the idea of archiving and the underlying logic of databases. And in the third and last part, I would like to give you hands-on examples of those problems when it comes to AI-based systems that operates with archives and databases. Right now, I would appreciate comments either here from the audience that's live in the auditorium or from the chat, simply describing what can be seen here. Anyone? Well, one, oh yeah. Well, very good, very good. There you go. It's fantastic. But no, one might mistake this image for depicting two equidistant lines or sticks. And however, let me give you a first hint. It's not about the length or how they're depicted here. Any second guesses? Maybe? Well, I guess the image might be a bit misleading. So let me give you a second hint. What you see on screen, it's not lines or sticks or whatsoever at all. So perhaps any last guesses? I know, ocular centrism is a bit.
Maybe they are actually 2 points, like data points.
Ooh. So close. It's really, really, really close. But as I was trying to say, ocular centrism is always a bit problematic. I will give you the answer. Oh, actually no. Because if we change our perspective a little bit, we can see that these are actually not two straight lines or sticks, or for that matter, two data points. It appears to be two curves. And if we dig a little bit deeper, and that's largely what I do as a researcher, if we take a very, very close look, we can see that it's not curves at all. When in fact, it's a series of abstract points, not just two, but actually shit tons of them, in three-dimensional space, which are interpreted and represented as pixels that, if they overlap, they appear as curves, as lines, or as a projection. So, what do we learn from this? Well, our eyes can be a bitch troll from hell, especially when it comes to digital systems. And what shall I say? Cheers to those of you who got that reference, and for those who didn't, that's where it's coming from. My next topic in the talk is about how our perception works. When we could assume that visual information, the information we perceive with our eyes, or through our eyes, is a representation of reality. However, at this point, I hope that everyone has read the Heraclitus or their ontologists, because with the idea of something like gates of the senses, we get an exciting hint at an item that severely conditions our perception of reality, especially when it comes to digital systems, which is, namely, the medium. The other day, I stumbled across an AI framework that is about image recognition. Think of facial recognition from video feeds. You know, nowadays it's kind of everyday life. It's there, it's out there. And I asked myself the question, on what basis does this algorithm work? How is the data it works being interpreted? Because I, for one, I would never, ever come up with the idea of designing something like an FSP2 mask that can obfuscate and escape a camera's gaze. In looking at how this AI works, I came up with the idea of setting limits at which it tells me what parameters it uses to recognize a face. In reply, I got a very, very long list of numbers, and I was quite happy about that because that's what I'm basically analyzing. And while doing so, something struck me. I went over it, and suddenly, like, anomalies appeared. Here and there, in the very data sets the AI operates with. And I looked up these anomalies in something that's called an AI's visual atlas. It's a visual depiction of a model, or like a visual representation of an AI's model. And an image, just like the following, was displayed. So at first I thought, that's the image of a face. Come on, it's exactly what was to be expected to be part of the visual atlas of this AI. So I went on to the next anomaly. And the next one was something akin to this face here. There would be no problem, basically, statistics. If that would have been the second query. So what about the 20th? What about the 30th? And basically all those images kind of were showing, how shall I put it, similarities. So to cut a long story short, I then programmed an algorithm that identified and extrapolated all of the 2.5 million anomalies. The model in itself consisted of roughly 12, 13 million data points. And this algorithm automatically compared them with the AI's visual atlas. And I kind of hinted, pre-shadowed it, I guess. I asked it to output the baseline of the skin color of the people the AI thought were in a picture. Turns out, if we look at the whole model, this literally stupid little algorithm was capable of identifying 86% of non-white faces that are cataloged within this model, and, well, a couple of people with a 10. So one question that kind of arises from this is, where is this AI being used? As far as I know, and that was in 2019, McDonald's uses this AI model to figure out whether a customer prefers chicken or pork. And another area is of use are some US police departments that, like New York, Florida, Texas, that use this AI to determine the probability that a citizen might have committed a crime. So, unfortunately, I couldn't find a, well, fitting picture for that use case or this application. But I guess it's a bit error-prone. So let's leave this dire topic for now and talk about something much more fun. Classism. Possibly all of us learned that pictures tell a story. I doubt that I need to explain this point to any detail, especially within these halls, and possibly also because the belief in this truth makes our lives as artists, as researchers, as archivers, and as collectors much easier in many ways. However, there are some stories that appear to leave little to virtually no room for doubt whatsoever. Then there are stories that seemingly and seamlessly map our lives and desires. And lastly, there are stories that give us hope, at least for the afterlife. Sometimes I catch myself thinking, usually late at night, while being alone, drunk, that I'm exchanging a memory that I can grasp with a wish I can remember. So, cheers to those who get that reference. Anyway, in this talk, I would like to argue that something like a photographic object lies to us. Rosalind Krauss, for example, some might know her, deals with or dealt with the idea of the photographic. An idea that cannot be understood, in my opinion, as an imitation or reproduction of photography, but one that presupposes the realization that the reference object of a photographic work of art no longer requires a reference rooted in nature, but that it may have undergone a prior transformation. That's why I mentioned the medium, by the way. Where I want to go with this argument is that all those characteristics of what can be regarded as classically archivable, of what adheres to artistic regimentation, including staging, provenance, or authenticity for that matter, its very nature and function is quite frankly at risk when it comes to AI's governing archival systems. To further illustrate this approach, I would like to use an analogy. A camera is made of metal, glass, plastic. But it's neither these material properties that make it possible to work with it, nor is it the wood of the chessboard and the pieces that make the game possible. The photographic object consists of a set of rules that define the use of the photographic apparatus. These rules refer not only to the production of photographic images, be it a photograph or a photographic image, but also to their distribution and their reception. Well, if I remembered correctly, I promised you a joke about classism. Well, I will keep my word by not talking about the Lord of the Rings. Rather, I'd like to talk about Palantir. For those of you who don't know what that is, Palantir is a US-American software company specializing in AI-based big data analytics to provide counter-terrorism intelligence to governments or to those who are willing to pay their fees. And one of the projects was a cooperation with the tech company Cambridge Analytica, where they harvested data from Facebook and other social media to be able to exert influence on elections and democratic processes. So at this point, as a very short experiment, I'd like you to close your eyes for a moment. Just close them, listen to my voice. I will tune it down for it to sound more smooth. And I would like to ask you, from your memory, to visualize the images I was showing earlier, to remember the colors, try to remember the shapes, try to remember the emotions they evoked. And now, I'd like you to ask yourselves, where do you believe Palantir was not involved? You can open your eyes again. Before we circle back to my core topic, the archive, I'll give you a little recap about what we learned so far. We can exercise number one. We cannot trust digital imagery and the underlying database, or at least the underlying data. Exercise number two, the claim of an image to depict reality can be, shall we say, problematic. And exercise number three, the eyes can be a bit troll from hell. However, the much more exciting question, at hand at least, might be, which of the images that I've shown you today so far did I either specifically generate for this talk, or did I alter for this talk by means of AI? When I talk about archiving, I'm not necessarily talking about dusty, poorly lit tombs in which the memory of former times slowly degrades into nothingness. And full disclosure, although the metaphor works irritatingly well, I'm not talking about a museum either. I'm talking about a vibrant, fast-changing archives, such as the internet, social media, the collective of the mobile devices in our pockets, and at large, human-machine interfaces. But from what you could see so far, don't get me wrong, the future isn't as frightening as I might have implied. One such example of a bright future is DAO, decentralized autonomous networks, or rather, to be honest, not themselves, but their potential. Because just like anything that involves the word blockchain, we have to take it with a grain of salt. So, and nevertheless, there is projects that make me genuinely hope for the future. Belgian-Danish art collective Failure, for example, whose members I accidentally met during a hackathon, while I was holding my talk on the wrong stage. And they rethink the idea of how museal collections work. And they're using DAOs to do so. They basically aim at democratizing access to the question what a collection holds and what will be on display in such a museal structure. Another project, and this is actually from Vienna, that appears to be as promising as interesting, might be Der Goldene Shit, whose members experiment with DAOs and cryptocurrency to make funding more easily available to artists. Another example that summarizes the idea behind FOSS quite well is a project called Collective Access. They explain what they create as a software, for describing all manner of things. Or in short, it's a software for cataloging and publishing museum and archiving collections. But then it's so much more. Because by now, I would rather call it a discursive platform or a social medium. Because ever since its initiation, the developers from all over the world have expanded on the functionality of collective access piece by piece, adding what they needed for their own deployment. And today, it's probably one of the most comprehensive repositories for archiving software ever developed. So all of these examples are also either strongly influenced or are made more efficient or more effective by artificial intelligence. This includes, for example, image recognition to quickly catalog larger inventories. Image to text transformation to create image descriptions, classifications, labels, analyses, and also, in fact, provenance texts. And an AI itself is used to ensure the structural integrity of inventories, as there are AIs that can recognize and classify the work of other AIs. And cheers. With the advent of digital image formation processes at hand, we can no longer turn a blind eye to the fact that AI-based systems are about to radically change the way we interact with images. While simple AI systems, such as image recognition algorithms, are already very much commonplace, more complex ones are currently in the process of, in fact, challenging fundamental principles of provenance, authenticity, and the very reality a picture is supposed to depict. For example, DALL-E version 2 by OpenAI. It's a language-based human-machine interface which can be used to create images through so-called prompts. Over here, in this case, basically it works like you type in a word or a sentence and DALL-E 2 proudly displays a matching picture. Here in this case, it's, as you can see, an astronaut riding a horse. In this case, it's a nurse. In this case, it's a flight attendant. I hope you're starting to see where I'm getting at. In this case, it's a personal assistant. In this case, it's a lawyer. And here, it's a CEO. As a final statement, I would like to add that I hope with all of my heart that people will help shape this process, like through wisdom or at least tact, who can develop a sense for what's so incredibly alienating about the preceding images. And that leaves me at thanking you very, very much for your attention. And I would like to leave you with the highlight of my talk or my presentation, which is shameless self-promotion. So, thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Thank you for your talk. It was really interesting and intriguing, and I think it really could like link to the talks before, like the biases in
Lauter bitte.
Ich oder das Mikro? Okay. So you got a question? Like, what do we have from the audience?
Okay. You were talking about these machine-created images, and by the invention of photography, the function of paintings representing humans and nature changed very much. So where do you see the changing of the function of photography, which is still something that seemingly representing truth, gonna head to?
For that question, I do believe we need to look in the past, because we already witnessed a process where, let's say, those days it was two competing media who were, I wouldn't say fighting for dominance, but who were pitted against each other. It was at that particular point when photography was invented, where classical painting was tasked with, depicting the world around us. And suddenly an invention came along, like a technical progress, that could do it much better and much faster and in a much more efficient way. So what happened basically was that photography at first took on that mantle, and painting went into a different direction, like the birth of abstraction. Nowadays, or like today, we have a situation where it's a bit more complex, because it's not just like two genres, so to say, which we can look at from the safe space of the present, but more like it's happening around us. And largely it happened because, for example, even in my title, I introduce a little lie, because it's not the architecture of the future, but in fact it's the architecture of the present that's already there, that produces so much fuck-uppery and so much weird, nefarious bullshit that it kind of sounds like sci-fi, but then it isn't, and just guess that's a really bad title.
Okay. Do you see a chance for new art forms, or I mean, of course we are flooded with deepfakes and so on, but do you see a chance for arts in there?
Absolutely, very much so. There is a quite distinct aesthetic being created that refers to like the digital realm, to the realm also, of course, to the realm of artificial intelligence that generate images or text, or more abstract data. And right now it's still at the point where we can, even though we are not sure, we can feel it. But that gap to the point where we stop feeling it is getting smaller and smaller. So basically what I think might happen, it's an ongoing process, is that especially digital arts that deal with artificial intelligence might emancipate themselves into kind of creating new and quite novel, or in that matter, I really don't like the word authentic aesthetics. Though that would, in my opinion, require not only like this community of artists who work with artificial intelligence or in general with digital arts, but also like art history and art theory, which, to be frank, and please don't get me wrong, currently lacks both the personnel and the capabilities to deal with this, with the weirdness AI in particular can produce. And here and there, especially like when it comes to philosophy and ontology, there is some papers being written, some ideas and hypotheses being introduced. Most of them deal, for example, with the idea of third nature, or like the third instance of reality, that's try to tackle what's happening and what emerges right now. But they're not, in my opinion, they're not fully spot on, because also like this process can be clothed in what we might call art history, because I think the basics are there. And I think it just needs a little bit more time for it to fully emerge.
Okay. I got a question to the DAOs. Like you said, you see a potential in it. Like,
absolutely, yes.
Could you please elaborate on it a bit more?
So basically, what is a DAO? It's part of a blockchain. It's connected to cryptocurrencies, and they work. It's let's call it a decision-making framework that requires you to invest in it, as cryptocurrency usually require you to do. However, the underlying logic doesn't require a cryptocurrency, but might require any form of investment, being time, attention, whatever, resources, like as in processing resources. And right now, for example, it's a very US American system in a way, or way of thinking, because right now it's being used in terms of governance, political governance. For example, you have a municipality and they're running a DAO. And as a citizen or as a person living there, you can interact with this DAO and, for example, suggest, actually the budget this municipality has should go into creating new streets or repairing those that are there. And this tradition, I think, is where this potential lies, because we do hear again and again that we have like a system that is based on a very elitist structure, guarded by watchdogs. So yes, I'm talking about arts. And that would be, in my opinion, a strategy to kind of create new structures around it. Like we have this idea of the the net, like the art ghetto that gets more self-referential by the day, and this is necessary for it to work as such. And it offers kind of like stuff like off art or like feminist art that is literally defined by being outside the ghetto. And I do believe that is where one of the biggest potentials for DAOs lie when it comes to the art scene, or like museal structures.
Is there any question in the audience or chat? Here we go.
Ooh, is it a comment? Or a question?
I'm sorry, I forgot the system. That was one of your first slides. So
The first one is a question.
Oh.
The second one is an addition, and the third one is a complaint.
maybe all three. I don't know.
Oh my. Okay, sounds interesting.
Oh, just to follow up on the comment about the DAOs, right?
Yes.
It's well, I'm wondering, like, just in a more general sense. Well, there's sort of like a very dystopian, doomy kind of disposition of like the material you presented. You know, like don't trust reality, or don't trust any representation. It's kind of cynical, because then like there's no anchoring in truth, let's say, right? And I think in a sense DAOs also are sort of this shiny new speculative way of investing ourselves into something other, when the very fact is that it may be harder and more boring to reinvest into existing forms of, sorry, my thing's choking me, existing forms of governance that are kind of established models, if you will. I mean, I understand how DAOs help to decentralize and sort of automate some of the more burdensome forms of administration, let's say, that nobody really wants to do. But I'm wondering, like, if there's a way of kind of like saving some of the stuff that could still work, but then helping, and then also integrating, like, let's say, the DAO or blockchains. I don't know if that makes sense. That's, I guess, all three. But it's lastly a question.
I do believe that, like, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, NFTs, DAOs, it's very much buzzwords. And it's not unsimilar to, for example, to the point when I started with AI. Like, at first it was just an experiment. Actually, it was a joke, to be honest. And it's like this weird moment when, you know, you make a joke and it kind of gets stuck, because you realize, you know, oh shit, there's much more to it. And when it comes to DAO specifically, right now, looking at the field, or like what comes out of DAOs, it's a bit frightening, and it's a bit not only problematic when it comes to data safety and basically the very structure of democracy when it's, for example, being used for governance. Because I guess all of us have been on Twitter, or like in general on social media, and we see like this kind of burning garbage dump that it's partly. But I do believe in the idea of like the human spirit, and the idea that technology in itself is a tool. So it can be used to kind of create horrific dystopias, as well as it can be used to make our life more comfortable, more more easier for that matter, and especially it can be used, and for example, when it comes to governance, it can be used to make debate and discussions much more easier to access and much, let's say, more equal to access. So that's kind of where my hope lies and where I see the potentials of DAOs. I don't believe in forms of, well, direct democracy for that matter, or when we talk about governance, because frankly, I'm terrified of it. But I do believe it can be a tool that can be used in a meaningful way.
Here we have another question.
Yeah, last question. Thank you so much for your talk. Very thought-provoking. You may have already just answered this, but I'll ask the question anyway, or at least dropped a few hints. In your discussion of GANs, and I know you use a slightly different term, but I'll think of it as a machine learning tool that can sort of be creative itself. I'm wondering your take on this idea. Is there a line where the machine is creative to the point where it leaves the human behind? Is that a distinction that you even like to work with? I'd love your take on that idea of, you know, how do we play with the human intention sort of exiting the equation?
Whoa. That's a huge can of beans. When it comes to creativity to machines, we already have like a what's the word? Gerichtsurteil, where a machine cannot enact authorship. And I think authorship is, for that matter, very closely linked to the idea of creativity, at least how we as human beings understand it. When it comes to my personal work, I always try to emphasize that it's a product of cooperation, which basically means that not I have developed the AI. Well, that's not true, but it's kind of I'm resting on the shoulder of giants. Like it's always like this fluid process where a lot of people work together and kind of create something. And I do believe the same principle, or let's put it that way, I need to believe that the same principle applies to machines, because otherwise I wouldn't be very much of an artist. And also because it's the only way to think of it without having like this this gap that doesn't allow any gray areas between the Terminator and like this incredibly weird Caspar David Friedrich painting, The Wanderer Above the Clouds. So if we don't allow some fluidity in looking at AI and the machine and its cooperation with human beings, we kind of always end up either going into the direction of this in a dystopian direction or into a utopian direction. I believe where the most interesting parts and the part that will most definitely define years and decades to come lies in between. It lies in policymaking when it comes to interaction. It lies in theoretical and scientific reflection of what has been made as for example, a proof of concept or a business proposal or a mode how society can operate. And one fact is clear. AI already surrounds us, so we cannot distinctly talk about like first, second, or third nature or reality or whatsoever, because they are already intertwined to the point where it's like one amorphous fluid mess. And this especially goes for AI and the work with or about AI.
Thank you. I would have 1,000 more questions, but we ran out of time. So we may talk later. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello again. We are now at the end of our symposium. This is the last lecture, and I will introduce the panelists in German. Eva Greisberger ist Universitätsassistentin am Zentrum Didaktik für Kunst und interdisziplinären Unterricht an der Universität für angewandte Kunst in Wien. Ihre Schwerpunkte liegen in Weiterbildung von Mentorinnen für die künstlerisch-gestalterischen Unterrichtsfächer sowie im Erforschen und Ausloten der Potenziale und Herausforderungen außerschulischer Lernorte. Eva-Maria Schitter, MA, hat visuelle Kommunikation und Fotografie in Salzburg und Linz mit Studienaufenthalten in Sydney und Berlin studiert. Aktuell arbeitet sie als Senior Scientist am Department Bildende Künste und Gestaltung, Universität Museen Salzburg. Ihr Beitrag zwischen Ortlosigkeit und Dynamisierung mediendidaktischer Annäherung an digitale Bildarchive transferiert den Diskurs hinter den sich verändernden Bedingungen für die Befragung und Erforschung von Archivmaterial in ein kunstdidaktisches Milieu und skizziert sohin die Rahmenbedingungen aus einer kunstpädagogischen Perspektive, um digitale Bildarchive der bildenden Kunst als zeitgemäße hybride Wissensnetzwerke produktiv zu machen. Zentral ist dabei ihre Situierung als Lernorte, die Denk- und Handlungspraktiken jenseits der Grenzen kunsthistorischer Bezugsrahmen zu öffnen. Bitte begrüßen Sie ganz herzlich die beiden Panelisten.
Ja, herzlichen Dank für die einführenden Worte. Super, danke. Ja, wir dürfen Sie auch ganz herzlich begrüßen zum letzten Beitrag heute zwischen Ortslosigkeit und Dynamisierung, mediendidaktische Annäherungen an digitale Bildarchive. Genau, und freuen uns, dass wir Sie abschließend zum heutigen Tag unsere Gedanken zu einer kunst- und mediendidaktischen Auseinandersetzung mit digitalen Bildarchiven hier teilen zu dürfen. Dieser Beitrag erwächst im Zuge der Zusammenarbeit des Forschungsprojekts IMAGE Plus. Dabei möchten wir, möchten wir gleich feststellen, dass es sich hierbei um einen Einblick in einen Projektstatus handelt, der sich als Work in Progress in der Beforschung digitaler Bilddatenbanken beschreiben lässt und werden Ihnen am Ende einen Ausblick skizzieren, wie wir unsere Überlegungen in praktisch konkrete zukünftige Szenarien übersetzen möchten. Es ist wesentlich festzuhalten, dass wir in der Forschung von Bilddatenbanken einen kunstdidaktischen Betrachtungsstandpunkt einnehmen und digitale Bildarchive als Anlass von Lehr- und Lernerfahrungen begreifen und damit in unserem Umgang mit diesen primär eine explorative Herangehensweise und forschend entdeckenden Zugang praktizieren. Während die im Titel erfasste Ortslosigkeit einen Zustand beschreibt, der allen digitalen Bildarchiven gemein ist, beschreibt die ebenso im Titel erwähnte Dynamisierung einen Prozess, der Bilddatenbanken konstant in veränderter Form auftreten lässt und weder einen exakten Beginn markiert noch ein konkretes Ende in Aussicht stellt. Der Prozess des fortwährenden Bewegens, Wachsens, Verknüpfens und Inbezugstellens von Digitalisate, des Auftauchens und Wiederverschwindens innerhalb digitaler Bildarchive lassen diese zu interessanten Gebilden erwachsen, die im Kontext der kunstdidaktischen Auseinandersetzung hochspannend, aber auch äußerst herausfordernd sind. Dem folgend erhalten digitale Bildarchive den Status des Lernobjekts, das didaktisch untersucht werden will und als fluide Bild- und damit Wissensnetzwerke, die in der kunstpädagogischen Forschung nicht nur Ausgangspunkt von Wissensvermittlung am Bild darstellen können, sondern im Spiegel zeitgemäßer Bildbetrachtung durch eine fachdidaktisch kritische Brille betrachtet werden müssen. Angelehnt an das Forschungsprojekt IMAGE Plus stellt das Plus in seiner Form eine Visualisierung unserer Arbeitsansätze dar. Es ist ebenso heute zum visuellen Leitbild des Beitrags avanciert und wir stellen die Frage, was eine Bilddatenbank abseits der kanonisierten kunstgeschichtlichen Aufbereitung von Bildmaterial im kunstdidaktischen Rahmen noch leisten kann. Dabei strebt die horizontale Achse des Plus dem Wunsch nach Orientierung, Ordnung und Kategorisierung von Bildmaterial nach und bildet das Bedürfnis nach Orientierung ab. Es schließt hier ebenso an das historisch gewachsene Archiv und seine Digitalisierung an und erfasst es in seinem wesentlichen Zweck: Sammeln, bewahren, einordnen und vernetzen. In gewisser Weise kann die hier visualisierte Horizontale daher also auch als Zeitachse begriffen werden. Eine aktuelle, konkrete kunstdidaktische Hinwendung an das digitale Bildarchiv folgt dem Diskurs innerliegenden Begehren nach einem bewussten Umgang mit dem Bild und markiert hier mit der Vertikale im Plus die direkte Beforschung dieser. Die Forderungen innerhalb der Kunstpädagogik nach Schärfung der Bildkompetenzen, Kompetenzen im Umgang mit dem Bild haben bereits Einzug in den österreichischen Lehrplänen gehalten. Und weiter, die Vermittlung am Bild hat mitunter eine zentrale Stellung im Fachdiskurs und ist distinktives Fachmerkmal innerhalb der so weit etablierten schulischen Fächerlandschaft. Fähigkeiten und Kompetenzen im Umgang mit dem Bild bedürfen folgend laufender Aktualisierungen. Die Vertikale oder auch anders gesagt der Einschnitt ist die Schnittstelle zur Auseinandersetzung und illustriert gleichzeitig ein Eintauchen und Tiefergehen in die fluide Materie der digitalen Bilddatenbanken. Im Weiteren knüpft dieser Beitrag an die Bestrebungen der 21st Century Skills an, hier mit besonderer Berücksichtigung von Critical Thinking, Collaboration und Media Literacy, die für uns für eine umfassende Betrachtung von Bilddatenbanken als wesentlich erscheinen. Digitale Bildarchive sollen für kunstdidaktische Anliegen fruchtbar gemacht werden und einen Beitrag zur Multiliteracy liefern.
Zum theoretischen Rahmen. Aufgrund der Expertise im Publikum verzichten wir an dieser Stelle an eine Aufschlüsselung der historischen Hintergründe zum Archiv- und Bildbegriff. Wenn es hier Unbestimmtheiten gibt, laden wir herzlich ein, im Nachgang Etwaiges zu besprechen. Wir möchten aber sehr wohl an dieser Stelle auf die in der Digitalisierung entstehenden neuen Bedingungen eingehen, die der grundlegende Auftakt unserer Überlegungen am Gegenstand und das Fundament für eine aktualisierende Auseinandersetzung mit digitalen Bildarchiven sind. Die Rede ist von der Post-Digital Condition oder dem Internet State of Mind, die sich über alle Ebenen des gemeinschaftlichen Zusammenlebens gestülpt haben und was darunter subsumierend verstanden werden kann, ist die Eingewobenheit des Internets und der damit verbundenen digitalen und vernetzten Handlungs-, Macht- und Wissensstrukturen in alle Belange gemeinschaftlichen Lebens und besonders in unserem Kontext herauszustreichen, des Lernens. Diese Prämisse adressiert also nicht lediglich den wissenschaftlichen Kontext, in dem wir arbeiten, sondern sie beschreibt eine ubiquitäre Modalität, die sich auf alle Lebensbereiche und ästhetischen und alltagsästhetischen Praktiken bezieht. Der Digitalisierungsfortschritt und die Pandemie haben, Stichwort Datenökonomie, den Bedarf nach digitaler Zugänglichkeit von Daten und in unserem Fall Bildarchiven und Open Education Resources für eine breite Öffentlichkeit immens beschleunigt. Diesem Erfordernis wird auch Folge geleistet. Das können wir nicht nur in unserem Forschungsprojekt sehen, sondern heute auch auf internationaler Ebene findet das auch Behandlung, wo wir ausgehend vom Diskurs der Kunstpädagogik und Didaktik aber schon einen Mangel identifiziert haben oder gerade dabei sind, es zu tun, ist bei der tatsächlichen Erschließung und Nutzung dieses neuen Angebots rund um digitale Datenbanken, und zwar speziell im Bildungskontext. Mit der Öffnung digitaler Räume gehen nicht nur neue Blickregime und Kontextualisierungsmöglichkeiten einher, sondern auch eine veränderte Konstituierung von Wissen und Wissenspraktiken, denen es mittels angemessener didaktischer Apparate zu begegnen gilt, sodass das Potenzial dahinter auch in bestmöglich nutzbaren Formen erschlossen werden kann. Kurz, an diesem Punkt sehen wir Handlungsbedarf, dem wir mit unserer Forschungsarbeit versuchen nachzukommen. Und meine Kollegin geht jetzt näher auf ausgewählte Aspekte ein, die Verknüpfungen von Kunstpädagogik und relevanten Bezugsfeldern bieten.
Genau, bevor ich nun diese Ausgangspunkte beleuchte, sei eben noch einmal betont, dass die explizite Auseinandersetzung mit digitalen Bilddatenbanken innerhalb des kunstpädagogischen, kunstdidaktischen Diskurses natürlich auch aufgrund der vergleichbar jungen Entstehungsgeschichte digitaler Archive bislang nur peripher eine Rolle spielt. Ebenso im schulpraktischen Alltag, wobei gerade hier der Wunsch und das Bedürfnis nach Datenbanken als qualitätsvolle Ressource groß ist. Einen spannenden didaktischen Ausgangspunkt bildet das Einbeziehen der Provenienzforschung innerhalb digitaler Bilddatenbanken. Hier sollen nicht nur technologische Fragestellungen, kurzum wie wer besitzt, speist oder pflegt diese Datenbank, adressiert werden. Vielmehr schließt die Beforschung der Digitalisate an die Möglichkeit einer schier unendlichen Reproduzierbarkeit des Bildes an und eröffnet die Frage nach der digitalen Provenienz. Im Zeitalter der Reproduzierbarkeit digitalen Bildmaterials im Zustand einer Hyperrealität. Ironischerweise ist genau das oftmalige Kopieren und Einsetzen der Copy- und Paste-Vorgang einer, der über die Provenienz Aufschluss geben kann. So pointiert die australische Medien- und Kulturwissenschaftlerin Mackenzie Warwick, its provenance comes not from the singular place of its creation and persistence, but for the ubiquity of the image of it. Eine Bilddatenbank kann damit vielleicht in seinen Zügen als systematisches Provenienznetzwerk verstanden werden, als das erst durch das Auftreten und Reproduzieren Aufschluss über den eigentlichen Ursprung von Bildmaterial gegeben werden kann. Das ubiquitäre digitale Bild, so Mackenzie, ist gleichzeitig das, was die Rarität des Originals erst bewusst macht und muss in einem vermittlerischen Aspekt digitaler Bildarchive eingeschlossen werden. Ausgehend von einer machtpolitischen Dimension stellt die Digitalisierung von Werkbeständen von Archiven, Sammlungen und Museen und anderen Institutionen neben einem grundsätzlichen Anliegen der Konservierung dieser Bestände ein Öffnen der von Exklusivität geprägten Institutionen dar. Große Museen, die für die Digitalisierung ihrer Bestände, Aufbereitung und Einspeisung dieser in Datenbanken enormes Budget aufwenden, wie Akteure in dem von meiner Kollegin bereits erwähnten Symposium am Belvedere eindrucksvoll berichteten, unterstreicht ein Digitalisierungsbegehren und die Notwendigkeit der Institution, hier sichtbar nach außen zu treten und institutionelle Schranken aufzubrechen. Die Pandemie hat diese Tendenz zusätzlich beschleunigt. Die Figur des Gatekeepers, der Zugänglichkeit ermöglicht, muss an dieser Stelle eingeführt werden. Der Gatekeeper, historisch an der Schwelle zum Archiv zu verorten, kann weitergedacht an den Pforten, Eintrittsbereichen, Hausordnungen und Bestimmungen, Verhaltenscodes und Eintrittsregeln von Museen und Institutionen wiedergefunden werden und lässt sich schließlich auch in der Öffentlichkeit und tatsächlichen Zugänglichkeit von digitalen Archiven lokalisieren. Hier ist nicht in erster Linie von technologischen Ressourcen die Rede, die Zugänge erst herstellen können, die selbstverständlich auch relevant sind, vielmehr vom Wissen über den Zugang zu diesen und im Umgang mit diesen, sodass Bilddatenbanken nicht neuerlich in Exklusivität münden und ausgrenzende Mechanismen im digitalen Raum weiterführen. Wie beispielsweise Lia Lovett, Valerio Signorelli und Duncan Hay in ihrem Beitrag Expanding the Vitrine Co-Creation Digital Space bestimmend feststellen. The digitization of museum collections is often framed as an access solution. Putting digital objects online is supposed to make them more accessible to people beyond the museum's walls. So weiter die Autoren. However, digital collections frequently replicate the conceptual and spatial organization of the museum in ways that prohibit access, with structures relying on prior knowledge and assumed perspectives that risk disassociating digital objects from key stakeholders in the cultural production. Der kunstdidaktische Umgang mit digitalen Bildarchiven auf einer machtpolitischen Ebene eröffnet auch die Frage nach inklusiven Zugängen digitaler Bildarchive, nach partizipativen Möglichkeiten der Mitgestaltung und Mitwirkung des Benutzenden und schließt sich damit den Forderungen der Kunstpädagogik und Didaktik nach offener, kollaborativer, inklusiver und rassismuskritischer Bildbetrachtung und Vermittlung an.
Und jetzt noch zum Blick nach vorne oder in die Zukunft. Was also tun, um die Leerstelle zu füllen? Um den Anschein zu nivellieren, dass wir die Lücken lediglich ausmachen und sie kritisieren, möchten wir im Folgenden umreißen, wo und wie wir praktisch beitragen wollen zur Auseinandersetzung und bestenfalls zur Überwindung der eruierten Herausforderungen. Im letzten Teil gehe ich also konkret auf die To-Dos ein, die wir uns vorgenommen haben, um den Gegenstand, eben das digitale Bildarchiv, jenseits der Grenzen kunsthistorischer Informationsabrufung nutzbar zu machen. Wir adressieren angehende Lehrende, die mit der Situation konfrontiert sein werden, ihren SchülerInnen nicht nur Könnerschaft und Expertise im Umgang mit singulär gedachten Bildkomplexen und visuellen Erscheinungsformen zu vermitteln, sondern, und da genügen die Buzzwords Bilderflut und Cloud-Speicher, ebenso oder vor allem im reflexiven und kritischen Umgang mit den Massen an Bildern im digitalen Raum. Damit der Begriff Multiliteracy nicht nur eine leere Worthülse in Vermittlungsprogrammen, Curricula und Lehrplänen bleibt, steht noch einiges an Arbeit an, und zwar gar nicht ausschließlich in unseren Gefilden der schulischen Kunstpädagogik, sondern im trans- und interdisziplinären Miteinander aller Fachrichtungen und Institutionen, die heute in der Postdigitalität im weiteren Sinne Stakeholder rund um die Schnittstelle Digitalisierung, Bildung und Kunst sind. Was wir im kommenden Jahr im Zuge einer Lehrveranstaltung gemeinsam mit Studierenden erarbeiten möchten, sind explorative Zugänge, die bestehende digitale Bildarchive, allem voran Image Plus, als gelebte und bewegte Praxis begreifen. Ziel ist es, jener Dynamik, der diese Konglomerate Kraft ihrer originären Erscheinungsform unterworfen sind, nämlich einer fluiden, unsteten, offenen und grenzenlosen, didaktische Werkzeuge zuzuspielen, sodass wir Wissens-, Informations- und auch Handlungspraxen freilegen und nutzen können, die in der tradierten Verwendung verdeckt bleiben. Da geht es mitunter auch um die Fokussierung von Erkenntnisverständnissen, die sich absetzen vom normativen Bildungswissen, das quantifizierbar und eindeutig überprüfbar ist. Wir wollen anknüpfen an die Gedanken von Sven Speaker und Praxisbeispiele erarbeiten, die digitale Archive nicht in erster Linie ausgehend von ihrer Speicherfunktion her denken, sondern von ihrem Potenzial zur Anschlussfähigkeit. Es gilt, Annäherungskonstrukte zu entwerfen und zu etablieren, die in der Bilderpluralität vermittelnde didaktische und pädagogische Umgangsformen beistellen, um aktualisierte und aktualisierende Modi der Orientierung, Navigation und Erschließung von Zusammenhängen möglich machen. Dabei stehen Verfahren im Mittelpunkt, die auf das Umformatieren, Umskalieren, Ver- und Neuformen von Inhaltsbeziehungen zielen. Die einzelnen Komponenten darin wollen, mit Manuel Zahn gesprochen, als Networked Objects gesehen, gelesen und verwendet werden. In praktischen, kollaborativen Versuchsszenarien kann und soll so das Archiv, wie unter anderem Günter Heeg sagt, als Intermedium fungieren, das das Datenmaterial in neue, unbekannte, unkonventionelle Räume der Wissenserschließung, des intersubjektiven Imaginierens und gemeinsamen Lernens am Bilderplural transferiert. Gerade sind wir dabei, die Rahmen für diese Transferräume zu überlegen, um unsere MitstreiterInnen nächstes Jahr nicht, wie Hito Steierl in einem Essay sagt, im freien Fall im bodenlosen Datenuniversum allein zu lassen, sondern vielmehr wegweisende Sprungbretter hinein in einen Pool zu bieten, der voll ist mit künstlerischem und kunsthistorischem Dokumentationsmaterial, mit dem explorativ, demokratisch, inklusiv, multidisziplinär und spielerisch operiert werden kann, darf, soll und vielleicht sogar muss, um den Ansprüchen der postdigitalen Gegenwart gerecht werden zu können. Was wir versuchen anzustoßen, ist die Anbahnung von Fähigkeiten, und hier bediene ich mich ein paar Trendbegriffen aus der Bildungsforschung, die nicht zuletzt die 21st Century Skills ansprechen. Vielleicht sind aus dem Bildungskontext hier beispielsweise die 4Ks oder 4Ks bekannt: kritisches Denken, Kommunikation, Kollaboration und Kreativität. Ebenso anzuführen und zentral für uns ist der heterogene Literacy-Begriff, der nicht nur in der schulischen, sondern auch außerschulischen Bildungsarbeit relevant ist. Diese Termini nicht nur als Modewörter einzustreuen, sondern an differenzierten, konstruktiven Methoden zu arbeiten, um digitale Archive kritisch, analytisch einer aktualisierenden Wissensarchitektur zuzuführen, ist eines unserer Hauptanliegen. Ausbilden und schärfen wollen wir das im Explorieren forschender Lehr- und Lernzugänge im sozialen Raum. Das bringt mich zu unserem letzten Schaubild. Die heute präsentierten Inhalte sollen nicht auf monoformalen Ebenen behandelt werden, wie das flache Plus, das uns heute begleitet hat, vielleicht auf den ersten Blick impliziert, sondern im dreidimensionalen Gefüge. Diese zusätzliche Dimension manifestiert sich für uns im gemeinschaftlichen Arbeiten, eben im sozialen Raum, dem wir besonders in der Zeit des Screens, der Postdigitalität, eine signifikante Rolle in der aktuellen Anthologie neuer und erst emergierender Wissenspraxen zuschreiben. Mit diesen Gedanken darf ich unseren Vortrag schließen und wir freuen uns auf den diskursiven Austausch. Danke.
Für die Einblicke, die ihr so gegeben habt. Aus meiner Perspektive bringt der letzte Beitrag sehr viele Themen so zusammen, die auch in den vorhergehenden Panels, Vorträgen verhandelt worden sind. Und ich würde gerne meine Frage mit dem Augenblick irgendwie so beginnen oder dem Versuch zu verstehen, wie eine antirassistische Arbeit von eurer Seite in dem Schulkontext irgendwie so aussieht, und wollte ein bisschen ausholen. Wir hatten ja gestern eine Frage aus dem Publikum gehabt, als es um die Basis Wien irgendwie so ging. Das war so die Frage der Repräsentation, wenn wir von Österreich reden. Was ist eigentlich alles so gemeint? Also wer ist so sichtbar, wer ist nicht sichtbar? Dann erinnere ich so diese TikTok-Videos, in denen ja eigentlich immer wieder die Meisterwerke, die sogenannten Meisterwerke, dann als Vorlage dienen, um sie dann irgendwie so zu verändern. Der Begriff war vitalisieren, so eine Art Animismus, was irgendwie so getrieben wird. Und damit schreibt man ja eigentlich den vorhandenen Kanon fort, auch wenn der, finde ich, auf eine ziemlich komplexe Art und Weise auch so kritisiert wurde, wie man irgendwie so dieses Medium dann irgendwie so benutzt. Also wir haben so zwei Momente. Wir haben irgendwie so eine Unterrepräsentation in dem Bereich, das sich auch in den Archiven abbildet. Und dann haben wir eben so Formate wie TikTok, die am besten so funktionieren im Hinblick auf Zirkulation und Likes, wenn sie mit den bekannten Bildern natürlich so arbeiten. Ob ihr vielleicht so kurz oder so erklären könntet, wie ihr euch so dazu positioniert und wie sich das so deckt mit eurer Praxiserfahrung.
Ich beginne mit der ersten Frage wie kann antirassistische Arbeit aussehen? Also wir stehen an einem Punkt, wo wir nicht die Probleme lösen, sondern Möglichkeitsräume öffnen, damit die Studierenden an diesen Themen arbeiten. Also so sehe ich es zumindest. Wir versuchen, Denkräume zu öffnen und klar soll dann am Ende das Ziel sein, eine Sensibilisierung auf diese Thematiken zu ermöglichen, vielleicht auch Allyship-Ansätze sich zu eigen zu machen, ausgehend von künstlerischen oder sagen wir ästhetischen, auch alltagsästhetischen Praktiken oder Auseinandersetzungen mit Kunst in Archiven. Sei es die Neukontextualisierung von einer Auswahl oder einfach das neue Nachdenken.
Genau, also es geht da irgendwie grundsätzlich mal dran, dass man Bilddatenbanken didaktisch fokussiert. Also wir haben es vorher erwähnt, dass es ist neu irgendwie und es ist auch in der Fachdidaktik einfach etwas, wo sie große Lücken auftun. Also eine Bilddatenbank auch wahrzunehmen, jetzt abseits sozusagen als Informationsquelle, ist schon einmal der erste Schritt. Und da ergeben sich eigentlich total viele Anknüpfungsmöglichkeiten, wie man eine Bilddatenbank oder ein Bildarchiv im digitalen Raum, wo eben doch ein viel breiterer Zugang dann normalerweise vorhanden ist oder geschaffen werden kann, wie man diese Bilddatenbanken noch auch lesen kann. Also dieser Literacy-Begriff ist auch ein paar Mal erwähnt worden. Da geht es einfach um auch so eine Lesbarkeit, die auf unterschiedlichen Ebenen stattfinden kann. Und natürlich kann ich mir auch eine Bilddatenbank aus einem eben machtpolitischen oder rassismuskritischen Ausgangspunkt betrachten und einen Weg finden, Aufschluss über diese Datenbank oder die Repräsentation eben von Bildmaterial auf diese Bezugspunkte sozusagen zu untersuchen. Also es geht eigentlich mal um so dieses eben Offenlegen von Möglichkeiten mit, in unserem Fall jetzt Studierenden, die angehende Lehrer und Lehrerinnen werden, das auszuloten. Und in der Praxis, also in meinem eigenen Tun als Lehrerin bildnerische Erziehung an einem Oberstufenrealgymnasium kann ich ja da sagen, dass das in der Praxis, in einem schulisch-vermittlerischen Kontext halt man verwendet, also Schüler und Schülerinnen, aber auch Lehrpersonen, man verwendet permanent irgendwie Bildmaterial und man kommt selten zu diesem Punkt, da eben Begriff Provenienz ist auch gefallen, ja, wo kommt Bildmaterial, wo verortet sich das tatsächlich, wo ist die Herkunft des Bildmaterials. Und ich fand heute eben den Beitrag von Isabel Seliger super spannend, weil das von der Methode her eben so dieses Detektivische aufgemacht hat, eigentlich so dieses Durchkämmen und von einem hin zum nächsten kommen und diese Annäherung an der Bilddatenbank, die eben auf unterschiedliche sozusagen Bezugspunkte sein kann, fand ich total spannend, inspirierend und glaube ich, kann methodisch etwas sein, was man sehr gut eben in der Praxis auch sozusagen als Anknüpfungspunkt ausführen könnte oder wo man gut anknüpfen könnte.
Und vielleicht zu TikTok hast du angesprochen oder alltagsästhetisches Bildmaterial will ich jetzt beschreiben. Darauf sind unsere Konzepte bestimmt auch anzuwenden, nur ist unser Gegenstandsbereich einfach im Zuge des Projekts IMAGE oder Image Plus, was aber genauso gut oder was nicht ausschließt, auch solche Archive hin auf ästhetisch-sinnliche aktualisierte Urteilskraft hin zu befragen und zu behandeln. Ja.
Ihr hattet ja auch in eurem Vortrag so erwähnt, dass ein Teil eures pädagogischen Programms auch ist, auf der einen Seite hat man nicht das singuläre Bild, es ist eine Bilderflut, glaube ich, war der Begriff. Dann der Augenblick, dass es digitale Bilder sind. Und das Dritte, was ich irgendwie so erinnere, war so, dass es auch so den Wunsch irgendwie so gibt, auch nochmal so an die Originale irgendwie so zurückzuführen, heranzuführen, wenn ich das richtig in Erinnerung habe. Und ich bleibe nochmal bei diesem TikTok-Beispiel. Also wir hatten ja das Botticelli-Gemälde gesehen, ich glaube die Primavera. Und die ist ja so hochgradig animiert gewesen. Also wie auf der einen Seite, wie die Kamera über diese Bilder und so gegangen ist, aber auch so, wie die Objekte rausgeschnitten sich so bewegt haben. Und ich hatte so diese simple Vorstellung, diese TikTok-Bilder, die wurden ja so beworben als Momente, die eine Neugierde schaffen können auf das Original. Aber wenn man vor dem Original steht, und mag so jetzt so ein bisschen billig klingen, bewegt sich das Bild ja gar nicht, sondern es ist so total statisch. Ob es da nicht auch so einen Moment irgendwie so gibt, von dass das Original so an Attraktion irgendwie auch so verliert. Ich dachte so, vielleicht habt ihr da Erfahrungswerte?
Ja, also das ist halt auch etwas, was dann entsteht, wenn man TikTok nutzt, dass man eben, oder was sichtbar wird, dass man dann eben, du hast eben angesprochen, Botticelli, Mona Lisa war auch ständig zu sehen, also es eben diese Meisterwerke der bildenden Kunst dann permanent reproduziert oder verändert und ja, es ist vermutlich als Anlass zu verstehen, dass dann Neugierde geweckt wird an dem Diskurs. Aber also für mich wäre das nie ein Endpunkt. Also es ist maximal, glaube ich, eben so ein Neugierde erzeugen. Wir haben es dann auch im Nachhinein diskutiert. Also ist wieder irrsinnig viel dann referenziert und so weiter. Und es bleibt total viel in diesem digitalen Raum dann auch stehen, das irgendwie unbesprochen, unbetrachtet, undiskutiert ist. Und Vermittlung ist ja auch genau dieser Transfer oder dieses Vernetzen. Das kann nicht nur da aufhören, dass man jetzt irgendwie so ein Interesse grundsätzlich weckt, muss es auch können oder sollte es auch können, aber es muss natürlich darüber hinaus das kontextualisieren und das ist natürlich auch eine Chance, eben nicht das Bildmaterial, das in unseren Kunstbüchern auch immer zu finden ist, ja, das auch sehr normiert ist, das sehr kanonisiert ist. Das ist halt auch ein Moment, glaube ich, wo man Bilddatenbank abseits dieses Kanons, der sich aufdrängt in Vermittlungszwecken, den man dann auch verwendet, um eben Referenzen herzustellen und Orientierung zu geben. Also dieser Orientierungsbegriff ist natürlich für gerade in einem vermittlerischen Kontext, wenn man eben keinen Zugang oder geht es auch immer um Exklusivität und um Zugänge, dass man die auch herstellt und die stellt man dann oft, glaube ich, über so Meisterwerke, verwende ich noch einmal diesen Begriff, auch schwierig ist, her und bildet vielleicht irgendwo so Orientierungspunkte ab, aber es kann auch nicht nur das sein und es muss auch danach eben eine Konfrontation und ein Vernetzen. Aber eben ich sehe halt auch die Auseinandersetzung mit der Bilddatenbank genau da spannend, dass man diesen Fokus eben anders setzt und nicht eben ja, wieder das reproduziert, was man irgendwie kennt. Und natürlich kann das nie, also es kann nie, glaube ich, dieses Gegenübertreten eines Originals in irgendeiner Form ersetzen. Ich glaube, das ist auch gar nicht die Frage, sondern es ist halt etwas anderes und bietet natürlich grenzenloses Potenzial, aber eben auch, es ist auch sehr herausfordernd halt grundsätzlich mit diesem Bilderalltag und mit dem, dass wir in einem vermittlerischen Kontext gehen wir immer davon aus, dass wir selber auch Prosumenten, also Konsumenten und Produzenten sind von Bildern und Schüler und Schülerinnen zum Beispiel auch. Und genau, also das wäre jetzt auch so eine Frage, ja, wie man dann auch sich selber in der Rolle des Vermittelten auch sehen würde zum Beispiel oder wie sich diese Rolle verändern könnte.
Ich würde noch eine Frage stellen und dann die Diskussion zum Publikum öffnen. Also gerade so der Augenblick des Produzentenseins führt mich zu der nächsten Frage. Ihr hattet diesen Begriff der Partizipation irgendwie genannt und mich würde so interessieren, also das Image Plus ist ja also das, was als Bilder irgendwie so eingespeist sind, ist ja so ein Resultat der Lehre, die hier so stattfindet. Es bildet so Lehre ab, aber eben nicht nur das eine Semester, sondern eigentlich jahrelanges kunstgeschichtliche Seminare und andere Seminare, die irgendwie so stattfinden. Und ich habe mich so gefragt, wie geht man mit so einem Wissensbestand irgendwie so um, wenn man die Bilddatenbank als etwas Partizipatives versteht oder die Arbeitsweise als partizipativ irgendwie so versteht? Ob ihr vielleicht so ein Beispiel irgendwie so habt, wie so ein Umgang irgendwie so aussieht, indem man die Bilddatenbank aufgreift, eventuell umschreibt oder anders auffüllt.
Ja, ich glaube, man hat es ein bisschen herausgehört. Es geht uns ganz stark um gemeinschaftliches Arbeiten und Bilddatenbanken, ja, Fragen zu entwerfen, alternative Fragen, die Inhalte so kontextualisieren, wie sie als reine Metadaten im Bildarchiv noch nicht erschlossen worden sind. Ja, und Methodiken gibt es verschiedene, um vielleicht eine beispielhaft zu erwähnen. Design Thinking wäre so eine Methodik des kollaborativen Zusammenarbeitens, wo es um iterative Ideenfindungsprozesse geht. Im Bereich Innovation geht es oft um Geschäftsideen, aber es kann genauso gut, es kann auf jede Problematik angewendet werden, wo es darum geht, nutzerinnenzentriert an neuen Lösungen zu arbeiten. Genau.
Hättest du da in dem Bereich vielleicht so ein Beispiel, dass man sich das so anhand des Beispiels noch stärker so vorstellen kann, wie die Arbeit aussieht, aus eurer...
Naja, das ist eingeteilt in 6 unterschiedlichen Phasen. Ich glaube, es sind 5 oder 6, je nachdem, welche Literatur man liest. Und zuerst geht es stark darum, das Team oder den Teamgeist zu stärken und einfach positive Stimmung in der Gruppe zu entwickeln. Wichtig ist auch eine möglichst heterogene Gruppe, weil je viel perspektivischer an einen Gegenstand herangegangen wird, umso bunter oder vielfältiger der Output. Und dann geht es zuerst darum, Denkräume zu öffnen und nicht zu sagen, yes, wie sagt man, nicht zu sagen, yes, but, sondern yes, and, sodass die verrücktesten Entwürfe und die vielleicht nicht korrekt sind oder so, trotzdem zumindest Raum bekommen, genannt zu werden. Man kann sie dann wieder verwerfen, aber dass nicht dieses zuerst Schranken bauen, sondern zuerst alles möglich machen und dann wieder sich fokussiert, was ist unsere Zielsetzung oder wo sind Leerstellen, die wir befüllen können oder Brücken, die wir bauen möchten, und dann in Richtung Fokussierung. Also man kann sich vorstellen, wie so zwei, zuerst geht es auf und dann fokussiert man auf die Fragestellung und dann findet man spezifische Lösungsansätze auf vielleicht einer abstrakten Ebene jetzt beschrieben.
Und natürlich, dass Bilddatenbanken auch, also bei der Bilddatenbank, die wir eingangs gezeigt haben, gibt es auch diese Funktion eben Portfolio, wo man selber eben Bilder auswählen kann und sich dann downloaden kann. Also das ist jetzt nur ein Feature sozusagen, aber grundsätzlich auch Bilddatenbanken, die irgendwie erweiterte Applications oder Features haben, wo man tatsächlich selber halt auch sozusagen einen bewussten Zugang oder das bewusster steuern kann, in gewisser Form tatsächlich kollaborativ irgendwie auch mitwirkt, auch wenn es nur ein nicht tiefgehendes sozusagen Mitwirken des Entstehens eines digitalen Archives jetzt grundsätzlich beschreibt, man trotzdem irgendwie sich auch, ja, was soll eben, also eben eine der Fragen auch, was soll eben so ein digitales Archiv leisten können überhaupt? Also wenn ich jetzt eben eine Auswahl an Bilder beispielsweise treffe oder kuratiere, wie komme ich dazu? Ist das eben was Arbiträres oder ich google irgendwas und dann komme ich auf die ersten Bilder, die mir vorgeschlagen werden und fertig, oder habe ich hier sozusagen auch eine Handhabe und in gewisser Form eben die Möglichkeit tatsächlich das zu gestalten, also Bildarchive auch offener zu denken und vielleicht auch irgendwie diese Räume aufzumachen mit verschiedenen Applications oder Features, oder ist natürlich auch ein Ansatz oder wäre etwas, was man sozusagen erproben oder überlegen kann, sich das zu überlegen, ja, was möchte man eigentlich, dass ein digitales Archiv abseits vom sozusagen Runterziehen von Daten und Metadaten und Bildern noch können sollte.
Vielen, vielen Dank. Gibt es Fragen auf jeden Fall eine Frage aus dem Netz?
Nein, das ist eine Frage von mir. Es ist jetzt schon ein Stück weit angeklungen. Also ich habe aus dem vorigen Vortrag noch mitgenommen die Demokratisierung des Archivs, und ich möchte diesen Gedanken jetzt hier nicht so verhallen lassen, weil ich finde den wichtig. Unser Vortragender, der das aufgebracht hat, ist leider schon gegangen. Und vielleicht legt das jetzt auch eine Achse durch die ganzen vorangegangenen Vorträge. Also inwieweit kommt auch bei euch diese Tätigkeit des Archivierens, des Sammelns, so jetzt nach dem Gedanken jetzt zum Beispiel auch von Boris Kreuz, das Neue, also wer entscheidet eigentlich, was in ein Archiv kommt? Wer entscheidet, was in den Kanon kommt? Und wer sind vor allem die Menschen, die das tun? Und ich glaube, da fehlt es auch an Diversität, und vor allem auch hier kann man gut ansetzen, antirassistische und antidiskriminierende Arbeit zu leisten.
War das eine Frage oder ein Statement?
Also quasi ein offener Gedanke, und mich würde eben auch interessieren, inwiefern das jetzt auch mit den Studierenden und den Schülerinnen Thema ist.
Ja, absolut. Also ich glaube, das ist eher auch so ein Kern oder so ein Herz, das du da jetzt irgendwie ansprichst. Ja, genau, um das geht es ja auch, dass man beispielsweise in einem schulischen Kontext gesprochen jetzt, da eben tatsächlich so ein bewussteres Umgehen überhaupt mit Bildmaterial sammeln, ja, ist jetzt gekommen als Begriff. Also in gewisser Weise sammeln wir permanent, aber dass das sozusagen diese Methode oder dieser Akt des Sammelns selber sozusagen ein Lehranlass wird anhand eines digitalen Archivs, wäre eben so ein vermittlerischer Gedanke oder Aspekt, wo man eben ansetzen könnte. Also gerade in so einem wieder schulpraktischen Kontext ist es total willkürlich oft. Also diese Wahl von Bildmaterial ist zum einen eben sehr willkürlich, zum anderen ist es total vorgegeben, ist auch so widersprüchlich, weil eben, wenn man wieder das Beispiel Kunstbuch, also Lehrmittel für den Unterricht irgendwie anspricht, wird total vorgegeben. Also irgendwie sind wir in so einem Zwischendrin, zwischen sehr eben kanonisiert und vorgegeben in gewisser Weise, und zum anderen irgendwie total schwammig und diffus, und wie geht man damit um, dass TikTok ist Gefahr, also halt, wie geht man mit solchen irgendwie neuen Medien auch um, und genau.
Und eine Fragestellung, die nicht wir dann den Studierenden stellen, sondern Sie Ihren SchülerInnen dann später, könnte zum Beispiel sein, nicht die Problematik, aber das Hinterfragen dieses Bestandes oder dieses Kernkanons, wenn man so will, und angeschlossen mit der Frage, wie Sie diese Chronologie vielleicht weiterführen würden, oder mit welchen Bildern vielleicht aus Ihrer eigenen Lebenswelt Sie dieses Archiv bestücken wollen würden, wenn Sie die Hoheit darüber besäßen. So in die Richtung, also so ein bisschen fiktionales Imaginieren. Aber vielen Dank für den Input, und ist auch eines unserer Themenkomplexe.
Genau, nur ein Nachsatz noch, weil jetzt eben vorher auch Boris Kreuz, also das ist, glaube ich, einfach so eine grundsätzliche Debatte oder Anliegen auch in der Kunstpädagogik, Didaktik, eben zu fragen, das Bildmaterial, das eben in vermittlerischen Kontexten verwendet wird, größtenteils in der Schule oder in schulischen Kontexten, eben woher kommt es und warum ist es da zu finden und warum ist es noch immer extrem eurozentristisch, amerikanistisch, warum sind so und so viele Künstler abgebildet und so weiter, oder also alle diese rassismuskritischen Fragestellungen, die sich eigentlich total sofort stellen müssten, wenn ich eben Kunstbücher beispielsweise anschaue oder grundsätzlich mit Lehr- und Lernmittel beschäftige.
Wenn es keine weiteren Fragen gibt, dann würde ich ein Angebot an der Stelle irgendwie so aussprechen wollen. Also wir arbeiten ja an den Metadaten und das wurde ja auch eingangs, also gestern natürlich auch so erwähnt. Es geht um sehr viele Aspekte, unter anderem auch so Titel und Ähnliches. Diese Arbeit, die irgendwie so gemacht wird, das ist ein Prozess, ist ein langwieriger Prozess und verschiedene Abstimmungsprozesse. Ich hatte gestern, glaube ich, auch von der Critical Library Arbeit irgendwie so gesprochen, mit der wir irgendwie so frisch angefangen haben, wo eine Art Netzwerk irgendwie so entsteht mit anderen Personen, die in ganz anderen Bereichen sich vergleichbare Fragen irgendwie so stellen. Und wir könnten dieses Wissen vielleicht auch mit den Studierenden irgendwie auch so austauschen, weil tatsächlich ist so, das eine ist so, was sieht man in der Bilddatenbank an Bildern, was fehlt, aber das andere ist so, wie sind sie irgendwie auch so gerahmt und was steht da so. Und das ist vielleicht tatsächlich auch so eine Arbeitsweise, wie sie Isabel Seliger irgendwie so gezeigt hat und dann aber an ganz vielen anderen weiteren Bildern.
Super, sehr gerne.
Sehr gerne. We're now at the end of the symposium. There will be not a last panel where we all come together and discuss the topics, but we were thinking that we will do that sometime later after we, in our group, looked at the different contributions and see like what could be an interesting questions, what could be groups that can gather together to understand or deepen certain topics that came up. So the symposia will end here, but we will return to you. This is what I can say so far. And I'm sure every one of us has a thank you, and I don't want to say for everyone thank you, but only for me, please, I can hand over. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for coming, taking your time, giving your energy, all your knowledge, sharing it with us, and also with the people who attended it from YouTube. Thanks a lot and have a good time.
And I maybe want to add a big thank you to the whole team from the event management and the translators who did an amazing job for 2 days. And of course, to the entire team and especially Gürsoy, who was a key player in shaping this conference. Thank you very much for the last 2 days, and I hope you enjoy your evening, and I wish you all a happy Eurovision Song Contest weekend.